Another closer look at the storm. We'll go ahead and zoom in more street level, kind of see what's happening with this storm. Again, this tornado warning does continue for Butler County until 5 o'clock tonight. We'll do a zoom in. We'll get real tight with this storm. Again, here is that hook echo just south of Dumont. That is the concern right here. Right now, it's just south of Highway 3. But if you are inside this polygon, you do need to treat it with respect. This storm is very dangerous. All the storms today have a history of producing tornadoes off to the west. This one may as well. Also, I'm not sure if we do have a producer in the booth yet, but if we can make sure we get this on Facebook Live, that would be much appreciated. Right now, again, Allison will be in the path of this storm. Parkersburg is off to the south. You might be hearing the sirens in Parkersburg. You were not in the warning with this storm for the time being. All right, so the main threat with this storm, again, is kind of more central portions of Butler County, generally along the Highway 3 corridor through the central part of the county. Dumont is of concern. Allison will be the next step with this storm. What I want to do now is pop on the velocity view with this storm. Again, what we can see is the rotation, the raindrops spinning in with this storm, and that is stronger. That's a very strong indication of rotation popping up with this storm. We'll put a quarry on there, 78 miles an hour. That is a strong indication of rotation. So this storm may have a tornado currently on progress. We just don't have it confirmed yet. Either way, this storm is very, very dangerous. It is spinning very rapidly in the middle level of the atmosphere, and that is the potential for producing a tornado. Again, this just south of Highway 3, Butler County. This does continue until 5 o'clock tonight. I want to pop up the debris tracker here just out of curiosity. Nothing's showing. So right now we have no signs of debris being lofted in the storm. That's a good sign. But what is concerning is that hook echo. That's that supercell shape. The updraft of the storm is right here, and this is the rotation. So this tornado, if it's on the ground, will be very close just to the southeast of Dumont. And again, Allison will be in play with the storm as well. I want to move the camera just a little bit. Appleton, Parkersburg, New Hartford. You are not in the warning, all right? So you guys might be hearing the sirens. You might be getting alerts on your phone. But again, Appleton, Parkersburg, and New Hartford, you are not in the warning. The warning threat is off to the north, more central portions of Butler County. Again, this does continue until 5 o'clock tonight. Let's go ahead and pop up kind of a wider view. I want to show everybody what's happening kind of across eastern Iowa at the moment. Again, at any given point, if Nathan has a good shot, feel free to double box us. We got a live picture, we might as well use it. Feel free to do that at any given moment. Again, for eastern Iowa for the time being, the only storm we're watching is that storm in Butler County. But you can see there's a plethora of tornado warnings there in the north central part of Iowa, and many of those do have confirmed tornadoes in progress. That's the reason that we're concerned. Again, they're on the right side of your screen. That's Weather First Meteorologist Nathan Santo Domingo. He's watching the storm right now. He's on this tornado warning storm. So we're going to keep a close eye on that picture. And again, if Nathan has something to mention, just feel free to chime in my ear. We'll toss it out to him. But for now, we'll just leave the live picture up. I'll say mini on your screen. For the time being, the live picture is kind of the most important thing. What I do want to show is kind of zooming off. We'll kind of zoom in kind of for portions of central Iowa. Again, this is where we do have confirmed tornadoes in progress. I do want to show kind of some of the reports that we do have, and then that's kind of the point of concern, because there is some potential that these storms may produce tornadoes at any given point, just because, again, there are confirmed tornadoes here in Iowa. So again, we do have multiple warnings here in north central Iowa. The Highway 20 corridor will be a point of concern today. But for now, the main threat is off to the north here in Butler County. So let's go ahead. We'll do a quick reset. We'll show everybody that may be just tuning in. 4:39 on this Wednesday. I'm meteorologist Nick Stewart. We're watching the potential for severe weather today. We do have a lone tornado warning right now. Again, this is Butler County. This does continue until 5 o'clock tonight. We'll do a zoom in on this storm. Let's go ahead and take radar full again. We'll kind of do kind of a street level view of exactly what's happening with the storm. We'll talk about the cities that'll be impacted and all of that. Thank you very much, guys. Again, here's that tornado warning. Does continue for Butler County until 5 o'clock. Right now, passing just likely to the southeast of Dumont. But again, you want to make sure you're in your tornado safe place as well. Lowest level of a house. If you're in a mobile home, it's a much better idea to get into a stronger structure or something like that, because that'll probably be a better place to go. Also, Allison, that's the next destination for this rotation in the storm as it continues to move off to the east here. What I do want to do now, pop up the velocity view. Again, we do see the spin in the storm. That's that rotation right here, just southwest of Allison. We'll do another measurement of the storm here. The wind speeds rotating at 66 miles an hour. Storm does continue to rotate here. If we can go out, I don't know if Meteorologist Nathan Santo Domingo is monitoring, but if he can maybe just talk about exactly what he's seeing right now, what the storm looks like where he is, I'm going to go grab some information from the Weather Service. Nathan?
Hey, Nick, perfect timing here. We just got that alert on our phone, turning that off here real quick. We are making our way to the north on Highway 14. We're about to take a left turn here towards Kesley. And this should give us a pretty good vantage point. We do have some trees that we're kind of contending with here, so we'll hopefully get you some of those live pictures of this storm. I can't confirm it really quick. I couldn't really confirm. It did seem that there was at least a lowering with this storm just out to our west, and we should get a pretty good picture of it here out on this road. So we're looking pretty much right into the general direction of where that rotation is that meteorologist Nick Stewart is mentioning on the radar picture. And here we are. We just took that left turn here. I'll get you a street name here in just a second. This street is... Let me see if I can get it to pop up on my map here. AT&T service out here is a little bit rough at times. I will be honest with you folks. But again, right now we're approaching this supercell, tornado-warned supercell. The rotation is just off to the right of your screen, starting to get into the precipitation here just a little bit on this cell, but that should be pretty short-lived. We should be able to get into the dry slot of this storm here really quickly. A lot of dry air, or a lot of rain-free air, I should say, just to the south of that velocity couplet. So we're hoping that once we're able to kind of push through this, we should be able to get you guys a cleaner view and see if there is in fact a tornado in progress. So stand by on that. We'll of course have this feed up here. Nick, right now we'll send it back for the latest radar picture. Go ahead.
Right on. If you guys want to leave this double box for now, we have a live picture of this tornado warning. That's the best thing we can ask for, so we might as well leave it up. Again, I can kind of explain the radar situation. Here is that supercell right here, that hook echo right now, just north of Kesley, just south of Dumont. It is approaching Allison. Allison will be the next stop with this storm, as well as Butler Creek. This storm does continue to slowly move off to the east. Again, as you saw with Nathan's live shot there, there's a definite lowering with this storm. That's a pretty good indication that this storm is capable of producing a tornado at any given point. And what I also do want to pull up here is the velocity view. Again, this is the spin in the atmosphere of this storm. Pretty good couplet here showing up. Again, this is north of Kesley. This is going to be kind of approaching Butler Center. Butler Center, Allison, those are the next two areas that we really need to keep an eye on. That circulation crossing basically right over Hickory Avenue right now. This is south of Highway 3. So Highway 3, great shot there. You can see that if you want to take that full, that's that wall cloud in the storm. That's where that rotation may be. Again, that is the potential tornado area. We have a live view of it. It doesn't appear it's on the ground right now, but again, live video is more important than anything else that we can bring you right now. If you are just joining with us, this is the lone tornado warning in play for the time being. This is Butler County. This does continue until 5 o'clock tonight. Main areas impacted will be areas like Dumont, Allison, Butler Center, and Kesley. For the time being, we don't have any reports of this tornado actually on the ground, but looking at that live image, I've been storm chasing for more than a decade. That is a very ominous picture right there. That appears to be a pretty good wall cloud, and by good I mean strong wall cloud that may produce a tornado at any given point. Again, to reiterate, this does not include the cities of Applington, Parkersburg, or New Hartford. That area is not under the gun here. However, we are looking at areas like Allison over to Butler Center. That is where this storm is heading right now. Great shot there. You can see the big wall cloud there, but notice it's not connected to the ground. Doesn't appear to be a tornado in progress there, but that is very, very concerning. What I do want to pop up here is the gate-to-gate shear. Again, this is the rotation in the storm right now, 86 miles an hour. So it's strengthening again. So again, this could produce a tornado at any given point, and if it does, we have eyes on the storm, and we can tell you that as soon as it does. We're watching it very, very closely here. Again, We'll take a look at the radar view. Again, wow. Okay, so this is a significant supercell that's really starting to take shape here. A big hook echo here. Here's the updraft of the storm. And on the right side of your screen, you were looking at the wall cloud attributed with that storm. Again, that's your hook echo right here. You may have heavy rain and hail falling over towards Butler Center and Allison, but the tornado threat right now just south of Highway 3, crossing about Hickory Avenue right now. Again, there's a live picture from the Road Warrior. Doesn't appear to be on the ground at the moment, but that is a very concerning picture there. That's at least appears to be a rotating wall cloud. We're getting a nice live shot there. Nathan, if you're listening, if you can chime in to kind of just talk about what you're seeing right now, and if you can get us a better location of where you are. I think you're probably around Hickory Avenue would be my guess.
Yeah, that's about where we are. Hickory Avenue. We're on 270th, and again, cell phone service out here can sometimes be a little bit spotty. We've pulled over here to try and get, it's kind of sometimes hard to pick out when you're moving what exactly the details are on the cloud here. And again, this is looking off to the northwest. We're on 270th, and it appears to be just past J Avenue. So we're between J Avenue, if I can get the other street name. So 270th and J Avenue here in Butler County, about where we are. And this thing, it does appear to have some rotation to it. Definitely, I mean, you can tell this thing is hugging the ground. This is very close. I would not be surprised if maybe we get a funnel here, or even this could produce a tornado, hence why we do have the tornado warning here. And again, thankfully, this is in a remote area for the time being. The rotation looks to be strongest just to the north of Kesley, kind of along Mains Creek. And just between Mains Creek and Kesley here, and just to the north of, again, 270th Street here, we might have an attempt here at a little bit of a funnel. Let's see what this can do here. Nick, if you wanna leave this up and leave this while you have your radar up, I'm gonna take a step outside here really quick, just so I can get my own eyes on this to kind of see what it's doing. Nick, go ahead and throw it back to you.
All right, we'll leave the double box up. We want to keep the live picture up there. Again, what you're looking at there is a live view of this tornado warning for Butler County, which does continue until 5 o'clock tonight. I also am a bit wider. There's a bunch of tornado warnings just to the west and southwest of our area as well. And many of these tornado warnings have a history of producing tornadoes. You can kind of see all the little tornado icons there. Multiple tornadoes have been reported already. This storm up in Butler County is in the same environment. So there's really no reason why this storm may not produce a tornado. So what we're going to do here, we're going to pop up and just get a little bit closer to the storm right now. We're going to dance around just a little bit. I'm going to step off screen. I think my key's not working here. We're going to kind of keep an eye on this storm as we go forward. Again, we are watching the potential for the storm to produce a tornado. As of now, we don't have any confirmed reports with it, but things do look menacing. We now also have Weather First Meteorologist Sara Flynn in studio. We monitoring National Weather Service chat right now. What's kind of the latest there?
Yeah, as of right now, no confirmed reports. That one in Hamilton County, though, that's the one that we do know. You saw that turn pink just a few moments ago. I can kind of show you what's going on with that one, but that's the one that we know is on the ground right now near Sherman, or headed that way as we speak. Not quite in our area, but will be as it continues to push eastward. The one that we are focused on in our area right now, of course, is up in Butler County. That one does go as of right now for another about 12 minutes here. It likely or possibly will get extended, but what we're focused on here is the potential to see, again, that kind of hook, and we're starting to see that happen. We saw it before. You can kind of see the reds and the greens overlapping there just a little bit, but again, it's not the exact classic sign that we typically look for, that a tornado on the ground, but it is something that you should continue to take seriously out there. Nick, I think you have your graphics pulled up if you want to touch on that a little bit more.
Yeah, sure. Again, we're watching that area of rotation. Again, we can leave the double box up. We might as well have it. What we can tell you is we do have eyes on this storm. Weather First Meteorologist Nathan Santo Domingo right under it right now. For the time being, the storm is definitely rotating on radar, and we can see it in live video as well. That storm has that structure, that striated wall cloud there. There definitely appears to be some rotation happening with that storm. Again, this is just south of Allison and north of Parkersburg. To reiterate, if you're in Applington, Parkersburg or New Hartford, this warning does not include you. The warning is more for central Butler County. That's just south of Allison, and this does approach, if it does continue, and they may extend this warning. Clarksville will be the next impact there. Way downstream is Waverly and Janesville, but we have quite a bit of time before it gets that way. Right now, the tornado warning only includes areas like Allison. So what I want to do here is pop up the radar view. There we go. We'll kind of pop up the kind of what you're more used to seeing, kind of the reflectivity view. And this is a very concerning image. Again, there's obviously a big, what we call hook echo here. That is your classic signature of a strong updraft and rotation with the storm. The inflow basically flying right up Highway 14 from Parkersburg, flying right up into the storm. It's warm. It's humid, there's a lot of instability. That's the fuel for the storm right now. You can see that big hook echo there. That is the concern with this storm. Again, this tornado warning does continue for another about 9 minutes or so for Butler County. It's possible this gets extended further eastward as well. On the right side of your screen, you are watching, we might as well take it up full if you can. This is a live picture from Weather First meteorologist Nathan Santo Domingo. He's live tracking that tornado warning storm right now. Again, this is Butler County. You can see some scary skies there. Definitely appears to be rotating, definitely appears to be a wall cloud with this storm. I do think it looked stronger not too long ago than it does now, but that's still a very menacing image, especially when coupled with the radar picture. When you can kind of combine the best of both worlds, live radar and live video, you can really get a better picture of what's happening with this storm. Doesn't appear there's any tornado on the ground at the moment, but we are watching for the potential. Again, we've had multiple reports of tornadoes here in Iowa so far today. This event is really just beginning. What I wanted to pull up here is the watch warnings and advisories. What you're going to see is all in the yellow. That is that tornado watch. So I'm going to zoom out, kind of show you where we stand in terms of our viewing area. For the time being, those tornado watches does include Iowa County, Benton County, over to Tama County. We're in Blackhawk County, Buchanan County, over towards Butler County and Grundy County. That is where, again, those tornado watches do continue until 9 o'clock tonight. This event is just beginning. You can see those red polygons just to the west of Grundy County. There are more tornado warnings in progress, including reports of confirmed tornadoes. So these are not just warnings that are radar indicated or based on what the radar is seeing. We actually have reports of tornadoes in progress further off to our west. Our warning for Butler County is not that warning. For now, it's purely based on the rotation of the storm, based on what's happening with other storms in our area, as well as live pictures from what you see right now on the right side of your screen. Again, that is the storm right now in Butler County. So let's do a quick reset. We'll take a look at the more traditional radar view. And again, Meteorologist Sara Flynn is here. If you have anything, feel free to chime in. Let me know if you have anything you want to pass along. But again, the lone threat we have right now is that tornado warning in Butler County and then off to the west. If you're in Cedar Rapids, Iowa City, Washington, Dubuque, up to Decorah, for now, things are calm. Things are quiet. It's also warm and humid. We're not done with the severe weather threat today. The strong storm threat will continue through at least probably midnight tonight. The tornado threat will probably be over with by about 10, but the severe threat will continue for quite some time. All right, well, Nathan kind of repositions here. Let's go ahead and kind of do a reset on the radar view. Again, this is kind of what we're more typical seeing, the radar view, how much rain is falling, how heavy the rain is falling. What I want to do is get nice and tight with this storm once again. We're going to show you the polygon, talk about the threat for the storm, and they just issued a new tornado warning. So now this pushes into Bremer County as well. This new warning does continue until 5:30. So we have a new tornado warning. That means live at 5 may not happen. We are watching this new tornado warning, which does continue here for Bremer and Butler counties. This now until 5:30. You can see a big hook echo there on radar. That is that potential tornado right here just southwest of Allison. This does continue to move off to the east. Meteorologist Sara Flynn, if you can kind of give me a quick update on, I guess, what that new warning, maybe how fast the storm is going and some of the other places that might be impacted by it.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Nick. They did extend that warning again until 5:30 today. It does now engulf Butler and Bremer counties, still moving at a speed of about 30 or 40 miles per hour up to the northeast, a little bit more eastward now as well. Checking really quick how quickly it's moving, or yes, 30 miles per hour now. So I guess it's slowed down just slightly than before. Still no confirmation of this on the ground though. It's simply based on that rotation. Other storms, as Nick has mentioned, towards the central portion of the state are confirmed. Seeing a lot of those pictures flood in over social media and seeing those videos. But here is the one that's currently in eastern Iowa that we are focused on for the time being out there as well. So timing this out for you again, moving eastward or northeastward into Bremer County. You can expect it to be near Allison in just moments here. It is almost right above you at this time. That's where meteorologist Nathan Santo Domingo is tracking this storm. You've been seeing that stream for quite a bit of time. Clarksville in a little bit longer, more of a rural jump there. But again, if it does continue to move into Bremer County, it will hit many of these locations. Getting towards Horton, Bremer, and that area, again, that's a little bit of a stretch. It does go until 5:30 p.m. But if you are in that polygon, be sure to take shelter. And now's a good time to remind you of where that safe space would be. We can track really, if you're in, again, your home, you want to be in the most interior room at this time. If you do not have that, or you do not have a basement, that interior room oftentimes is going to be that hallway, and continuing in a most interior room, that hallway, oftentimes your bathroom, away from windows. You don't want to be on those outside walls. It's also important to do something to cover yourself with. In these situations, we oftentimes have flying debris and those types of things occurring. Having that mattress or blanket over you can serve as that extra protection, Nick. So right now, again, still not confirmed tornado on the ground for Butler and Bremer County, but something that we are continuing to track as that warning has now been extended until 5:30 p.m. with the potential for 1-inch hail right now.
All right, thank you very much, Sarah. And again, if we can double box whenever Nathan's back, we got live pictures of the storm on the right side of your screen. You're seeing a live picture. Weather First meteorologist Nathan Santo Domingo right under this storm right now. You can see there's no tornado occurring, but the skies are very scary. There's definitely rotation occurring with the storm, both aloft and as well very close to the ground. That wall cloud feature is definitely a concern as it is moving eastward through our area right now. We'll stay with the double box for now. What I do want to do real quick is, again, just jump into the, we'll zoom a little bit closer on the storm. We'll talk about kind of some of the more areas impacted. Right now it's passing just south of Allison. If you are in Allison, you still want to make sure you're in your safe place, but it appears the tornado threat may pass just off to your south. Meanwhile, though, Clarksville, that'll be really the next town that may be impacted here. We have Shell Rock as it gets really close to Highway 218. Plainfield will be another place, and then Waverly and Janesville. Those are going to be at the very tail end of that warning as it does continue to move off to the east at about 30 miles an hour. What I do want to show again is the velocity view, the spin in the atmosphere, just how fast those raindrops are moving. And you can see it clear as day. There's a very clear indication of rotation here. Just southeast of Allison, it's riding along Highway 3 ever so slowly, just south of Highway 3. I want to do a measurement on that wind speed. That looks pretty intense. Yeah, it's rotating at 84 miles an hour, which means the middle part of the storm, a few hundred to a few thousand feet up, is spinning pretty quickly. So there's definitely signs of rotation with this storm, and that is of concern. Let's go ahead and put the radar view back on. Again, this is what we're watching. Is that hook echo. That is of concern. Just passing south of Allison. So again, if you're in Clarksville, Shell Rock, Plainfield, Waverly, down to Janesville, you want to make sure you're getting into your safe place now, into your room. If you have a basement, that's the best place to be. You want to make sure if you have anybody that may be driving, if you know anybody that may be traveling along Highway 218, that they're going north from the Cedar Falls Waterloo Metro, tell them to stop. You want to make sure they get south of Janesville. They don't want to go any farther north than Janesville. They're coming in from the north, perhaps Charles City, New Hampton. You want to make sure they stop before Plainfield, okay? So maybe just shoot them a text, let them know that this storm is of concern and that there is a tornado warning currently in progress. So I guess we're turning up here on 5 o'clock. I'm Weather First Meteorologist Nick Stewart, live at 5 starting right about now. And the news is weather. We are watching tornado warnings as they move through eastern Iowa. We do have one lone tornado warning for the time being. This does include Butler and Bremer counties. This new warning does continue until 5:30 this evening. What I do want to do is draw kind of a cone. We know the storm is moving at about 30 miles an hour. Air circulation somewhere south of Allison. We'll move it off to the north here over the next, say, half hour. And just to get you some, approximate timings, it'll be just south of Clarksville, probably approaching Clarksville sometime within the next about 5 to 10 minutes. It's also going to be approaching areas like Shell Rock. Shell Rock by 5:17. Waverly, if it does continue, we'll be there around 5:27. We have a great picture there with Weather First Meteorologist Nathan Santo Domingo. I don't know if we're going to be able to touch base with him right now. I'd love to get his input. That storm does appear to be intensifying once again. Looks like a pretty good inflow tail going into that storm. A sign it's intensifying. Would you say that is accurate, Nathan?
Yeah, I'd say that that's definitely the case. Also, it looks like it's starting to develop maybe a little bit of a hail core on the northeast side of it. Let's take a look outside the road warrior. And we kind of had to do a little bit of repositioning here because as we got closer to the river up there, that's the west fork of the Cedar River just off to our north. Here, let me reposition the camera here real quickly here. And just off to our north. So right now this is facing east, and it's just off to our north. That's where we're seeing that lowering. Still nothing confirmed on the ground. It hasn't looked like we've got a really tight circulation near the surface. A lot of it seems to be in the kind of upper layers here, but you definitely see that lowering here. Hey, Mark, if you could just kind of take a pause really quickly here so the camera is a little more stable as I kind of zoom in on this. We're in a good spot with, again, not a whole lot out here. We're going to keep up with this because this is that lowering of that wall cloud here that you're seeing live here on Iowa's News Now. And this is that lowering that could produce a tornado really at any given time here. But again, off to our north, there's the river, lots of trees. That was kind of getting in our way. So now we're going to head back to the east, follow this storm. And if we do see anything that looks imminent, any funnels, any circulation getting close to the ground, of course, we'll be sure to let you know. And we'll have that picture up here for you on Iowa's News Now. Nick, taking a latest look at the radar, what are things looking like right now?
Hey, right now we do have at least 3 tornado warnings that are beginning to kind of threaten our area. Obviously, the only one we're worried about for now, which is affecting our counties and our viewing area, is Butler and Bremer counties. That storm does continue until 5:30. Again, to reiterate, does not include Appleton, Parkersburg, or New Hartford. We are watching these other tornado warnings. In fact, that purple polygon there, that means there was a confirmed tornado. So these storms do have a history of producing tornadoes in other parts of the state. So that's a pretty good indicator that the environment is ripe for the potential. We do have these tornado warnings just to the west of Grundy County, so these may be extended. So Parkersburg, you may not be out of the woods yet. It just depends on exactly how these storms form. You'll notice a difference, though. The storm up in our area for Bremer as well as Butler counties, it's more isolated, right? It's more by itself. Down to the southwest, it's more chaotic. There's a lot of storms kind of forming all at once. This tells me probably the strongest storm is actually in our viewing area right now. So that is of greatest concern. Again, this tornado warning does continue for Bremer and Butler counties until 5:30. You're taking a look at the live view on the right side of your screen. Again, that's from Weather First Meteorologist Nathan Santo Domingo in the Road Warrior. We have eyes on this storm. The second it produces a tornado, if it does produce a tornado, you will know. Pass it along to your friends and family. Tune it, get them to watch us here. We do have a live picture of the storm. That's what we're watching right now. Again, we'll kind of take a look at the velocity view. We can stick with the double box. Again, we got live pictures. You might as well use them. But you can see there's definitely still strong indication of rotation there, just southeast of Allison, approaching Waverly. So I want to zoom in. I'll kind of get a closer view of this storm, kind of get more kind of street level mapping here, kind of show you some of the places impacted. Again, this is riding just along and south of Highway 3 as it's rolling into Waverly. So Waverly, this storm is definitely getting pretty close to you. You want to make sure you're in your safe place right now. You are under that tornado warning. Let's talk about just how fast the storm may be rotating. It looks like it might be kind of in a process of getting a little bit more organized, kind of weakened a little bit, maybe trying to get more organized. But with that said, the storm is still rotating at 60 miles an hour. So there's still pretty good rotation occurring in that storm right now. Weather First meteorologist, we have Sara Flynn monitoring the National Weather Service chat. Do you have any kind of new updates coming in from either this storm or other storms here in the state of Iowa?
Yeah, we still don't have any updates about the one in eastern Iowa. Not confirmed that anything is on the ground from there, but you did mention that that rotation is getting stronger. At first, it was a little bit iffy. Now you can really see it very clearly. Again, we kind of look for those reds and greens to start mixing, moving towards and away from the radar. And when you kind of see those brighter greens show up, even those brighter reds there, it indicates that there is rotation. As Nathan has mentioned, it is a rotating wall cloud at this time. Nothing is on the ground, but still it is a tornado warning. And if you do remain in that polygon, be sure to get into that safe space. So right now, the heaviest rotation we're looking at, again, near Highway 3. Allison, you're kind of in the clear for now. Again, we still do have those storms far off to western Iowa. Waverly is really the next biggest town that it could impact if it continues to strengthen and develop. Again, we do have eyes on that with Nathan. A little bit to the north, and if it continues to push into Bremer County, we could see Highway 218 be impact, potentially Highway 63 continue to be impact if it continues to move that direction. But right now, it is still just a rotating wall cloud with no confirmation of a tornado being on the ground. But some of those off to the central portion of the region, we also have meteorologist Rebecca Kopelman here as well. Those are the ones that we're starting to see some of those being confirmed. We've seen tornadoes pop up throughout there. The one that you see near Sherman, the pink box or purple box, that is the confirmed one that we do have on the ground right now. Up to the north, the one near Iowa Falls into Hamilton and Hardin County, that one not confirmed quite yet. But again, the one that we're tracking here in eastern Iowa, that is the biggest threat for us right now, still radar indicated, goes for another about 20 to 25 minutes here in Butler and headed into Bremer, or in Bremer headed into Butler County. And that is the storm that you see right now. If Nathan can hear us, do you want to give us a quick update?
Hey Sarah, how's it going? Right now we just came to a little bit of a dead end, so we're going to cross the river here in a second, and you see all of those trees up here, so our view is going to be obstructed for the time being. But once we get on the other side of the trees here, we're pretty much just due to the southwest of the circulation. And my goodness, I mean, this thing has an impressive lowering. That is a massive wall cloud that you're seeing there behind the trees. We aren't close enough to see if there's any maybe funnels trying to circulate underneath it, or perhaps anything trying to reach the ground. But I mean, this is a large wall cloud, classic hook echo. Once we pass the river here, and Mark, you'll want to take a right on 265th Street. 265th Street, we're on Sinclair Avenue. We should come out on the other side of these trees here and get a better view of that, and we'll follow 265th here just for a while, coming out on the other side of the trees.
You can see we're losing picture there, a little bit of bad connectivity, a little bit of a more rural area. We try and get the best that we can with some of the river valleys and things, but that can be kind of rough. Had an idea here. Let's go. Yeah, radar views. Good stop. All right. So again, you're joining us right now. It's 5:07. You're watching Iowa's News Now at 5. The news is weather. We are tracking tornado warnings as they move through eastern Iowa. The lone tornado warning for our area is Butler and Bremer counties. That does continue until 5:30. What I do want to do now is take a wider view over eastern Iowa. For the time being, much of the area is actually quiet. There's not a lot happening for now, and that's of course good news. If you're down in Cedar Rapids, Iowa City, Washington, towards Dubuque, Manchester, Independence, Decorah, things are quiet for the time being. The lone issue for now is that tornado warning out there near Waverly. However, we also do have more tornado warnings off to our west. So we are really just beginning here in terms of the severe weather threat today. I want to pop up the watches, warnings, and advisories. Again, all of this yellow, this is that tornado watch, which does continue until 9 o'clock tonight. So we have a long way to go. And I do think there is room for reason that this may be extended further east as these storms continue to move off to the east. Maybe not so much a tornado threat as we head towards maybe 9, 10 o'clock, but potentially a damaging wind threat and a large hail threat. That's kind of when things may get a little bit more interesting later on tonight. So Cedar Rapids, for now, we're okay. Iowa City, for now, we're okay. But as we go through the latter part of the evening, that's when things might change. So you want to make sure you stay weather aware throughout the day. We're talking about the potential for severe weather pretty much all day long. So let's go ahead and look at, again, this is the raindrop view. This is what we're looking at in terms of what's happening on the radar. This is what you're more used to seeing. We do have that lone tornado warning for the time being up there northwest of Waterloo. So we'll kind of zoom in on it, kind of do some street level mapping with that tornado warning. Again, for the time being, it's starting to approach the city of Waverly. Just may pass north of Janesville, but if you're in Janesville, I want to make sure you're in a safe place as well. Waverly, it's getting very close to you. We can now give the all clear to Allison. Allison no longer in the tornado warning. Right now, the area of interest will be just west of Shell Rock. It's kind of riding just south of and right along Highway 3. Here's Butler Center Road as it moves into Shell Rock. The area of rotation will be right about here, just west of Shell Rock. So again, Shell Rock and Waverly. Want to make sure you are in your safe place because it may not be producing a tornado right this moment, but many storms in Iowa have, and the ingredients are the same here as they are in northwestern and north central Iowa. So there remains the threat for severe weather. I want to pop up, again, the velocity view. This is how fast those raindrops are moving in the storm. That looks a little chaotic. We're probably dealing with some radar aliasing issues here. So we'll give it another scan. Well, hopefully that gets rectified. But again, what we're looking at here is definitely kind of that hook echo here. It doesn't look as intimidating as it did not too long ago. We're kind of losing that really evident hook echo, but it's still a very strong storm. Again, moving towards Shell Rock and Waverly. Weather First Meteorologist Sara Flynn is monitoring the National Weather Service chat. Do you have any reports coming in right now?
Yeah, no new news about that specific storm. Still just seeing that rotating wall cloud. We did lose Nathan there for a little bit, but he has vocalized over social media that it is still rotating and could potentially, again, drop that tornado. So if you do remain in portions of Butler and Bremer counties, again, make sure you're getting in your safe space. That is the most interior room of your home, away from windows, away from those outdoor walls, or in your basement. You want to be on the absolute lowest level. Even at this time, it's not the worst idea to throw on those shoes. Make sure you have something to cover your head, like a helmet or blankets, anything to protect you from potential flying debris. Although there is no confirmation that this storm is on the ground, it could easily drop a tornado here any minute. So be prepared until it is completely out of the region. Right now, again, it's past Allison. It's in the clear right now, and towards the central portion of the state, we are still tracking some of those tornadoes. I'm not sure if Meteorologist Rebecca Kopelman has them up on Weather Scan.
I was going to say, if we have our Scan that we can go to, we have been getting some pictures and videos out of central Iowa, just off to our west, where there have been confirmed tornadoes. That's why we are having this concern today for the severe weather, for that possibility of tornadoes in our area. So this is a video of one of the tornadoes in Lake City, Iowa. And this was a particularly large tornado. You can see on the ground there the debris getting kicked up as the funnel cloud touching down on the ground. And you can see some debris getting tossed around there. And this is from Brian Emfinger on Twitter. And there have been several images of this tornado, of multiple tornadoes now in the state. So that's why we continue to talk about this, even if we haven't seen this tornado produce. We've seen these storms go from 0 to 100 very quickly. So you can see the tornado on the ground near Lake City. There's been some reports of damage, unfortunately, there too. And we, of course, don't want to see that happen here. But Nick, that's why we're going to continue to talk about this potential threat here with our storm.
Yeah, and again, the threat is real. We have seen tornadoes occur in eastern Iowa. And again, if we are keeping an eye on Nathan Santo Domingo, our Weather First Meteorologist in the road warrior, he's still frozen. As soon as we get a live picture, we'll bring it back to you. He's with this storm right now.
Lowering that he's seeing.
Okay, so apparently Nathan is saying, if you wanted to say it again.
He's saying there's possibly some lowering. He said possible tornado occurring.
Okay.
So if I don't know if we can just want to see the velocity, see if anything's picked up there. But
okay, yeah. Yeah, we were kind of waiting for that velocity to get a little bit better. Now, what you're looking at here, I mean, you can still see there's still some pretty good rotation occurring with the storm. It looks a little more messy than it did before, but the other thing to keep in mind is we're getting farther away from the radar. The radar here is over in Des Moines. So as we get farther and farther away, we really start losing the quality of radar imagery. So we start relying more on reports from storm spotters like Nathan out there in the field. Right now, this tornado, potential tornado, we're calling it a potential tornado based on what Nathan is seeing. This would be very close to Shell Rock and also moving very close to Waverly. So we're keeping a very close eye on this storm. Does continue tornado warning for Bremer and Butler County until 5:30. This rotation likely just along and south of Highway 3, likely crossing Highway 3 very close to Shell Rock right now. Pretty soon, this will be approaching Highway 218. We said it before, I'll say it again. If you know people, we're at 5 o'clock, people may be heading home from work. They're heading north from the Cedar Falls or Waterloo metros. Make sure they know what they're driving into. Get them to stop if they're heading north on 218 at Janesville. Do not let them go any farther north than Janesville. If you know people that may be coming south, say from Charles City or New Hampton, make them stop at Plainfield. Do not let them go south of Plainfield. It's gonna cross Highway 218. We're getting a live radar scan there, a new image. And you can see it's still a bit messy, but there's obviously some very strong returns going away from the radar here. So there's definitely some indication of rotation here. I do want to pop.
Nathan's picture back.
We do have Nathan's picture. Okay, let's go ahead and double box it. Yeah, okay.
He said there was some lifting, or it lifted some, but it's very close to the ground.
Yeah, that's obviously still a very ominous image with this storm. I mean, you can really see that big lowering towards the central part of the picture. That's the wall cloud. If we do have Nathan on the headset, I'd love to hear what he's got right now, kind of talk about what he's seeing. But again, that's obviously a very big concern. Go ahead, Nathan.
Hey, so yeah, we had it looked like what we had, and I'll flip back over, and Mark, you can go ahead and keep driving. We're okay to go here. It looked like there was a little bit of a funnel that was getting very close to the ground. Of course, with the hilly terrain out here, it can be a little bit deceiving to the eyes. So it was very close. I can't confirm that we had anything on the ground, but if it was pretty brief. So now we're going to continue here, pushing off to the east on 270th Street here. We're going to be approaching, let's see, where are we headed to? We're going to be just to the south of Shell Rock, headed towards Janesville here in just a little bit. So again, I don't think that there's anything currently ongoing. If that does change, of course, we will let you know. We'll send you back here into the studio, back to you guys, whoever wants to take it.
All right, if we can keep the double box up, beautiful. Thank you very much. I read my mind. We do want to keep the live picture. Again, what you're looking at here is a live view of this tornado warning. What we can tell you is that for now, there is no tornado in progress based on what we can see. However, what you can see from that picture is a big wall cloud. That's a big indication of rotation with the storm. It's also pretty low to the ground. It won't take a lot to get that to the ground to produce a tornado. Right now, that air circulation is passing basically on top of Shell Rock and is approaching Waverly. Also, you might see the image freeze periodically here and there. We are entering some lower quality cell phone service, and that's how we get these images back. So bear with us if things may drop out here and there. But again, this circulation is approaching Waverly. Janesville, just on the south side of that warning. I would maybe get in your safe place just as a precaution. I think most of Janesville is out of the warning, but you may want to just play it safe. Again, Waverly, you're going to be next in line. It does appear with the latest image here, this hook is starting to get a little bit more pronounced. You can kind of see there's a little hole in the reflectivity here, indication of that rotation or that updraft in the storm. Then you have that hook echo here on the back side of that storm. Does appear to me that it may be intensifying again. That also looks more intimidating here on the velocity view. Again, we're seeing stronger velocities going away from the radar, which again is to the southwest towards Des Moines. And you do have those greens going towards the radar as well. So a bit of rotation here, very close to Shell Rock. Let's go ahead and get a quick measurement on it. That image does look pretty concerning there from Nathan. So we're going to keep a very close eye on that. If Nathan does have something, feel free to shout and we'll let you talk what you got. But right now, again, you can see the measurement of the rotation there is 72 miles an hour. So that might be, I believe, the strongest we've seen within the last at least half hour. So the storm does appear to be intensifying here. Again, this is approaching Waverly. Waverly is really the next town in progress. Let's take that video full. It kind of appears that might be a tornado in progress. Yep. Nathan, take it away.
That's a tornado. That's a tornado. We have a tornado in progress right now, just to our north and west, approaching Waverly. If you want to relay this for me to the National Weather Service, we do have spotty cell phone connection here. This is a potentially strong tornado here on the ground. You can see, I know it's kind of hard here because we are moving, trying to keep up with this. You can see that circulation though clearly on the ground. We got, it looks like apparently multiple vortices trying to rotate around possibly a common center. It's not clear that we have a full condensation down to the ground, but it is definitely trying. We have a tornado in progress here, you guys, just approaching Waverly. Tornado, confirmed tornado on the ground right here on Iowa's News Now. Look at that. That is a very, very tight, strong circulation all the way down to the ground here, just, again, right approaching Waverly. We're perhaps maybe just a few miles to the south and west of Shell Rock, 270th Street here, approaching Janesville. And I want to keep this in mind. We do have, you're going to see it kind of fluctuate here in and out, but because it doesn't look like it's on the ground there as much, but it keeps coming right back to us. Nick, you want to? We're going to take a pause here really quick. A lot of traffic here coming up, and try and keep these pictures coming to you. Nick, back to you in the studio.
All right, fantastic. Thank you so much for that. Again, you're watching it live here on Iowa's News Now. Tornado in progress. This is that tornado warning again for Butler and Bremer counties. For the time being, Waverly, you need to be in your safe place. This tornado is confirmed. You're watching it live here on Iowa's News Now. Also downstream, we're going to have to keep a close eye on this storm as well. It continues to rotate. You can see in the picture that it's not sped up. You can actually see the cloud is rotating. A lot of rotation with this storm right now. So what I do want to do is kind of get a closer view, kind of show you some street level exactly where we're looking at with this storm. That is some very intense rotation with this again. Right now, I would guess is very close to Shell Rock, approaching Waverly. Biggest area of concern looks to be about crossing or very near Highway 218, right near Highway 3. Just west of Waverly. So Waverly, you need to be in your safe place right now. You're watching a confirmed tornado approaching you at this hour. This is a tornado approaching the city of Waverly. Waverly. That does include the Waverly Walmart there on the south side of town. You might know somebody might be shopping. Make sure they're getting into a safe place because this is a confirmed tornado heading in your direction. You're watching it live on Iowa's News Now. It appears it may have lifted, but what you're looking at there is very evident rotation. It's still very clearly rotating there in the atmosphere. Nathan, do you have any updates out on your end?
Yeah, so I know it can kind of be a little bit difficult to see on our feed here. I'm going to try and zoom in, and you can see that circulation is still on the ground. It is just very periodic here. Zooming in, you see that circulation very, very close there to the ground. I'll see if I can fix the aperture here just a little bit to kind of give you guys maybe a better look at this. Look at the motion on that. It looks like we do have debris flying through the air here. We do have pieces of debris, confirmed debris, flying through the air here with this tornado storm. So you don't see the classic condensation funnel. It's these little spin-up vortices that keep spinning up here, picking up lofting debris. We have confirmed debris here on Iowa's News Now. This whole thing, this whole part of the cloud is rotating. I mean, that is the clearest picture, and a nice CG lightning strike there, clearest picture of rotation that we have seen. Nick, you guys want to be getting street level view on this. Again, it looks like multiple vortices are on the ground at any given point here. We're going to continue here, pushing forward here and try and get a little bit closer. We're pretty safe distance, but Nick, take it over at the radar.
Real quick, can you tell me exactly where you are, kind of what intersection you might be at? That'd be kind of helpful.
We are at Temple Avenue and 270th. Temple Ave and 270th.
Okay, gotcha. And you're looking north, presumably, correct? Right into the core of that storm?
We are looking to the north and east.
Gotcha. All right, thank you so much, Nathan. All right, so let's go ahead. We'll leave the live picture up. Might as well. Again, that's a stronger indication of rotation. You're watching the storm really rotate in real time. Pretty intense rotation occurring with that storm. That's a big lowering. We did see these funnels that reached all the way to the ground. We did see some indication of debris flying up as well. We don't have any reports of damage, but it's possible as the storm continues to approach. Again, right now, this is getting very, very close to Waverly. Waverly, you need to make sure you're in your safe place. If you're watching us on Facebook Live, take your phone with you. Make sure you get to your safe place. You can also watch us on the Iowa's News Now app.
Observed tornado in Black Hawk County.
Okay, so let's go ahead. We'll do a zoom out.
For Black Hawk County, so it's been extended Yes.
Gotcha. Okay, go ahead and just give me some of the, you can, Sarah, if you want to read some of the info on the warning there.
Yeah, sure. So now the tornado warning goes for Black Hawk, Bremer, and Butler until 6 p.m. So it has been extended a half hour there. Still moving a little bit faster now, moving east at 45 miles per hour. That's kind of how it's tracking, and it will continue to push into that region. So again, if you're in any of those counties in that polygon, be sure that you are taking cover. You saw those images from Nathan. That could drop a tornado at any time within seconds there as well. You can kind of see the radar pulling up behind me here. If we can take max 2 full and see what that looks like. Again, that's the storm that we are tracking, a severe thunderstorm tacking along with it. You can see again kind of the velocity there. You're seeing the reds and the greens moving towards and away from the radar. That's where that tornado is going to be as it continues to extend further into Black Hawk County. Right now it just says Bremer and Butler. It hasn't been updated yet, correct?
It doesn't look like
okay,
it.
It will be updated here momentarily. And again, it does go until 6 p.m. So we're here for a little bit longer. And we're also seeing those storms off in the central portion of Iowa start to track into our region too. So we're kind of watching 2 select areas at this time. Again, that one that we are focused on is that confirmed tornado. Thank you to meteorologist Nathan Santo Domingo for tracking that. That is moving, again, has been extended now into Black Hawk, Bremer, and Butler counties. You can see that velocity right there. Again, a pretty strong, what we call rotation or a couplet there that will continue to be a threat and really have the potential to drop down a tornado at any time. I think meteorologist Nick Stewart does have the reflectivity up if you want to give it a go.
Yeah, sure. Also, right in my mind again. Thank you very much. Double box there again. We're watching this storm live right now. That's what it looks like from the ground. We have weather first meteorologist Nathan Santo Domingo now fighting some trees, but he was able to confirm to us that there was a tornado in progress, and that's why the tornado warning is now what we call observed. If you're watching us from Cedar Rapids down to Iowa City, Manchester, over to Dubuque, for now, no threat to you immediately. But we are watching these storms slowly approach from the northwest and west. These will continue to move in our general direction as we go throughout the evening. So we do have a new tornado warning. I did just see that pop up with the very latest. Let's go ahead and zoom in here. That was kind of a no-brainer as we watched that unfold live. Again, here's that new tornado warning. If we can take radar full really briefly, just to kind of give everybody an update on what's happening with the new tornado warning. Again, this new tornado warning does include Waverly, Janesville, Denver, Chipotle. This continues to move off to the east. Again, that continues to ride right along State Highway 3. This is ever so slowly moving off to the east, about 30 miles an hour. Is that still 30? The speed
45.
there? 45 now, okay,
45.
so it's speeding up just a little bit. So let's go ahead and do a quick update on the actual speed of the storm to see how fast it's moving and kind of some of the areas impacted. We'll say 50 to be conservative. Right now it's probably right near Waverly. We'll take it off to the east. Again, these are some very rough timelines. So it is in Waverly pretty much right now. Denver by 5:35, Niddle by 5:39, Redland by about be 5:41. Nathan looks like he has another tornado there. He's getting in line. Let's take that full. Appears to be a tornado in progress there. The image freeze. Okay, there we go. That appears to be
tornado in progress.
Yeah, go for it, Nathan.
Yeah, tornado still in progress. Lots of lightning with this as well. Again, the condensation not always making it to the ground, but visibly we can see that circulation all the way down to the ground. This is getting dangerously close. We are just to the south of Shell Rock. Just to the south of Shell Rock. This tornado is very, very close. If you are not already in Shell Rock, any areas downstream towards Waverly, you need to be in that safe place right now. It keeps lifting and then keeps producing, keeps lifting, keeps producing. Don't go outside and try to see this thing. We're in a very safe position right now. Get inside that safe zone right now. Again, we did have lofted debris for a time. It does look like that main condensation funnel has lifted for the time being. But again, these little vortices spinning around this massive wall cloud continue to touch down and spin along the ground. So continue to keep an eye on this. Lots of lightning as well. That's in danger in and of itself. So folks, head to that safe place right now. Nick, back to you at the radar.
All right, thank you, Nathan. Also, by the way, make sure you're recording on the road door. Make sure we have that the stream deck in there recording. Right now, again, we do have that tornado warning, which does continue for, this is northern Black Hawk County. Also is now moving into Bremer and Butler counties. So just the far eastern portions of that, and then moving into areas like Waverly over towards Redland. So you might be hearing sirens. You might be getting alerts to your phone if you're in the Waterloo area. You are not under a warning in Waterloo. Waterloo, you are A-OK. We'll kind of tune down here a little bit. Cedar Falls, you are fine as well. The Waterloo Metro is fine from the storm for the time being. However, the main severe threat is with this tornado warning. Again, you're watching a confirmed tornado, may have lifted now, but it's been popping up and down. Confirmed tornado now moving into more of our area, really. Again, Bremer, Butler, and Black Hawk counties. That tornado warning now continues until 6 o'clock. The other threat with this storm is some large hail, but really the main threat here is the tornado. We might see hail up to maybe half dollar at largest, but again, the tornado threat is of most concern here. Appears to be very, very close to Waverly. So Janesville, again, it's getting very close to you as well. Janesville, make sure you're in your safe place. Waverly, that new direction, now moving a little bit more east-southeast. It's kind of breaking away from that outflow boundary. That will help it stay more discreet. So again, that's a concern here. Waverly, Janesville over to Redland. That storm does continue to move off to the east at 45 miles an hour, so it is picking up speed just a little bit there. Again, the right side of your screen, that is a live picture from Weather First meteorologist Nathan Santo Domingo. He's live in the Road Warrior tonight. He is tracking this storm. He's underneath this tornado warning here. Either Sarah or Rebecca, do you have any reports coming in or anything coming in from the Weather Service chat?
Yeah, the only new thing again is Nathan did spot that tornado. We have it live here. Again, that report did come from him himself, so we do have that tracking continuously. It is confirmed. When you see that color on our screen change to that pink purple, that means it is on the ground and it is confirmed. And it was extended just minutes ago. If you're just coming in now, it is now for Black Hawk, Bremer, and Butler counties until 6 p.m. So we got about a half hour more tracking this storm, and it could, of course, get extended as it does look to continue to strengthen. One thing to note, though, is it is moving a little bit faster. When we originally cut in for this storm, it was moving about 30 miles per hour, but now we're looking at it moving about 45 miles per hour. We do have kind of a good image showing from Nathan Santo Domingo. There we go. We can take that full there.
We had some damage. I don't know if this was associated with it from where they were, but there's some trees down here and there's some people outside. So,
Nathan, do you want to go ahead and take it?
Yeah, we're 250th and Woods Avenue here, just to the south of Shell Rock. We have a tree down. Definitely looks like some damage to the corn crop as well. We have people out here monitoring things. It doesn't appear that this is any accident. It's just people out here keeping an eye on the storm. Again, we have a tree down right here, so there has been some damage done by the tornado. John, Mark, what are you pointing at here?
There might be some house damage too.
It looks like there might be a little bit of damage to the house as well. We just stumbled upon this as we were following, again, this tornado-warned storm. It doesn't appear that the tornado is currently on the ground. We've kind of lost some of that. Oh, look, is this... looks like even some more tree and perhaps even some... I can't tell if that's new or old or not, but perhaps maybe a little bit of shingles ripped off the roof here as well. Again, just stumbling upon this, some tree damage. Looks like maybe some minor damage to the building as well. So definitely we have some confirmation here that this tornado did indeed touch down here just to the south of Shell Rock. Back to you guys in the studio.
Hey, Nathan, if you can repeat that location again, we'll kind of pass that along to the Weather Service. Can you repeat that intersection you were at?
Yeah, it's 250th Street and Woods Avenue. 250th and Woods. Just south of Shell Rock, maybe about a half mile south of town.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Stay safe out there, and we'll keep tuning in with you. Feel free to, again, chime in whenever you guys have more information to share. Again, we do have this tornado warning. It does continue for northern Black Hawk County, much of Butler County, far portions of eastern Bremer County as well. Again, Reedland will be kind of one of the next towns that will be impacted by this storm, passing very close to Waverly. Looks like the circulation is passing very, very close to Janesville as well. Let's go ahead and pop the velocity view back on. We'll do a quick kind of update here. So right now we're kind of in this area where it's very difficult to see these storms. We have the weather radar up in La Crosse, Wisconsin. That's what you're looking at right now. Or we have the radar over towards Des Moines. It's right in the middle of those two radars. Either way, they're showing a similar story. Pretty good indication of rotation here, passing either on top of or very close to Waverly. Yeah, if you want a double box again, it looks like he might have some more damage there. I guess it looks like we have some power lines there. So definitely some indications that this storm has produced some damage, whether it's from the tornado itself, which we did see happen, or if it might have been the RFD wrapping on the backside of the storm. Hard to say for certainty right now, but obviously we're looking at some damage there with this storm. Again, this is very close to Shell Rock, south side of Shell Rock. So as this storm approaches Waverly and Janesville, just want to make sure you treat it with respect because it does have a history of producing damage. Right now, if you look at the radar view, circulation is at 88 miles an hour. Again, one of the stronger indications of rotation we've seen so far this evening, passing either on top of or very, very close to Waverly. Linn will be the next place that'll be impacted. This storm really does just hugging Highway 3 as it moves towards that area. We'll pop the radar view back on. We'll do a bit of a closer look at the storm. And again, as it continues to move down Highway 3, Linn next impacted. We got Janesville, Dunkerton as well. Dunkerton, you want to watch this storm. What we have seen happen with this storm over the last about 30 minutes is that the storm sped up. It went from 30 miles an hour to 45 miles an hour. Also, it appears its direction has changed a little bit as well. Was moving east-northeast, now moving east-southeast. That's helping it tap into more instability. It's helping it tap into more wind shear. And so this may be a long-lived storm. We have to see exactly how it plays out. If you remember, earlier this morning in far eastern Iowa, we had some severe weather earlier. So the environment not as ripe as it is further off to the west. Either way, though, confirmed tornado with this storm not too long ago. Hard to say if it's occurring right now, but we do know it has produced damage. Feel free to go back to the double box. Again, we do have that damage. Weather First Meteorologist Nathan Santo Domingo on the ground there. Again, this is south of Shell Rock. This is near the Waverly area. You can see power lines down. We had some potential damage to buildings, some roof damage, some shingles removed, as well as tree damage. So we do have at least some confirmed reports of damage with this storm. Meteorologist Sara Flynn, do you have any updates coming in your way from Weather Service?
Yeah, not quite. You did mention that it is speeding up. Again, it used to be going about 30, 35 miles per hour, now going 45 miles per hour and starting to adjust a little bit, going east, even hinting at moving down to the south. So we could see eventually that be a little bit extended into Black Hawk County. But for now, it's really just kind of nicking the northern or the northwestern point of that county. If we can take the graphics full there again, it is a confirmed tornado on the ground. We do have Nathan out there continuing to track it. It could spin up and spin down, but regardless, it only takes a moment's notice for it to really touch down. And we do have all of the ingredients throughout eastern Iowa and central Iowa that could continue to produce these tornadoes. I think it's worth mentioning that it's not just going to be a day where we have one of these short-lived warnings that doesn't produce. We have several tornadoes already reported towards the central portion of Iowa, and one you just saw here in Waverly as meteorologist Nathan Santo Domingo continues to track it. He did see some damage there, but again, continuing to track east or southeast. I'll time this out for you a little bit, moving at about 45 miles per hour. So tracking it down a little bit further that way. Again, some of those are a little bit of a stretch for the most part. But again, we're looking at Linn at about 5:50 p.m. Again, this warning does extend until about 6 p.m. So it could continue from there, but at least for the next 20 to 25 minutes, we will be here with you unless it really gets canceled. But we do continue to see it strengthen. As it continues to push east, it could hit areas of Fairbank right after 6 p.m. Now we're kind of headed a little bit more into Black Hawk County if it does continue to strengthen. For now, though, Waverly almost in the clear on the back end of this storm, now headed a little bit further off to the east in a rural area, but still, if you're in that polygon or even in those counties, be sure you're getting into that safe space and taking this storm seriously. As you can see it right there from Nathan Santo Domingo. I'm not sure if he has any update of what's happening with this storm. Nathan?
Hey Sarah, we like you said, this storm was speeding up here, and so we kind of stopped here to make sure that everyone was okay. We were able to chat, and the rain's starting to come down here. We were able to chat with some people who saw the storm, and as it continues to push off to the east, and they say that no one was in the house that they're aware of when the tornado rolled through, but they did confirm that they saw the tornado touch down and did see debris get lofted in the air. It's not clear exactly how wide the tornado was. at the point where it crossed this road. And again, this is Woods Avenue. You're looking up Woods Avenue to the north with all these downed power lines on them. And you can see there's at least 3 lines here that are down. The line that's immediately behind us to the left is currently standing up straight. So it's not clear if, the third pole or even slightly that fourth pole that you see way down there, if those are just kind of pulled down as the result of just the wires getting tugged. But it does look like that this was at least, at least probably 50 to 100 yards wide as it came through here. Sorry, a truck going by me here, so it did get a little bit noisy here. So we're going to continue to push off to the west here. Again, we just wanted to check in here, make sure everyone was okay. I don't think we're going to be able to get back caught up with that tornado-warned storm. We're gonna do our best and then probably drop down towards Waterloo as these storms try and get lined up here, and it'll eventually move down the 380 corridor. So again, just to the south of Shell Rock is where this confirmed tornado damage. Eyewitness reports tell us that there was a tornado that did move through here and cause this damage. We're going to go ahead and try and keep back up with this and stay ahead of the severe weather threat here as it moves down the 380 corridor. Live out here near Shell Rock, Meteorologist Nathan Santo Domingo. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, fantastic reporting there, Nathan. Thank you so much for that. Again, we do have reports of confirmed tornadoes still near the Waverly area. I do believe Weather First meteorologist Rebecca Kopelman has a new update on there. She's also been monitoring social media. What do you have regarding the current storm right now?
Yeah, there are a couple of spotters out there still. So we do have, if we can actually go to Max 2 and I can show you the rotation that's occurring there. And you can see we're kind of in between radars as Nick was telling you earlier, but the bright reds and that kind of blue we're seeing there, the National Weather Service says at 5:35, so that was 5 minutes ago, a spotter was still reporting a tornado on the ground producing damage 2 miles south of Waverly. So now it's just to the southeast of Waverly where that rotation is occurring currently, and that is where we would have the tornado if it is indeed still on the ground, and that is the area of concern now. So past to the south of the city of Waverly, and they're saying debris lofted in the air. So that is indicating that it is doing some damage. That could just be to, of course, we can hope a field or something like that, but we've obviously seen some house damage there too. So as far as we know, there is a tornado on the ground.
All right, thank you so much for that. I do want to chime in real quick. We do have a new tornado warning. This is for Floyd County, technically what we call one of our bonus counties. We don't cover them completely during severe weather events, but it's worth noting that we do have this tornado warning for Floyd County, and this is approaching areas like New Hampton. So just keep an eye on this storm as it's moving off in your direction. This could be a threat here in the times to come. Otherwise, again, our main threat for the time being in our area, northern Blackhawk County, again, far northern Blackhawk County. This does not include Waterloo or Cedar Falls. And by the way, if we do have the double, thank you very much. We are watching that storm right now again as it moves through Bremer and northern Blackhawk County. That does appear to be more substantial damage there. Again, this would be between probably Shell Rock and Waverly. We'll let Nathan try and get some more information there, but it does appear to be more damage there to some farm buildings, some outbuildings, like some roof damage, tree damage. Yeah, this looks like this definitely looks more like tornado damage here. That's definitely of some concern. Looks like we have crop damage. So definitely something did pass through the area there. You can see some damage there in the field, some debris in the field. Again, this would be likely near Waverly. So as the storm approached Waverly, the storm definitely did produce some damage. You can see some debris in the field. The corn crop looks like it's been pretty flattened. We do have, again, we're watching this with you guys at home too. We're watching it live with you as well. Again, we're looking at more tree debris, more damaged debris in the fields. We have first responders on scene. Again, we have power lines down as well. Again, this is near Waverly, Shell Rock, Waverly area. This is where there was a confirmed tornado. You watched it live here on Iowa's News Now. And again, it did definitely produce damage as the storm continues to move through. We did have reports of within the last 7 minutes that this tornado was still on the ground near Waverly. So, go ahead, Sarah.
since then. We've gotten one at 5:37 and another one at 5:39. So it seems like this storm is really touching down, lifting back up, kind of what you saw on air with Nathan earlier tonight, but still confirmed because it is touching down and lifting back up. That's why you see that pink or purple box on your screen rather than that red. It is confirmed at this time. One thing to note, though, that the National Weather Service is also saying here is as we kind of see this line of storms start to turn a little bit more down to the southwest or southeast instead of directly east, it is a concern for some of those bigger areas. They did mention that areas west and northwest of Cedar Rapids should be prepared for some strong storms. Still the potential of a tornado as the ingredients are all in there as we go about the next couple of hours. So although it's in the clear for now and really we are just focused on that Black Hawk region, Butler, Bremer counties towards Waverly up there, we're going to see these storms continue to push across our region and continue to really be a threat for the next couple of hours here, Nick.
Again, you're looking at damage. This is live pictures near the Waverly area. We do have Weather First meteorologist Nathan Santo Domingo. If he's available, I'd love to hear from him just to talk about some of the damage that he's seeing. It does look like more power lines down, trees damage. Nathan, take it away.
Yeah, so we're definitely not going to be keeping up with this storm. We have power lines down laying across the road, so we cannot get any further here. We're probably going to have to do a little bit of detouring here to get back and try and get out and back towards the Waterloo area to try and stay out ahead of this. A little bit of a wrinkle here when you have tornado damage here, but I mean, this is just some widespread damage. This is probably, back when we were about 20-30 minutes ago and I said we have confirmed lofted debris here. The corn stalks are just completely bent over, unfortunately. I mean, just look at how laid down and damaged they are. Hopefully they're able to recover, but also pieces of farm equipment laying out in the cornfield as well. We're trying to do a little bit of a maneuver here to try and get back and going so we can go ahead. But again, yeah, this road here, I can give you the road that we're on. I believe we're still on 250th. So yeah, we hadn't really gone far, and we were trying to see if we could maybe squeeze our way through there, but the line is completely across the road. So no luck for us. We're going to have to double back here and deal with a little bit of heavy rainfall. So thank you, Mark, in the front seat here for being a bit of a trooper. Unfortunately, it does look like there was some significant damage here done by this confirmed tornado just to the south of Shell Rock. Nick, we'll send it back to you in the studio.
Okay, right now we do have a new tornado warning. Well, actually, we had this tornado warning for Floyd County. However, it's now a confirmed tornado. You're seeing what's happening today. Every storm that forms is producing tornadoes. We've seen this much across the state of Iowa so far. Any storm that can remain discrete like this. So we do have a new confirmed tornado warning. This does include Floyd County. Again, this does approach Rockford over to Norris Springs to Charles City. So Charles City, we now have a report of a confirmed tornado heading in your direction in Charles City. Meteorologist Sara Flynn, I think you had some more information from the Weather Service. Go ahead and let us know about that.
Yeah, so this was a tornado warning before. Now it is confirmed. We're seeing that pink box show up once again. A lot of these being confirmed today. The ingredients are there. It is going to be a big tornado evening here for the next couple of hours as conditions are really favorable for it. Right now, the Weather Service is saying it's near Norris Springs, which you can see that just kind of in the corner, the upper northeastern corner of this polygon, but will continue to move pretty quickly there. Let me double check how quickly this storm is moving right now. But we do know that, again, it is moving east. Could it tilt down to the southeast? That's kind of the concern as we go about the night if these storms will eventually reach that point. But really quick here, let me see how quickly it is moving. I apologize for the delay. Moving east at 35 miles per hour. So similar to the other storm, moving a little bit slower there. We are seeing that hail threat with it a little bit. A lot of times we look for that hail core or those pinks and reds popping up towards the center of that storm. But of course, the main threat with this right now is that observed tornado on the ground, last updated in Norris Springs. Haven't seen any updates since that point, but something we will continue to track out there, Nick.
All right, thank you very much for that. Again, this new warning does continue until 6:15. This is about the northern half of Floyd County. It does include Charles City and Rockford and Norris Springs. Again, Norris Springs where that reported tornado was. Let's go ahead and we'll take a wider view. We'll kind of just set the scene for y'all. A lot of people may be watching not a lot is happening at home right now. In fact, if you're in Cedar Rapids, Iowa City, Washington, towards Sigourney, Tama, Vinton, Independence, Manchester, not a lot is happening for the time being, but we are watching this line start to form. One thing we've talked about this evening is that the tornado threat would be early on, and then things may transition more into a wind threat as we go through the rest of the evening. And by that, you're going to start seeing this line of storms begin to congeal into well, more of a stronger line as opposed to individual discrete souls. So we are watching these storms very closely. Let's go ahead and do an update on this storm here in, again, this is southern Bremer County as far as northern Blackhawk County. Again, we do have live pictures from this storm. If we just want to double box it, you guys can do that at any given point. Again, that's Weather First Meteorologist Nathan Santo Domingo trying to get ahead of the storm once again. But we did have some reports of tornadoes still near the Waverly area as that does continue to move off towards Reedland. That'll be one of the next places impacted by this storm. As of now, we're assuming this is still producing a tornado. The last report we have is that this storm is producing a tornado. You can see there on the right side of your screen, there is some damage. You're seeing at least tree debris there, but earlier, Nathan was at a spot where there was home debris, there was farmstead debris, machine sheds, a lot of crop damage, as well as power lines down. So this storm has a history of producing damage. Let's go ahead. We'll kind of do a bit of a closer look at the storm. I'm going to go ahead and look at the velocity view here, and we'll kind of look at trying to see where the exact area of rotation is. If there is any good news, it appears that the rotation isn't as strong as it once was. I'll kind of dance between the radar sites, which looking at here is from Des Moines off to the southwest. And if I move it up here, you're looking from La Crosse, Wisconsin up to the northeast. Two different radar sites. It's right in the middle of it, which makes it more difficult to really know what's happening. But thankfully, we do have spotters like Nathan out there who is actually telling us exactly what's happening. So we can tell you, air circulation probably very close to Reedland. Again, this continues to move off to the east and southeast, still hugging Highway 3. Highway 3 is kind of where the storm has been riding along this entire time, and just to the south of Highway 3. Looks like the storm is starting to approach the Highway 3 and Highway 281 intersection. These are the state routes. It just recently passed US 63. So it appears to be now east of US 63, and unfortunately, that radar image appears to be strengthening once again. It does appear the storm may be cycling, getting its act together, and is trying to maybe produce another tornado. So just south of Reedland, we're now looking at that circulation of 78 miles an hour. So again, there's some pretty quick rotation in this storm. Based on that imagery, I wouldn't be surprised if we do see another tornado warning extended here in the short term. So areas like Oelwein and Dunkerton, those are kind of the next places impacted aside from Reedland, which is under it right now. I want to do look at the radar view, and what you'll notice that the storm, it's not as discrete. It's not, by itself as much as it was before. It's starting to become more of a line, and as this line begins to build, we start losing the tornado potential. However, the wind threat begins to increase, and so the tornado threat more confined, wind threat can be more widespread. So we're definitely not done by any stretch of the imagination here. I do want to look at the watch warnings and advisories, just to kind of do a wider view of what's all happening here. Do camera view, we'll do DMA home, which is our viewing area. And what you'll see here, again, is that tornado watch in yellow. This continues until 9 o'clock tonight. So we do have this tornado watch, does continue until 9 o'clock. Iowa County up to Benton County. And again, this does continue to move off to the east. So Cedar Rapids, Iowa City, you're not done yet. We're still talking about the potential for severe weather as we go through the evening. We do have 2 confirmed tornado warnings currently in progress. That does include Floyd County. Floyd County is technically just outside of our area, but because it's approaching our area, we do want to give them some love as well. So again, right now there is potential of a tornado heading towards Charles City, and if the storm maintains itself, it will start heading over towards New Hampton. I'm going to pop the radar view, Again, this is just how much rain or maybe hail is falling. And what you'll see different here is that this storm is more isolated. It's more by itself. And that's more concerning in terms of the tornado threat. Again, this approaching Charles City. We'll pop the velocity view on. And not as defined as perhaps the other storm off towards the south and east, but there is some indication there of rotation kind of happening with this storm, likely just west of Charles City. But we know that this storm has a history of producing tornadoes. I'll pop the storm reports on. You can see that was in far northwestern Floyd County there. Let me kind of dance down to the south, and you can see the storm down here has a big history of producing tornadoes right through the Waverly area. This has multiple confirmed reports. One of the first, if not the first, was when you guys watched it live here on Iowa's News Now. Let's again, if we can double box, we do have weather first meteorologist Nathan Santo Domingo. Appears to perhaps be driving through the Waverly area right now would be my guess. He's kind of keeping an eye on the storm, kind of in the behind it now. He was definitely surveying some damage out there. You can see a lot of water on the road as well. That's definitely of concern, just how much rain is falling. This area is in drought, and the problem is you might think you want torrential rainfall, but because the ground is so hard, it can't get absorbed into the ground. So you're seeing runoff into the streets and things. So flash flooding may become a concern as we see more and more and more of these storms kind of move through. But again, you can see there have been multiple reports of those tornadoes, and there's Shell Rock. Okay, so he's in Shell Rock right now. So that's a live view from Shell Rock. And it looks like we do have a new tornado warning now that's just been issued here for Linn. So let's go ahead and pop the radar view back on. We'll give you guys a better look at this storm coming in. You can see it's still a confirmed report. It's in purple, which means this has a history of producing tornadoes. Very updated look shows us it does have, it is producing a tornado right now. So again, it's approaching Linn right now, if not on top of you. Again, moving to the east.
12 miles east of Waverly, moving a lot quicker now at 55 miles per hour.
55. Okay, so yeah, that storm is definitely motoring. Go ahead if you want to just kind of talk about the radar view. I'll kind of step out of your frame here.
Yeah, sure. So taking a look at kind of regrouping these storms, a lot has happened within the last couple of minutes here. We've gotten a lot of updates to this ongoing tornado threat. Again, now you see two boxes here. It really just has been extended. We did kind of suspect that that would happen, but the second one now, again, goes until goes a little bit past, it goes until 6:30 p.m. I apologize. Thought it was 6:15. 6:30 p.m. Again, tracking that hail threat with it as well. It is moving a lot faster, though. That's something we've continued to see with these storms. This one now moving about 55 miles per hour. Now, we're hearing that tornado confirmed spotter saw it over Denver. So again, we saw a track kind of its way through Waverly, now moving east a little bit more southeast, and will continue to push in that direction. So if you're along anywhere of 260th Street here, Linn, as you continue, it's just out of it's just north of Black Hawk County, I should say. But really, if you're along Highway 3 anywhere, make sure you're getting into that safe space if you're within that polygon. It is going to continue to track east. Concerns are looking at Oelwein, not in that polygon right now, but definitely we'll see some of these storms push through, if not this tornado warning getting extended. Now, I do kind of want to regroup a little bit. We did have some severe thunderstorm warnings extended. Don't want to leave them out, but again, those tornadoes are the biggest threat right now. That severe thunderstorm warning in the Waterloo area for Black Hawk, Bremer, Butler, and Grundy counties, that one is producing 60-mile-per-hour winds, so certainly a damaging thunderstorm coming along with it. That continues again for about 35 minutes until 6:30 p.m. A new one kind of far off in our western area for Grundy and Hardin. That one similar, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Likely going to see those storms continue to track. And of course, we do have this confirmed tornado up in Floyd County as well. Not seeing any updates on that, Rebecca. I don't know if you've seen anything else come in.
No, but I would go to if you want to go to the velocity on that, it's getting a little funky. Okay. There it goes. Okay, so you can see there's some strong rotation still ongoing there. And then if we can go down to our southern storm near Linn, and that is where you also see the strong rotation, these big bright greens and reds coming together that is indicating rotation. So it is possible there could be a tornado still on the ground. We have not had any confirmation of that, at least in the last couple of minutes perhaps. They said in Denver there was confirmation. Now that's heading to the east, would be really south of Linn if there was a tornado heading toward Fairbank, just north of Highway 218 there. there. So not had anything else come, but the Weather Service is still saying observed in their warning. So we're going to treat it as if there is still a tornado on the ground.
Yeah, and one thing to note with this storm too is it's really been a system that has dropped a tornado, then lifted again, dropping on and off. You kind of saw that with Nathan earlier. Seems like it's still doing that situation. We saw that report near Denver, again tracking towards the Linn area. Up to the north though, with this Floyd County storm, the latest confirmation we do have was right around 5:55 p.m. south of 180th in Floyd County. You can start to see some of those storm reports pop up there as well, but we do see that strong rotation with it, with the velocity again right here, paying attention closely to that storm as it continues to move a little bit north of the Charles City area. Nick, I'm not sure if you have any more updates that you want to talk about with the radar.
Yeah, sure. I mean, obviously, that's a very concerning site there. That's a pretty strong indication of rotation just southwest of Floyd, heading toward Charles City. Again, technically speaking, Floyd County is outside of our core viewing area, but some people may be able to get us over the air. And so that's why we're letting you know what's coming with this storm. Again, there is a report of a tornado approaching Charles City. We did just have that report fairly recently within the last 3 minutes. So that's how you know that the threat level continues with these storms. We'll put a velocity tracker on it. You can see it's rotating at 62 miles an hour. Right now located just southwest of Floyd and just west-northwest of Charles City. This is going to come very close to Floyd. If you are in Floyd, you want to make sure you're in your safe place. Lowest level of a home. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you are in Charles City, you want to do the same. The storm continues to track ever so slowly off to the east, so Charles City will be in play here relatively soon. I do want to pop down. Put the radar view back on. I want to pop down just off to our south here with this new tornado warning, which continues. Again, this is for Bremer County and Black Hawk counties, far northern Black Hawk County. So again, Waterloo, you're not under a tornado warning, but you are under a severe thunderstorm warning. So we can still talk about some wind damage, trees going down, power lines going down. Want to make sure you get away from windows if you're in the Waterloo area. But thankfully, the tornado threat is to your north. You're going to be okay over in the Waterloo area. What I do want to do also is kind of look, maybe try and get some live cameras here. I do have quite a few cameras I know in the Waterloo metro. We're going to see if this works. We'll do live cameras. We'll see what it looks like in the Waterloo metro right now. This may take a second to load. You can see we got one camera here by Cedar Falls. May take a second to pop in here. This is right through the heart of Cedar Falls where there is some construction ongoing. You can see some pretty heavy rain falling there. Doesn't appear to be very windy. I think the worst of the wind is probably now off to your east in the Cedar Falls area. So let's jump down towards Waterloo. We'll jump towards the downtown area of Waterloo. Some brighter skies there. We're likely looking off to the south. This is right downtown, US 218 at 8th Street. You can see the rain's coming down there. Nothing too bad for the time being. We'll jump down to like Highway 20. And again, you can see traffic is moving along fine. We do have some rain falling there, maybe some issues with hydroplaning and things like that, but at least the tornado threat is off to your north. And if you are just joining us, it's 6 o'clock. You're watching iWest News Now at 6 o'clock, and the news continues to be weather. We are tracking severe weather as it moves through eastern Iowa. Let's do an update. Well, we'll start right here with a brand new tornado warning, which has just been issued now. This does include Fayette County. This is now radar indicated. We haven't had any recent reports of a tornado with this storm, but now Oelwein, you are now in that tornado warning. This new tornado warning does continue until 6:45. This from the National Weather Service in La Crosse. I do want to pull up the velocity view here. And I do want to kind of show you that there is some rotation with this storm, maybe just southeast of Linn or very close to Linn. That is going to continue to move off to the east. You have Highway 3, State Highway 3 right here. That storm continues to ride right down Highway 3, now entering parts of Fayette County. So Fayette County will be under the gun with this storm. We'll put the gate-to-gate shear. This is how much the spin is in the atmosphere. Again, this is very close to Linn. It's down a little bit. I think this may be a little off. I do think it looks stronger than what this number actually is. But again, you can see that rotation likely passing just to the north of Dunkerton, but that is a new tornado warning there. Let's do a wider view across eastern Iowa. A lot of people may be tuning in from Cedar Rapids, Iowa City, down to the south of Washington towards Sigourney. What we can tell you is that you guys are fine for the time being. We do have the main severe weather threat off to the northwest, but keep in mind these storms are moving east southeast. So in due time, we're talking about areas like Tama, Benton County, Linn County, also Delaware and Buchanan counties. You're kind of next in line here, watching these storms. They begin to develop off to your west and northwest. The tornado threat may be dying down just a little bit. It's not as high as it was earlier, but we still do have multiple tornado warnings in progress. In fact, a brand new tornado warning here. I was just talking about the potential threat there in Tama County. Sure enough, here we are. So we have a new tornado warning here for Tama County. We knew this day was going to probably be a long one, and sure enough, here we are. We now have 3 individual tornado warned storms that we're watching. So we'll jump down here towards Tama County. Yeah, this storm looks a little bit more concerning. What you can kind of notice is there's nothing south of it. The inflow is right here. This is your hook. That is your spin in the atmosphere. Just leaving Marshall County, this will be heading into Tama County here in the short term. So Traer, Buckingham, Garwin, and Gladbrook. You're kind of going to be next in line as this tornado warning continues to move off to the east. This new warning for Tama County in our area does continue now until 6:45. So we're likely to be on here for quite some time here. That's going to be a long night. These storms are going to continue to likely produce spin-ups, quick rotations, and potential tornadoes as they move off to the east. Let's go ahead and look at the velocity view of this storm. Again, this is approaching Tama County, western Tama County, and there's a pretty good indication of rotation right there, just west, northwest of Garwin, southwest of Gladbrook. We'll pop the rotational view on there. 69 miles an hour. So there's definitely some spin in the atmosphere. That's a pretty strong indication of rotation. One of the stronger indications we've seen so far this evening. Again, this moving into Tama County here in the short term. Let's go ahead. I'll do one more thing and then we'll pass it over to Sarah. But real quick, I do want to just talk about the tornado watch, which does continue for a pretty good portion of our area. That does continue until 9 o'clock tonight. You can see all the counties in yellow. That is that tornado watch until 9 o'clock. I also do see we have a new warning there in northwestern Buchanan County. Sarah, if you give us the latest there.
Yeah, let's go for a quick update on kind of what's going on. There's a lot of new warnings coming in. It's affecting a lot of our area now. So if you're just hopping in, just to reset what is happening, we do have several warnings obviously in place. If we take a look and zoom in on some of these tornado warnings, only 2 right now are confirmed. This one right here, last confirmed, Rebecca, I think said about 5:42. We saw it.
5:42 around the Denver area. That's the one that they had been mentioning in that warning.
Right, that was the one that was tracking east from Waverly. Now we're not seeing complete confirmation of anything on the ground, but we do have a radar indicated tornado warning now moving into the Fayette area. Looking at hail above that 1-inch mark, it goes until 6:45 p.m. So although nothing confirmed, be sure to take it seriously. And again, this storm is moving east at 30 miles per hour. The other tornado warning, or confirmed tornado, I should say, that we have is up near Charles City, or just north of Charles City. This one is for Floyd County, kind of on the fringe of our area. This one is observed, and we are getting a decent amount of reports coming in, at least through the social media, of seeing this one did touch down on the ground. We can take a look at kind of what the velocity looks like with this. Still a pretty strong couplet there. Again, just down to the southeast of Floyd, north of Charles City, but really kind of on the fringe of there as well. So definitely a strong storm coming in there. So those are our biggest threats. We do now have a new tornado warning down for Tama County. This is kind of moving a little bit towards the Cedar Rapids metro. This is kind of what the Weather Service was hinting at earlier today as these storms continue to push down to the south. This one is for Black Hawk, Grundy, Marshall, and Tama counties. Goes for about 45 minutes here until 6:45. Still radar indicated, I believe, at this time, but really something that we do continue to track. And
yeah. While we're here, if we could go to the ScanDo, the weather ScanDo, we do have a picture of a funnel cloud, and this is a storm chaser who is saying that a tornado possibly coming down, so some lowering occurring here near the Marshalltown area. So definitely a funnel there. Hard to say if it's exactly coming down to the ground right now, but there's certainly some strong indication of rotation on the radar as well, and that would be moving into Tama County.
And this storm is moving pretty rapidly here. I believe last time I checked, it was at about 50 miles per hour. So really these storms do tend to strengthen and pick up speed and continue to push across eastern Iowa. Let me double check on that speed as of right now as things have kind of gotten updated here. But yeah, moving east at 50 miles per hour. So let's time out this storm as it is pushing in to Tama County, the Marshalltown area, and see exactly where we can expect that to continue. So right now we're looking at it again kind of near that Gladbrook area, one of the bigger towns that it could impact here shortly. Traer we're looking at just before that 6:30 p.m. hour, and it'll continue into the further eastern area, but again it does go until 6:45. After that could be extended, but we'll continue to see how this storm does strengthen over the next few minutes here. Checking on the velocity as well, it does look pretty strong as well. The one up to the north that did have that confirmed tornado, definitely a little bit stronger, but a concerning image that we do see pop up here as this really continues to push directly into our area and some of those more populated areas there as well. Now, I don't want to leave out the severe thunderstorm warnings. Again, the main threat is going to be those tornadoes, but that severe thunderstorm warning does continue really into that Waterloo area. We're looking at the threats of obviously that hail, those winds upwards of about 60 to 70 miles per hour at times. And in addition, we're looking at the potential for some flash flooding, which you saw earlier with meteorologist Nathan Santo Domingo. And this storm has been extended a little bit north of the Independence area. We see that severe thunderstorm warning now in Buchanan County until about 6:45 p.m. But those threats do remain as those tornado warnings. Nick, I'm not sure if you want to provide a quick update on what's happening with those.
Yeah, it's going to be kind of one of those days where we have multiple warnings. We're going to be jumping from storm to storm to storm because there's a lot of threats in eastern Iowa tonight. You're looking at a live view on the right side of your screen. That's Weather First meteorologist Nathan Santo Domingo. He's tracking storms earlier. Again, we do have reports of damage that we saw. We saw the tornado touchdown live here. Weather First meteorologist Rebecca Kopelman, if you kind of want to talk about some of those pictures, I know we do have some pictures available on a weather scan. If you can kind of talk through some of those.
Yeah, so, you know, we do want to make note that these tornadoes have been doing damage. These storms have been doing damage. This is from the road warrior. I kind of just snapped this image as Nathan was out this way. This was around the Shell Rock area, just south of Shell Rock at 250th Street and Woods. We've passed this along to the National Weather Service too, but there was tree damage there. There was also damage to the home there possibly. And then Nathan also took this picture just down the street basically of the power lines that have come down, the trees that were taken down as a result. So we do have damage that has been reported. We also have now this area in Floyd County that has also had some damage reported there. And then out to our west, of course, near Lake City, Iowa, there were reports of damage. So one more thing I want to pass along to you, Nick, is that Marshalltown, multiple reports of funnel cloud near Green Mountain around 170th and Wallace Avenue. And they're just watching that rotation there.
And it looks like we do have a new tornado warning for Chickasaw County now as well, kind of.
Okay. So that was up towards the north. We're talking about that Floyd storm,
Correct.
how that may start moving into our area. So let's do a quick reset. We do have a lot happening here. A lot of tornado warnings popping off and reports of damage. So a lot of people are going to complain that we're going to start running into some evening programming here. It's a good possibility. Keep in mind, we have damage to people's property. We're trying to keep people safe. I just want to get ahead of that right now because Big Brother is on it and that's a big problem. All right, let's talk about what we have going up here. Again, we have this new tornado warning here for Chickasaw County. Also observed, yeah, you can see that again on the kind of that pink color. That's how we know that this storm is confirmed. So again, this is very close to Charles City, just to the east of Charles City, if not on top of Charles City, and that's going to continue to move off to the east. We have US 18 right here as it moves towards New Hampton. It's going to basically ride right along that. And again, Chickasaw County as it heads towards New Hampton. I want to pop the velocity view back on here. And you can kind of see that image is kind of chaos. Looks like there's some more aliasing issues there. So we'll go away from that for now. But keep in mind the rotation, probably far eastern Floyd County, moving off now into Chickasaw County. This is a confirmed tornado now heading near Chickasaw into New Hampton. This will be riding right along US 218. So again, this is another area of concern. We have multiple reports of confirmed tornadoes in progress. Thankfully, we're not aware of any significant injuries, but we do have damage to homes, to cropland, to farmsteads as well. Again, we're going to be jumping around. This tornado warning for far eastern Floyd County into central parts of Chickasaw County. This does continue until 7:15. Does include New Hampton to Chickasaw. This will be a long-lived event here. All right, let's talk about the other storms going on. We'll do a wide view, start off very wide. We also have this tornado warning, which does continue for Fayette County, as well as this tornado warning here in Tama County. So now we'll jump down to, we'll go to the Fayette County storm. This storm doesn't look as impressive as it did, but keep in mind this is the storm that produced the tornadoes over in Waverly. So it does have a history of producing tornadoes. Again, this tornado warning continues for Fayette County until 6:45. Keep in mind, Oelwein, you're going to be in the path of this tornado. Unfortunately, you have a recent history of tornadoes, including just last year, March of last year, March 28th. You had that tornado go through Oelwein. So you're unfortunately very well aware of the tornado threat. Fairbank probably passing very close to you. Again, if you're in this polygon, this tornado warning polygon, you want to make sure you're in the innermost part of a home. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Get to a basement if you have it. If you're in a mobile or manufactured home, it's best you leave that to find better structure. Mobile homes, they're not very sturdy. They're great housing. They're not very sturdy, though, and very strong winds, including tornadoes. So want to make sure you can get to a safe place, maybe a neighbor down the road or something like that. So that's that tornado warning there in Fayette County. We'll now jump down to our other tornado warning, this one now for Tama County. If you can see it, we have a new update here. It's flashing, which means we do have some more information on that. This is still a radar indicated, as meteorologist Rebecca Kopelman was showing you not too long ago. We have funnel clouds reported with this storm. We have pictures of funnel clouds. So this storm also has a history of producing at least tornadic circulation. So there's some potential there. This tornado warning for northern Tama County, that continues until 6:45. That's moving off to the east as well. Now, the city of Tama itself on the bottom of your screen is not in the warning. However, Garwin over to Traer, that is in the tornado warning. Again, once again, want to make sure you're as low as you can be in your house. Maybe grab a bicycle helmet, cover yourself with blankets, because unfortunately we have many reports of confirmed tornadoes today. This is not the day to be lackadaisical about these warnings. We do know that they have a history of producing tornadoes, so you want to make sure you treat them very seriously. Want to pop on the velocity view right here. Again, you can see there's a little bit more spin there. There's still some spin here in the atmosphere. It's not as clear cut as it was before. Unfortunately, we continue to have these aliasing issues. This is a weather service problem, not a us problem, but there's definitely some issues there with the radar. Either way, though, you can still kind of tell there's something funky going on here north of Garwin. That continues to ride down Highway 96, where it does meet up with US 63. Weather first, yep, go right ahead.
More watches coming in. The tornado watch has been extended further east as expected.
If you want to go to Max 2, I have it up on Max 2 there so we can see.
Perfect.
That's been extended until midnight now, and that includes Cedar Rapids, Iowa City, Dubuque. It's been pushed down to the south and east.
Yeah, and that does continue again until midnight as these storms do continue to track across the area. We already have had several tornadoes touch down across the state the last few hours. Several tornado warnings in our area right now as well. But I'll give you kind of a quick overview of what's happening on. If we can jump back to Max 1 really quick here, I'll show you kind of a quick overview of what we're looking at. So we do have a couple different tornadoes. The main threat that we are looking at right now is this one furthest to the north in this pink purpley box. That is a confirmed tornado right now, or one that was confirmed near Charles City and continues to track towards the New Hampton area. It really is riding right along Highway 24. So if you're on that highway, get off. You know someone on that highway, make sure to get into that safe space quickly here. This storm is moving fairly quickly. A lot of them are picking up speed, but again, the velocity isn't the best area to show, but we are seeing some rotation with this storm, especially again, kind of near or north of that Charles City, or I should say near or east of that Charles City area. The second tornado warning, or of the three that we are tracking, is now moving into that Oelwein area. And that's the one that we are seeing that pretty steady rotation with. It will continue to push east. All these are really pushing east, but The threat with these storms today is that they're continuing to move down to the south too, and that's what we're seeing in Tama County. Nothing confirmed with this one yet. Haven't seen anything come through the chat, but regardless, it is a tornado warning. Take it seriously, and it's also important to note that even if a tornado isn't confirmed or produced with these, they're still producing very damaging winds and large hail, which, as we know, can be a big threat as well. So be sure to be getting in that safe space. A couple more severe thunderstorm warnings were issued, but again, seeing that watch, that is the latest information we have, being extended really across pretty much our entire area with the exceptions of our southernmost counties. So Cedar Rapids, Iowa City, Waterloo, Dubuque, now all on that tornado watch until midnight tonight, Nick.
And this is kind of exactly what we're talking about. We kind of knew that we're going to be dealing with an overnight threat. We knew this was going to be a long-lived event. We talked about the morning severe weather event, some gusty winds, a few warnings, but thankfully that wasn't too much. However, one thing we discussed is that how that set the stage for right now. Most of these tornado warnings are popping up along that outflow boundary, which kicked off from that morning storm, and that's the threat we're dealing with now. The tornado threat will continue for quite some time. That's why we do have that tornado watch until midnight tonight. But what you're starting to see is it's starting to become more of a line here from roughly Oelwein through the Waterloo Metro down towards like Traer and then north of the Des Moines Metro. If this continues to strengthen, this could become more of a wind threat as it moves east and southeast. So might not be a bad idea if you're in areas like Cedar Rapids towards Vinton down to Iowa City. If you have umbrellas up on your deck, put them away. If you're parked under a tree, may want to park away from that tree, just because we might start talking more of a wind threat here as we go through the next couple of hours as this line continues to intensify. We obviously have the severe weather ingredients in play today, as you're seeing with these storms, and unfortunately most of these tornado warnings have verified to some degree. All right, so here's a wider view again over eastern Iowa. The main threats for now along and north of Highway 30. For now, the Cedar Rapids Metro and Iowa City Metros are okay, but this stuff is coming your way. Right now, some of the strongest storms over the Waterloo Metro over towards Oelwein, so we'll kind of zoom up here. And of course, the biggest threat right now is that confirmed tornado, which is up in Chickasaw County. So let's start there, and we'll make our way down the line again. We're going to repeat a lot because these storms are happening in real time. How many times today have you already seen while I was talking about one storm and another one went tornado warning? There's a lot happening. It's a very dynamic event today. So again, this tornado warning does continue eastern Floyd County into Chickasaw County. This is still a tornado warning, confirmed tornado with the latest report entering into the New Hampton area. So again, if you're in New Hampton, you want to make sure you're taking your tornado safe plan right now. It's heading basically right down US 18, right towards the New Hampton area. I want to go ahead and pop on the velocity view. We'll take a look at how the storm is spinning. Again, this storm does have a history of producing tornadoes. Apparently has a confirmed tornado right now. For the time being, this is southeast of Colwell, approaching Chickasaw, moving basically straight east towards the New Hampton area. I'll put a measurement of the wind speeds here, just how fast those raindrops are spinning. 76 miles an hour. That's a pretty strong indication of rotation right now crossing the Floyd and Chickasaw County line. That moving off to the east. One thing I do want to check, we're a bit far from the radar, so this might be kind of useless. Yeah, it's kind of cluttered there. At least some indications of hail probably with this storm, but it's really too far away from the radar to really accurately use the debris product to see if there's any debris being lofted with that storm. Yeah, sure. What is it? Do you have a speed on that?
Yes, give me 1 second. I believe it was 35, if I'm correct.
Okay, we'll say 40. Give it some leeway. We'll take it down east. So again, this is moving right down Highway 218, so towards New Hampton, right around 6:30. I wouldn't wait, 10 minutes. I'd make sure you're in a safe place now. Again, this is a confirmed tornado. This isn't just your routine tornado warning. We know there's a tornado that either happened or is happening with this storm. So New Hampton, within the next 10 minutes, want to make sure you're in a safe place. Lawler by 6:43, and if it does continue towards the far eastern portion of the county, Little Turkey by 6:48. So again, confirmed tornado up that way. Let's go ahead and we'll jump down to our next storm, will kind of keep popping down. Again, a lot of tornado warnings happening today. That's the most severe, though. That's what we know has a confirmed tornado in progress. We'll now jump to the storm over in Fayette County, where we have a reported indication of rotation with this storm. The concerning thing with this storm, though, as it moves into Fayette County, is that this is the storm that did produce the tornadoes over towards Waverly. So we do know this storm has a history of at least producing tornadoes. Right now approaching Oelwein, Fairbank, and that's again moving off to the east here. This storm continues to ride along State Highway 3 as it moves off to the east here. We'll pop the velocity view back on. Again, we'll try and see from indication of rotation here, and it's very stubborn. It's surprisingly stubborn. Right now, probably just north of State Highway 3, getting ready to cross the Fayette County line into Fayette County. So that tornado warning does continue until 6:45, including Oelwein. So want to make sure you're in your safe place there. We'll go back to the radar view. And what I want to do also is pop down south. We have a severe thunderstorm warning. No tornado warning here for far northwestern, well, this far, I guess, Blackhawk County. I want to chop this storm right here. There we go. Buchanan County. That's until 6:45. The main threat here will be 60-mile-per-hour winds. But again, we also have this storm moving through the Waterloo metro right now. This storm also is a severe thunderstorm warning. Does continue until 6:30. We're talking about, again, 60-mile-per-hour winds. This storm, now it's moving right through the Waterloo metro. Let's take a look at some live cameras, see what may be happening here in Waterloo. We'll jump to downtown, Highway 218. Yeah, you can see there's very low visibility there. Heavy rain is falling right now in the city of Waterloo. Traffic's not actually stopped. I think the camera is just kind of stuck there. There we go. You can see some low humidity. Saw a few flashes there. Some lightning is occurring with this storm. Camera's shaking a little bit. I think the worst of the wind is probably past the camera at this point. We'll jump towards the 380 Highway 20 split, probably just ahead of the strongest wind. I can see some rain is falling there. But again, just a thing to keep in mind is that it's not just the tornado threat, but also the wind threat. We'll jump one more down to Highway 20 on the south side of Waterloo. And again, you can see some low visibility. The raindrops, you can see them flying. So there are some pretty strong indications of wind there. Again, this going through the Waterloo metro. We'll pop down last storm. This is now, again, this tornado warning here. This is for Tama County. That tornado warning does continue this evening as well. One of 3 that we're watching right now. Again, this tornado warning is for northern Tama County. It does not include the city of Tama, but this one does continue until 6:45. This is another indication of rotation. Nothing confirmed. However, we do have funnel cloud reports with the storm, so at least it was close to potentially producing a tornado. Look at the velocity view. Again, kind of garbled here. It looks to me like the kind of an intersection right there, probably just east of Gladbrook, running along Highway 96 towards Highway 63. This will be approaching Traer here pretty soon. So again, this is another tornado warning, one of 3 that we are watching right now. Yeah, go ahead, Sarah.
About 5-10 minutes ago that the Gladbrook Fire Department reported there was rotation, but it was rain wrapped, and that's when it gets a little bit difficult to see if there is a tornado on the ground there quite yet. But regardless, we are seeing this storm rotating pretty steadily. So if you are in this tornado warning for portions of Black Hawk, Grundy, Marshall, and Tama counties, you need to be getting in that safe space. This one does go until about 6:45 p.m., but definitely could be extended from there on out. So we're going to stay with you to make sure we're keeping you safe there as well. You mentioned the wind threat. That is another thing that we have been really seeing with a lot of these storms. The one far up to our north that did have that confirmed tornado, now I'm not seeing any confirmed reports since then, but definitely something to continue to take seriously. That's where we're seeing wind gusts upwards of about 70 miles per hour at times. So definitely very damaging with that as well. Even if there's not a tornado on the ground with this, it is something to take seriously as far as severe thunderstorm warnings. And meteorologist Rebecca Kopelman has some updates there as well.
Yeah, if you want to pop up the reports that we've gotten here too, that we can kind of talk through some of the things that have happened that we know of. I was going to say on our Max box, that we have had some multiple reports of damage that has occurred. Unfortunately, the worst of which has happened in Waverly, where there is a report of a home that was completely destroyed. So that is very unfortunate. We also had from meteorologist Nathan Santo Domingo that there was around the Shell Rock area that damage to a home there, the trees that were down, the power lines that were down. So not seeing a lot of these come through, but you can see these multiple reports of either a tornado or a funnel cloud. And in these spots, we're seeing where there has been damage. And there's also the corn that was downed there as well, unfortunately in a drought area, so that's not a great thing to see there. But these storms have been producing damage, and Nick, as they come down to the southeast, which we've been talking about, we now have this tornado watch, but that the threat then for the also strong winds, the CAPE values, our instability values, is a number that we use to watch for how much energy is in the atmosphere. They're up around 5,000 to 6,000. Those are very, very big numbers. So as we go into the night, even as the sun sets, we're dealing with some very high instability.
Yeah, so very busy. We have a view here. This is Weather First Meteorologist Nathan Santo Domingo. As soon as we can get in touch with him, I'd love to hear him have any updates here. I'd love to know where he's at. But again, we are watching multiple tornado warnings. They move through eastern Iowa. We also have multiple reports of damage in eastern Iowa, most again in the Waverly area. We'll work our way down. All right. Oh, okay. Okay. So if we can get Nathan on the horn here, he is with this tornado warning storm here in New Hampton. Weather First Meteorologist Nathan Santo Domingo, take it away from there.
Hey, how's it going, Nick? We after we kind of encountered that damage near Shell Rock and Waverly, we kind of got stuck, and so we had kind of a crossroads, and I'll send this outside of the Road Warrior right now, a decent looking shelf cloud down extended from this thing, but we really kind of came at a crossroads here as to whether or not we push through all the rain because we kind of got stuck, or come off to the north. So now we're off to the north near New Hampton. We just went through Ionia. We're on 220th Street, just east of Ionia. This is a view looking off to the north and west, kind of looking off back behind us. Doesn't appear to be any pronounced lowering that a little bit of a lowering there, kind of in the middle left, kind of trying to center it here of your screen. As far as I can tell, we don't have any circulation on the ground, but we're again just fresh on the scene here, just again north and east of Ionia, south and west of New Hampton. We're gonna continue to stick with this thing here, try and give you some live shots, and if anything does touch down, we will be sure to let you know. For right now, though, back to the radar, and Nick with you in the studio.
Yeah, we just have a recent report within the last minute or two. This storm is still apparently producing a tornado here in Chickasaw County. It could be entirely wrapped in rain. So another reason why if you're in New Hampton, you don't want to take a step outside to look at it, because you're probably not going to be able to see it. It's a pretty good indication it may be completely wrapped in rain. But again, the latest report from the National Weather Service says a confirmed tornado is still approaching New Hampton. So again, that is a reason for concern tonight. We'll go on the velocity view. Again, we do have that report of rotation, report of a tornado touchdown as well. Again, this is just west of New Hampton here. So that is a point of concern as we go through the evening. This is right on US 18, heading right into New Hampton. That is that spin right here. The rotation, the blue going towards the radar up in La Crosse, Wisconsin. A little bit of a weak outbound there, a little bit of rotation there. We'll pop the gate-to-gate shear. This is a measurement of just how much those raindrops are moving there. And you can see it looks a bit weak, 25 miles an hour, but keep in mind, we are very far from the radar site. So the radar data is not very good with this storm right now. But again, regardless, we do have a report of a tornado. This is central Chickasaw County heading into New Hampton. So again, once again, lowest level of a home. Want to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Interior closet or a basement, great options to be. If you do live in a manufactured home or a mobile home, want to try and find a sturdier shelter, because quite frankly, those can get blown away pretty quickly in the wind. So just want to make sure you're staying safe with this storm. We do get a lot of tornado warnings where nothing happens. This is a tornado warning where we know a tornado is occurring. And again, this is approaching the city of New Hampton. Let's go ahead. We'll have some more warnings to talk about. This over in Buchanan County. We'll do a wider view. Again, we continue to watch the severe threat here. We have this new tornado warning now for northwestern Buchanan County. We'll pop in there, kind of talk about what we're talking about here. This just south of the Fayette County area circulation. So Littleton, Bryansburg. It is just north of Independence. So Independence is not inside this tornado warning, but do keep in mind that you do want to keep an eye out for that. Hazleton, Danny Murphy, I don't know if you're watching, make sure you're in a safe place and also report to us as soon as you can any things that are happening out that way. One of our great weather spotters up that way. I want to make sure you're staying safe up in Hazleton. Again, this is for Buchanan County. We'll pop the velocity view on. We'll take a look at it. Looks like the air circulation is actually just off to the west. This gets kind of funky. You got different weather service offices kind of butting heads here. So this warning is technically under the National Weather Service in the Quad Cities. They decided to warn it based on this circulation. The National Weather Service in the Des Moines decided not to. Red tape, politics, government, whatever. But there's the circulation right there. Again, southeast of Dunkerton. This does continue eastward into Buchanan counties. So again, Independence is not inside the tornado warning, but again, you're still going to likely be dealing with some pretty gusty winds either way. This is radar indicated, nothing confirmed with this right now, but 54 miles an hour, that's at wind shear, that's spin in the atmosphere. That is pretty high, and so I would definitely treat this storm with some respect. We do know that, again, this storm is part of the same complex that produced that damage up towards Waverly and Shell Rock. So unfortunately, we do know that this storm does have a history. By the way, if we do the road warrior shot, feel free to double box it. Just kind of want to keep an eye on that storm. That imagery you're seeing on the right side of your screen, that's that tornado warning up towards Chickasaw County. So if we do get a tornado warning there, or excuse me, a tornado in progress there, we should know pretty quickly. All right, let's pop down to the other storm. Again, we're working multiple tornado warnings here, working overtime. We got a lot of weather we're tracking tonight. We do have, again, this other tornado warning here in northern Tama County. So we'll zoom in on this. Like the other one in Buchanan County and Fayette counties, this one is not confirmed, but is radar indicated. There's indication of spin in the atmosphere. We also do have reports of funnel clouds and rotation with this storm not too long ago. So near Garwin, we did have some reports of weather spotters, wonderful firefighters out there. Much appreciate their reports. We do know that there was some spin and rotation in the atmosphere, possibly a funnel cloud there. Again, this is northern Tama County. Again, does not include the city of Tama. Tama is not inside this warning. May get gusty later as this line continues to move off to the east-southeast. But in terms of the tornado threat, it is in northern Tama County here. We also see a brand new severe thunderstorm warning, which has just been issued. Probably tornado possible based on the sound I heard in the background. So let me zoom out. Ooh, zoom out is what I wanted to do. And we'll kind of show that new severe thunderstorm warning. Again, this new severe thunderstorm warning right here does include the rest of Buchanan County. Told is going to get gusty, and the northwestern Benton County as well. So that's that new severe thunderstorm warning. Let me pop over on the radar view. And again, the right side of your screen, that is that tornado warning up towards Chickasaw County. We do have a report of a confirmed tornado up that way. Very likely heavily wrapped in rain. We might not be able to see it live. That might be one of those tornadoes where we'll know after the fact as opposed to in real time. But again, that's that confirmed tornado warning up towards Chickasaw County and New Hampton. What I do want to do is velocity view, talk about some of the wind. There's some brighter greens showing up here. This isn't the right product. This is the base velocity opposed to the storm relative as opposed to the base velocity. Weather talk, don't worry about it. But there are still some pretty strong wind gusts likely approaching this storm here in northwestern Benton County into Buchanan counties as well. So that was a quick weather roundup of all the warnings in place. I don't know if, Sarah, if you have any new information kind of coming from the Weather Service, talk about any one of these storms that we're dealing with.
Yeah, so the new thunderstorm warning is the latest update that we do have. That we're looking at winds upwards of about 60 to 70 mile per hour gusts, so definitely damaging. You were correct, it is tornado possible, continues till 7:15 p.m. And I think it's important to note that if you're coming on to watch regular programming, likely not going to see it here tonight. We're staying with these storms as many areas are reporting damage and seeing those tornadoes on the ground. If you are just coming in, again, this is kind of getting into some of those more populated areas, not quite the Cedar Rapids area, but certainly getting close to that Linn County line. We do have a couple different warnings at play. The biggest one is this tornado warning up to the north for Chickasaw County. It is still observed as of now. I'm not seeing any reports coming in from the National Weather Service or even through social media, but regardless, it is a very dangerous storm right on the fringe of New Hampton. If you're in the New Hampton area, you should already be in that safe space. You should be down in the lowest level of your home or the most interior room away from windows with your body and head covered as much as possible. You can kind of see that storm popping up there. That is the one that Nathan is on right now. Very damaging, or potential to be very damaging, looking very a shelf cloud. What was that? Oh, I'm Nathan. I'm sorry. We have Nathan. Nick was trying to tell me. Nathan, can you take it away and tell us what you're seeing there?
Hey Sarah, how's it going? Well, of course, some trees have popped up here, obstructing our view a little bit of the storm. We are just to the south and west of New Hampton right now. Precipitation catching up to us very quickly. And I think what's going on with this storm, and this might be good news in some sense that maybe the tornado threat has gone down, even though the tornado warning is still in effect. But what you're seeing behind us here, and if we can get out of these trees, you get a really clear picture. You see how the base of the cloud is so dark that it's very bright underneath it, and you have a lot of rain back in there, maybe even some small hail as well. That's what we call the downdraft, the rear flank downdraft of the storm. And that is starting, and it looks like, to kind of surge ahead of this thing. There's still some circulation, but it might start to kind of cut off that warm inflow, which would be good in terms of the tornado threat, but it also does start to increase the wind threat with this. And so we're trying to stay out ahead of this, what we call, again, the rear flank downdraft. If there was still to be a tornado, it would be kind of back in there where you see it's still very, very dark. We're taking a turn a little bit closer to it. We kind of had to take a bit of a detour here. We're trying to get to Highway 18 to get into New Hampton out ahead of this storm. And if there were to be a tornado, it would be somewhere still kind of buried back in there. So tough to see from right now. Bottom line, though, if you're in New Hampton, North Washington, already seeing impacts from this. Lawler, even Fredericksburg, Jackson Junction, this is a very, very strong storm and probably has some gusty winds with it along with that tornado potential. So again, hopping up towards Highway 18, just to the west of New Hampton. We'll continue to bring you updates here from out in the Road Warrior. If we do see anything touchdown for right now, send it back to you in the studio.
All right, much appreciated, Nathan. Again, this is that tornado warning. Apparently a confirmed tornado is still in progress with this storm. We can leave the double box up for a little bit. It's a very menacing view. Again, this tornado warning does continue here for central Chickasaw County. Appears like the circulation will be very close to New Hampton right now. This continues to ride east on Highway US 18, crossing over New Hampton, and then it will turn onto Highway 24 as it continues to move off to the east there. Big menacing storm there. I can tell you that just from experience, is what we call high precipitation, or HP, and the area of circulation probably just to the right of that tall pole there in the central part of your screen. That's kind of where the inflow is kind of reaching on the inside there. So that's probably the most interesting area right there, is just to the right of the power line. But again, very menacing skies there. Report of a confirmed tornado, again, is approaching New Hampton. This tornado warning does continue for Chickasaw County until 7:15. We can leave the double box up. Let's dance around a little bit until we have something a little bit more concerning here. Let's talk about the just wider view. We're approaching almost 6:40 here, 6:38 here in Iowa's News Now. We continue to follow a multiple tornado warning event. We have multiple confirmed tornadoes in progress that have either hit eastern Iowa earlier or are currently doing damage. So we do know the confirmed tornado near the New Hampton area in Chickasaw County. We also have three other tornado warnings technically. So we have 4 active warnings here in eastern Iowa. We'll jump through these. Again, we can stick with the double box for now. He's on the tornado warning storm up towards Chickasaw County. But what we're going to do here is look at the warnings here for Fayette County. Again, Oelwein. Want to make sure you're in a safe place here in Oelwein. This tornado warning does continue until, you can see there's 6:45. So we got about another 5 minutes or so. Hopefully we can give you all clear. But for now, Maynard over down towards Oelwein. You want to make sure you're going to be in your safe place because possible tornado there. I did not mean to do that. Let me go back on the pan tool. We're going to jump down here to Buchanan County. Again, this tornado warning does continue for northwestern Buchanan County. This until 7:15. This is another radar indicated threat. This would be approaching areas like Stanley down towards Independence. Independence is not inside the tornado warning, but you are under the severe thunderstorm warning. We're talking probably at least wind gusts of 50 to 60 miles per hour there as this line continues to push off to the east. We'll pop down this way. We have this severe thunderstorm warning, as I kind of mentioned here. This is for far western portions of Buchanan County, also portions of northern Benton County. So Vinton currently under that severe thunderstorm warning. Again, we're talking about the potential of damaging wind gusts of 60 miles per hour and a possible tornado. Just given the environment today and what we've seen so far, there's some potential there. Over towards Garrison, my friends over at Johnson Farms, make sure you're taking cover. This is a pretty strong wind gust coming through your way right now, possibly 60 miles per hour. Again, that does include Brandon there in Buchanan County and Vinton. This storm will inevitably be approaching the Cedar Rapids metro. So we still have some time, but it is something to keep in mind that you want to make sure, again, you're getting ready for possible strong storms here in the Cedar Rapids and Iowa City metros before too long. Otherwise, we still have this tornado warning here. This one does continue for northern Tama County. Again, this one is until 6:45. This storm has a history of producing funnel clouds and rotation. We've not had any confirmed tornado reports with this storm in Tama County, but it is still rather menacing this way. So we need to keep watching this one. Again, passing likely very close to Garwin. Traer will be the next spot for this storm. Again, to recap, on the right side of your screen, what you're watching there is a live view from Weather First meteorologist Nathan Santo Domingo. He's on that tornado warning up towards Chickasaw County. There is a report of a confirmed tornado up that way. I don't know, maybe meteorologist Rebecca Kopelman, if you just kind of want to talk about kind of the situation here, kind of an overview of the radar view over Iowa and kind of when things may begin to kind of wind down. With we have the tornado watch, which continues as well. Kind of maybe do a quick update on all that happening here.
Yeah, we're unfortunately just starting to see some additional, warnings, and now this line kind of progressing as we go through the evening here. So if you want to take just max to full, we can kind of see the wide view of the thunderstorms here. So we do have, of course, still these warnings that are persisting, and we now have this line forming, which we expected. And the concern is, as this continues to progress down to the south and east, of course, we're still under that tornado watch. We could have still tornadoes and tornado warnings. These, though, as Nick was mentioning, that rain wrap situation, first of all, kind of twofold here. We could have a rain wrap situation and what we call QLCS, quasi-linear convective system kind of situation. You get these little rotations at the head of the line, which could happen very quickly and also could be wrapped in rain. Other situation here is it's going to start to get dark, and we're going to continue to see this progress down to the south and east. And as that happens, then you want to make sure that you have these multiple ways to get warnings, because this is going to be a time when, maybe you're going to bed and there's still going to be thunderstorms going on. The watch is out until midnight, and we could still have severe thunderstorm warnings during that time, possibly still even some areas of rotation. I did also want to go to our Scan-Do, if we could, and kind of recap what happened earlier. This was video from the Road Warrior of the moment when meteorologist Nathan Santo Domingo actually had the tornado touching down just near the Shell Rock area. We now have confirmation that a home was unfortunately destroyed near Waverly, and Nathan also showed us some damage that occurred around the Shell Rock area there, with some corn flattened, a home damage, and trees that were down, power lines down there too. And you can see the base of that cloud and then it touching the ground and debris getting kicked up. So that is a tornado that was on the ground earlier near the Shell Rock area, and this is why we are still here. Even though we don't have those same images, this is why we're still here. This is also a view from the Lake City tornado that was out to our west earlier today. It also did some damage out there. That one a bit more defined, and I think was on the ground for quite a bit of time too. Isn't that right, Nick?
Yeah, look at that. That tornado started near Lake City and actually ended at least 8 to 9 miles east of Lake City, based on some of the reports. So that was definitely one of those long track tornadoes. And that was when these tornadoes were more visible. We had storms that were more discrete. The problem now is we have a big line. We're losing those isolated, discrete storms, which may help prevent stronger tornadoes going forward. That's good news. The problem, though, is we lose the ability to really see them. And so a lot of this becomes more of a challenge after the fact of confirming tornadoes. Like what you look at there on the right side of your screen, that's the view from Weather First meteorologist Nathan Santo Domingo. He continues to track this storm up towards Chickasaw County. At last report, still does have a report of a confirmed tornado up that way. I don't think we're really going to be able to see it based on just how much rain is falling with this storm. But again, this tornado warning does continue until 7:15. You can see observed tornadoes. So this has a history of producing tornadoes all the way out west towards Floyd County, and produced tornadoes on and off through Floyd County, and is now moving portions of central Chickasaw County. So again, this is a dangerous storm. It's approaching New Hampton right now, if not basically on top of you in New Hampton. That will be passing over New Hampton and then following basically State Highway 24 as it begins to exit Chickasaw County. Let's take a look at the velocity view. Hopefully this thing is weakening a little bit. It's been very stubborn. It's been very consistently producing rotation. You can see there is some indication of rotation here pretty much right over New Hampton. It looks weaker. That's good news. We don't want it strong. We want some weaker rotation. We want these storms to go away is what we really want. Unfortunately, I think we're going to be sticking with this for quite some time. Again, that rotation pretty much right on top of New Hampton right now. About the radar view, it's more isolated than other storms, so that's at least is a concern for tornado potential, but either way, we'll keep an eye on it. Again, we do have weather first meteorologist Nathan Santo Domingo pretty much right on it, keeping an eye on it. I don't know if we can talk to Nathan, if he just wants to chime in kind of what you're seeing out that way. Obviously, it looks like a big, mean storm, lots of rain falling, but it looks pretty difficult to actually see what's happening there, Nathan.
Yeah, it's really difficult to see if there's anything going on at the surface. It's going to be almost completely shrouded by rain. One thing, we did just drive through New Hampton and kind of gave ourselves an opportunity to roll down the windows. We didn't hear any sirens. I'm not sure if New Hampton does have sirens or not, but we didn't hear anything. But folks in New Hampton, this is pretty much right on top of you, so don't go out and try and take a look at this. Make sure you stay in that safe place because the circulation is still there. But what you're looking at right now, we're driving eastbound on Highway 24 just to the east of New Hampton. What you're looking back at, and I'll kind of pan over here to the right, and I know we have a lot of tree clutter in the way, so hopefully some gaps here will give me an opportunity here. But we're kind of looking into the area where there would still be some rotation in this storm. We have winds when we pass through New Hampton. They're pretty gusty out of the south, so there is some nice warm inflow air still going into this storm, but it's trying to get cut off by all of that precipitation. You see that very bright color there. That is a lot of rain. That's what we call the rear flank downdraft. The cold air surging down from high up into the cloud down towards the surface. And so where that kind of light and dark meet, if there was any tornado, that's where it would be, which for New Hampton, the good news is that it appears to be just north of town in mainly rural area. But of course, folks in New Hampton still in that tornado warning, so don't take this lightly. And one thing that is kind of curious here is this line of storms starts to kind of take shape here. It looks like maybe it's sort of tried to build back a little bit further to the west. I don't know, Nick, if you're also seeing that on the radar. If you want to take a look at that, maybe some sort of weaker rotation once again back towards Bassett. It's very subtle. I think the stronger rotation still near New Hampton. But Nick, go ahead and take a look at that.
Yeah, that's right. I think we're kind of watching that. I think what we're also starting to see is kind of the near end of our event here. Up here in our far northwestern counties, I think these storms are starting to form on the cold front as opposed to what we call the open warm sector. So once that cold front sweeps through, that'll be the end of our event. Unfortunately, we have some time to go because that has to go all the way through eastern Iowa. So some good news, though. We're down to 2 tornado warnings. We're making some progress. At one point, we had at least 4, if not 5 tornado warnings in progress. We're down to 2. Obviously, Nathan, on the one up there towards Chickasaw County. And we'll jump up there, just kind of take a look at that. And I do want to look at the velocity view to kind of get a better idea of what's happening here. But again, you can kind of see there's rotation. It looks weaker. This is good news. This is promising. I'm hoping we can let this tornado warning go soon based on reports. You can see they did just remove the observed tag. So that's another step in the right direction. The storm is no longer producing a tornado, but it still has some rotation aloft. That's a good sign this storm is starting to weaken just a little bit. Again, that is towards New Hampton. Still want to take it seriously. I'm not belittling the fact at all. You still want to make sure you're in a safe place just because that storm has a history of producing tornadoes. We've seen how fast these things can spin up. So I want to make sure you're doing that up that way. We'll look southwest here. Again, there's some signs of kind of rotation here along the cold front. There's a lot of wind shear in place today. Although I think what may help us is that this is starting to form on the cold front. That cold front can what we call undercut those storms, prevent them from getting that rich, warm, moist, unstable air. So that's some good news up that way. Hopefully we're starting to kind of lose the potential there. All right, let's jump down to that other tornado warning, and we're down to 2. We're almost out of here. I know Big Brother's on at 7-ish, I think. I don't even watch TV, so I don't really know. But I do know it's on tonight, and we're hoping we can get you normal programming. We'll see what we can do. But for the time being, we want to make sure we're keeping everybody safe. I'm joking aside. You got to want to make some light of the situation. We do have, again, tornadoes. These are dangerous storms. These are moving again. We have this tornado warning here for northwestern Buchanan County. For the time being, Independence is not in that warning, but we do have this potential for the storm here. So Hazleton, the worst of it almost through you here. This is one of the last tornado warnings here. We're down to 2. The one in Tama County, as I'm sure you can probably surmise, has been canceled. We'll do a wider view over eastern Iowa. The problem, though, is as we start to transition from maybe more of a widespread tornado threat will be a wind threat. We're starting to see that big line of storms form here, ever so slow moving off to the south and east. So we are watching that very closely here. We'll jump over towards the storm in Tama County. Again, these storms are still strong. They're still producing winds of 60 miles per hour. That's enough to topple trees and power lines. So they're still worth taking shelter from. You don't want to stand outside. Also, a lot of lightning. There's a lot of instability in play today. So these storms are likely producing a lot of lightning. So you want to make sure you're staying inside somewhere safe. With that said, though, the tornado warning has been canceled here up in northern Tama County. Severe thunderstorm warning, though, does continue until 7:30. So we still have some time to go. There's a very good chance these warnings will continue to push off to the east just because, we're watching that very closely. We have that tornado watch, which continues until midnight tonight. So we kind of knew this might be a late event, late night affair, and that's kind of what we're looking at right now. What I do want to look at is, remember earlier today we had all these tornado warnings here along Highway 20. We still have one, and that's likely along that cold front here that's starting to push through the north central part of the state. This here is likely the end of our event. Once it moves through, we'll be okay. Unfortunately, we still have some time to go here. We still have severe thunderstorm warnings, which do continue here in eastern Iowa. So let's jump over to that. We'll jump back and forth, and we'll jump back up north. But again, we do have this severe thunderstorm warning. This is northwestern Benton County, northern Benton County, into southern portions of Buchanan County. Again, we're also talking about the potential of 60-mile-per-hour winds here, which again can still topple trees and power lines. These are still strong storms. You want to make sure you are taking shelter with these. But again, the tornado threat for now appears to be off to the north, up towards areas like Hazleton. This severe thunderstorm warning does continue until 7:15. Again, there is some potential with the next round of warnings, which probably get issued here pretty soon. It may start approaching the Cedar Rapids metro. For now, things are still quiet, but maybe what you want to do is put some yard furniture away, put the chairs away, put the umbrella away, maybe park away from trees, just because the fact that we're still talking about some strong wind gusts. You have time to prepare. That's the point of these watches, to give you kind of a preliminary heads up of what might be coming. We'll do one more reset with that tornado warning up towards Chickasaw County, which again, no longer confirmed. That's the good news there, but it's still a tornado warning, moving right through the New Hampton area, heading towards areas like Lawler. Let's send things over to Weather First Meteorologist Sara Flynn. Do you have any updates kind of coming your way with the Weather Service chat?
Yeah, not much. We still see those 2 tornado warnings continuing and those severe thunderstorm warnings. You did mention the wind is obviously a threat. Most of those are tagged with 60-mile-per-hour winds, if not 70-mile-per-hour gusts moving towards that direction. And paired with that, we're also continuing to track that lightning threat really as these storms do push across the region. If we can flip back over to Max 1 really quick and take that full. There we go. Looking at some of the lightning with these storms, it really is producing a decent amount, especially down to the south with these severe thunderstorms, and that's when we're seeing that concern for those damaging winds. Now, it is important to note that, again, want to refresh, this tornado watch does continue for really the bulk of our area until midnight. So that's another 5 hours. It could get expired a little bit before then, but we do know that we're going to continue to see these storms for quite a bit of time. They may lose some of the severity with them. We may lose some of those tornado warnings, but it is something to continue to take note of as it really is going to engulf most of our area if you haven't seen that severe weather earlier on today. I don't know if you have any other reports, Rebecca?
We haven't really gotten many reports, and the Weather Service just maintaining that there's that potential for the lightning that is quite frequent in some of these thunderstorms too, that's going to be coming in, the strong winds. Also that we do have the potential of seeing those 60 to 70 mile per hour winds as the storms come on through. I also wanted to maybe just some commentary on how this year has gone. We had 4 tornadoes in the state prior to today reported in 2021, and now we've had how many? 4 maybe reported in a day, 3 at least that we know of. So this is also why we do this too, because we have gotten lucky, for better use of a word, I suppose, so far this season in terms of severe weather that we had not seen. We'd been talking about the 3rd least amount of warnings to date. Now we've had several warnings across the state. These tornadoes that have been reported too. This has been the biggest day that we've seen across the state of Iowa so far this year. And we want to make sure that you're taking these storms seriously, because we have seen damage. Somebody lost their home because of Storm 2. And now we have a new tornado warning, it looks like, there.
That is exactly correct. That one is for Tama County. We just got the update in there. Until 7:30 p.m. Radar indicated at this time. Nothing confirmed with this storm, but let's take a look at the velocity. Pretty strong signature there. Again, this one likely going to be rain wrapped again. So if you are within this area, get into that shelter here quickly. You're not going to likely see anything if you're looking out your window and trying to get some pictures. In this area, though, we still do have those severe thunderstorm warnings in play. So even if you aren't in that tornado warning that you're seeing right there for Tama County until 7:30 p.m., the rest of the area is producing a lot of lightning, producing winds up to about 70 miles per hour as I'm seeing some reports come in. So definitely a dangerous line of thunderstorms, and ones that should be taken really seriously. I don't think we have any confirmed reports quite yet on this tornado warning, but Nick, this is a fairly strong signature that we should be taking seriously here.
Yeah, you can really kind of see on the radar view, kind of the reds, again, we're going away from the radar, which is over towards Des Moines, going away from the radar, the greens toward the radar here. That's that spin right here, just about Highway 21. This is going to be approaching Dysart. So again, it's going to be really close here. Based on this, I wouldn't be surprised if we do see the Weather Service in the Quad Cities issue a tornado warning here for Benton County. That may be coming soon. I don't want to, say what they're going to probably do, but there's some potential here. We might see a tornado warning here issued. This wouldn't likely include areas like Garrison. So based on that radar imagery, if you are in Garrison, if you are over towards Vinton, I would want to make sure you're in your safe place now. Maybe start getting ready to go because that looks like a pretty menacing storm there right to the west of the Tama-Benton County line. Again, that's a pretty strong indication of rotation there. We'll do a measurement of the wind speed. Again, right there, 56 miles per hour. So that's pretty respectable. That's a pretty strong indication of rotation. Remember, we had that tornado near Prairie du Chien not too long ago, a few weeks ago. The rotation of the radar there was like maybe 20 miles an hour. So not all storms are created equal here in that regard. Let's go ahead and look at
Per hour
15.
If you wanted to draw out.
So,
it likely will get extended, but it is moving pretty slow.
So let's go ahead and we'll draw a fan on that guy here. Again, this is for that tornado warning here in northern Tama County. You said 15, right? Okay, sorry. Spacing out here. All right, so again, that's moving off to the east here. So again, apparently nothing. I know I missed Garrison here. It's rural Benton County, so that's some good news here. But unfortunately, areas like Dysart and over towards Garrison, that's where that storm will start approaching. So Garrison by about 7:25, and Vinton, and there we go. We're kind of just stalling for time, waiting for that warning to finally get issued. So here we go. We have that new tornado warning here for northern Benton County. Again, this goes back to the Weather Service lines. Des Moines takes over this county, Tama County. Weather Service in the Quad Cities takes over Benton County. That's kind of why we were kind of waiting there. Let's go ahead again, look at the velocity view, because that is of concern as it's moving. Yeah, that's looking stronger. Right now, this is just to the west of the Benton County and Tama County line. This is moving into northern Benton County right now. You can see right behind me, Vinton, not technically in this tornado warning, but you want to be careful with it. Keep in mind, it's only moving 15 miles per hour, so it's going to take some time. There's some potential there for the storm to weaken before it gets to you. Also some potential for it to strengthen before it gets to you. So just want to maybe keep an eye on this storm. Maybe if you have a safe place to go, a basement. We haven't had to use it a lot this year. Maybe make sure it's cleared out. Want to make sure you have a safe place to go. That circulation here, about Highway 21 and Highway 8, that's going to be crossing again the Benton, Tama County lines, moving right to where Highway 8 meets Highway 218. So it's going to be following Highway 8, and then eventually we'll be following Highway 218 there, off to the east. So again, Garrison will be in the threat for this storm. Let's go ahead. We'll zoom out here. Unfortunately, I don't think we'll get us out by 7 o'clock with that new tornado warning. But again, this does continue again for northern and northwestern Benton County that until 7:45. This line of storms continues to move off to the east. And again, this is what will be inevitably coming into the Cedar Rapids and Iowa City metros. We hope it weakens, but keep in mind that tornado watch does continue until midnight tonight. We knew it was going to be a late night. We got pizza, so I'm excited for that once it's finally over with. We'll zoom out here. We'll kind of take a wider view. Again, so we're back to technically 4 tornado warnings, technically 3 different tornado warned storms. We have that tornado warning up there towards Chickasaw County. I don't know if we do have the double box ready for Nathan. Just kind of curious what things look like up there. Okay, so he lost cell phone service, but the Road Warrior has ability to send signals back and lower cell service. And we do have a live picture at least. Again, that's that tornado warning up here towards Chickasaw County. For now, again, that tornado warning does continue, but it's no longer confirmed. That storm to me looks a little bit more outflow, meaning that it's probably weakening. It's like warm inflow is probably a bit cut off. But here again is that tornado warning, which does continue for Chickasaw. We can leave it double boxed here for a little bit. Again, that circulation probably now east of New Hampton, basically following Highway 24. Lawler will be the next place in line there. We'll take a look at the velocity view right here. We'll talk, kind of look at what the rotation is. Doesn't look like much, so that's promising. And look at that. Magic. Tornado warning is gone. We are done with that. Let's things out real quick, though, to Weather First Meteorologist Nathan Santo Domingo. I want to talk a little bit just kind of about what you've seen with that storm so far and kind of what you've also seen earlier this evening, Nathan.
Yeah, Nick, I think you kind of hit the nail on the head here. We're driving through a little heavy cell that popped up just to the north of Fredericksburg. So we're south of Lawler, north of Fredericksburg, driving through quite a bit of rain. So unfortunately, we're not having the view behind us that I was hoping to, but you can kind of see a little bit of a shelf cloud there as it fades off into the distance behind this rain. And the reason for that is exactly what you said. This storm has kind of it's been taken over by outflow. So that cold air at the very top of the thunderstorm has come surging down, got out ahead of it, and I think that's actually what triggered this little cell that popped up here just to the north of Fredericksburg. So we're going to go ahead and continue to drive to the south here, stay out ahead of this line of storms as it continues to kind of move slowly off to the south and east. But it's been a busy day. We had to we started over in Grundy County. And we were watching that tornado warned storm as it moved towards Shell Rock and Waverly for the longest time. Had to deal with some river valleys, some trees, and eventually we were able to get you that confirmed video of that tornado even doing some damage. We saw some debris being lofted in the air, and as we again kept driving further and further off into the east, we did see some of that damage, and that actually is what prevented us from going further to the east. We had power lines over the roadway just to the west of Janesville, and so we kind of had to do a little bit of a 360 and decided to go up here into Chickasaw County and take a peek at this storm. So now we're going to go stay out ahead of these storms. Hopefully everyone in Waverly and Shell Rock, you guys are doing okay. Keep in mind that there are still a chance for some showers and storms, so folks doing the the emergency response to that damage, the initial responders to that damage. Make sure that if you know anyone out in that location, in that area, there's still some more thunder and lightning to go as we go through the evening. And we're going to continue to follow these storms here in the Road Warrior, make our way back down to the south towards the 380 corridor, and hopefully continue to provide you guys updates here as the severe threat continues, so at least for the next couple of hours. Live out in the Road Warrior, Meteorologist Nathan Santo Domingo, back to you guys in the studio.
Fantastic work there, Nathan. Thank you so much for all your help tonight so far. Again, we are watching this tornado warning. This one is unfortunately of more concern. We were really watching that circulation increase in intensity. Right now near Dysart, moving off to the east. This is far eastern Tama County, now entering into northern Benton County. So Garrison over towards Vinton. You want to make sure you're watching the storm very closely. Garrison, you should probably be in your safe place right now, because that is a very strong indication of rotation. Right at the Highway 21, Highway 8 intersection. Radar may be a bit displaced, but you can see that is that might be one of the strongest rotations we've seen so far tonight. Unfortunately, this is out of my way. So let me try and, all right, hold on. We're gonna make this work. I'm gonna pan off. Oh, wait, no, I still have it selected. Boom, boom, there we go. Apparently, that's not right. Okay, well, it's definitely one of the stronger couplets that we've seen so far. Again, this is far eastern Tama County. Let's go ahead and let me change the radar sites. That might be part of the issue. We'll go over into the Des Moines radar. Oh boy.
There's been a couple of spotters out that way too that have been posting some pictures of some lowering occurring. There are some people on the storm.
Okay.
I haven't seen anything touching the ground, but there certainly looks like there has been at least a funnel cloud that has been around and a wall cloud that's there.
Okay. Yeah, I believe it. I mean, I think that might be the strongest rotation we've seen so far tonight. And the problem with this one is that it's really embedded in heavy rainfall. You're not going to be able to see this thing. There's really no point in going out to look at it because you're not going to be able to see it. It's heavily wrapped in rain. That's an 87-mile-per-hour gate-to-gate shear. That's the rotation in that storm, pretty much right on Dysart right now. Again, this is heading into northern Benton County. This will be heading slowly east. It's a slow-moving storm heading towards Garrison and over towards Vinton as well. So need to watch the storm very closely as it continues to move off to the east. We'll go back to the radar view.
On the ScanDo too, if we can pull up the ScanDo, I have a picture so you can see that there of on the weather ScanDo.
Wow.
And that is not in Tama. That is that's the producer ScanDo. There we
Okay.
go. So that was in Tama just a couple of minutes ago, or Dysart, Tama County, just a couple of minutes ago.
Okay. You can see there's definitely kind of probably a funnel cloud going on there. I'm surprised it's as visible as it is. I wouldn't be surprised if that might be just kind of scud on the leading edge of that thing. I'm a little intrigued because I don't know. That definitely is concerning looking. It's definitely at least a funnel cloud, and there's definitely rotation with the storm. There's no doubt about that. So we definitely know that this is a storm worth watching. If we can go back to me and Max 1 here. Thank you very much. And again, this tornado warning does continue now until 7:45. What I don't like to see is that this appears to be more of an inflow notch starting to form here, which means this storm might be starting to intensify in northern Benton County here. Probably strong inflow going in here. Rotation will be right around here. Dysart heading into, again, northern Benton County, running right along Highway 8. Newest scan there kind of confirms that. Looks like a pretty good inflow notch right there. It does appear the worst of that storm is now either on or now just east of the Tama-Benton County line on Highway 8. Go back to the velocity view here. Ooh, boy, that's concerning.
It's not confirmed. It's a preliminary spotter report with that storm right there over Dysart.
A possible tornado, you said, or?
Funnel cloud.
Funnel
Cloud. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, again, that might be probably the most concerning rotation I've seen so far tonight. That's pretty strong. I might have to dance around this a little bit. It's a little noisy, but there's clearly something really spinning pretty quick in here. And again, just now crossing into northern Benton County. So I don't want to forget about everybody else. We'll kind of do a quick reset here, kind of see where else we are. Obviously, northern Benton County and far eastern Tama County. You're going to want to make sure you're in your safe place. And treat these storms with respect, because we've seen what's happened already today. We know these storms have a history of producing tornadoes. We've seen damage from these tornadoes. We've heard of houses destroyed near Waverly. So that's how you know there's some pretty significant potential with these storms. We're down to 2 tornado warnings again. Well, technically 2 tornado warning storms. Again, Benton County as well as Buchanan County. I'm not really sure why this storm has not been canceled yet. It looks like the worst of the storm is past there. So let's go ahead and do a quick zoom in here. Yeah, I think the storm's pretty much done. I wouldn't worry about this storm here, Buchanan. Just expired. All right,
It's
there we
not
go.
updated.
So beautiful. So that storm is out of here. So northwestern Buchanan County, you are okay. But Independence, you're probably dealing with some pretty strong wind gusts right now with this storm. It's still a severe thunderstorm warning. Again, this does continue for Buchanan and Delaware counties until 7:45. We'll zoom out to kind of give you a wider view of the storm. Main threat with this, again, is 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. Maybe some large hail as well, up to maybe quarters. But really, I think the wind threat is probably going to be the biggest threat with this storm. Again, that's that storm here, right along the Highway 20 corridor. It's moving off to the east down Highway 20. Does include Manchester. Manchester will be in the thick of it here pretty soon. We'll kind of look at this storm here. Again, this is a fairly new severe thunderstorm warning for Buchanan and Delaware counties until 7:45. 60-mile-per-hour wind gust will be possible. Again, Independence, you're in it right now. Dundee, Manchester. These areas were in the storms earlier today. In fact, I was right up here earlier today. So they've already had some pretty heavy rainfall. So the potential is we might also start dealing with some localized flash flooding, maybe on some of those gravel or dirt roads. We're seeing a lot of rain tonight, a lot of moisture in the air. I'm sure you can feel it. So that may be another threat that we watch as we go throughout the night. That severe thunderstorm warning again does continue until 7:45 for Buchanan and Delaware counties. So let's go ahead. We'll jump back down to the most menacing storm, which remains that storm here in northern Benton County, now crossing into Benton County.
I'm hearing from the producers that we do have a picture of this storm if we want to pull that up on PScan.
Yeah, let's go right
take
ahead.
a look at it.
So this is from that storm. This is would be that storm here because she had the photo earlier. So this is near Dysart there in far northeastern Tama County into northern Benton County. You can see a pretty good shelf cloud there. It's at least bare minimum a sign of some pretty strong wind gusts with that storm. Again, there's also that tornado threat as well. Pretty strong indication of rotation with this storm, but that's the storm we're seeing there. So definitely need to keep an eye on this. This one, what, 15 miles an hour to the east, Sarah, correct?
I believe so. That's what it was. Let me double check it.
Sure.
In case it's sped up.
Slow-moving storm, which the other issue with these slow-moving storms will be, once again, going back to the flash flooding threat.
It's east at 25.
Ooh, it's up to
So,
25,
a little bit. Still slow, though.
You can almost outrun it. So again, the tornado warning does continue there for Benton County. I want to go back to the velocity view here. Let's hope this is weakening, but I didn't like the signs of it. It's still very stubborn. There's some good news here. I do like this. It looks like an outflow boundary is starting to kind of get kicked out ahead of this circulation. That's some promising news there, but it takes time for that outflow to undercut that circulation. So it still is a dangerous storm. There's no doubt about it. This is at least strong wind gusts, probably 60. I wouldn't be surprised if we do approach 70, just based on how strong that storm is gushing out ahead of it. So there's some strong there. Oof, that's another strong rotation there. Just as I'm saying it might be weakening, I see it strengthening. 92, that is definitely the strongest rotation we've seen so far today. There's absolutely no reason we wouldn't be on the air for this storm. That is a very dangerous storm now in northwestern Benton County. That's strong rotation.
We are getting a lot of unconfirmed reports from this storm. So definitely something to take seriously. I do think it is the strongest storm that we have seen today. You can see that gate-to-gate shear or that rotation up to 92. We've only seen, I think, up to 60 or 70 at this point. So something to take very seriously. At this time, this is the only tornado warned storm in eastern Iowa, but tagged along with it, we do have several severe thunderstorm warnings there as well. Not sure if we have any pictures coming in of this storm.
I do have one I'm going to get on the weather scan if you give me just a second. Actually, another view of some lowering happening.
Yeah, we'll take the PScan first, and then we'll come back to weather scan if that's okay.
So I have it up. Oh, there, he had the same one I had. So there you go. So
where's this?
This is near Dysart.
That looks like a tornado to me, so that's a concern.
It does.
Yeah, that's very likely a tornado in progress there. Whether it's now or was recently, that's definitely a concerning view. So again, we've been telling you, northern Benton County, Wouldn't be surprised if we do see that warning go observed based on that picture. Did the weather certificate tagged in that by chance?
I'm going to send it to them.
Yeah, I hope that's be good news. Yeah, so that's obviously a very strong indication of rotation on
They're
radar.
saying they are getting a spotter report, large tornado moved through or near Dysart, power flashes and flying debris noted. That's a not confirmed preliminary spotter report,
Sure.
but I'm going to,
Yeah. I think we probably see this warning go confirmed here momentarily. If we go back to radar, again, that's a strong indication of rotation right now. Right down Highway 8. This is Highway 218. It's just to the west of Garrison. So again, if you are in Garrison, if you're a farmer around Garrison, you need to take shelter now. This is a pretty strong storm. I'm actually kind of curious. This is kind of close-ish to the radar. There is some chaos happening here. I don't think it's too accurate. There might be some indication of debris there, but that's really just too noisy to really get anything confirmed out of there. But that is definitely a sign. We're definitely watching, definitely some concerning sights here on radar. So again, this is a very, very powerful storm. Likely, there it is, confirmed tornado. So we're now confirmed tornado here in northern Benton County. So Garrison, if you're in Vinton, I'd start taking your tornado safe plans right now. Lowest level of a home, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. A closet, a basement, best places to be. This storm is moving, not fast, 25 miles an hour, but it is moving right down Highway 8. It's basically at the Highway 8, Highway 218 intersection right now. This is approaching Vinton. So Garrison, Vinton. Sparsely populated area, but still there are people that live here. If you know somebody that may not be watching the weather, if you know somebody that may be taking a nap or something like that up north in northern Benton County, give them a call, give them a text. This is a very dangerous storm. By chance, what is the observed tag? Do they say anything specific with that observed tag there, sir, Rebecca?
located near Dysart. Or 11 miles west of Vinton. That is all they're saying there.
Okay.
It must have been just from that spotter report. And that picture, I mean, it basically looked like you had kind of a cone dropping down in the middle of that big shape of the storm there. So certainly possible that there's a tornado, and then also possible in that it's getting rain wrapped in that heavy rain that's falling there.
Yeah, I mean, again, you can see that photo. I mean, how difficult. You have to be in the absolute perfect spot to see that. Based on his Twitter handle, High Risk Chris, I'm assuming he's a storm chaser and storm spotter, so he knows what he's doing. It's going to be very, very difficult to mimic that shot or be able to see that tornado. It's going to be heavily wrapped in rain. And again, this is a very dangerous storm. It's moving in northern Benton County. Confirmed tornado now, moving right near Garrison. I want to go back to the velocity view. We had a kind of a garbage scan there. That looks better. Again, still a pretty strong indication of rotation. May have weakened a little bit. Still 88 though. That's really strong. That's a really strong indication of rotation. Again, this is northern Benton County. Also, if I'm forgetting any storms, feel free to shout out at me. I think this is the only tornado warning we're watching right now.
You are correct, yes.
Okay, beautiful. All right, so we're down to one storm. Unfortunately, it's a strong storm. This does continue to move off to the east, heading into the Vinton area. So Vinton, again, you got to make sure you're in a safe place. You might not be technically in the warning yet, but it may not be a bad idea to at least make sure you can get there easily. You want to make sure you give yourself time, because that looks even stronger with that newest scan there. 84 miles an hour, still dancing along. It continues to move off to the east. I'll go back to the radar view. This is kind of what you're more typical to seeing, the raindrop view. Again, that circulation was right here by the Highway 8 sign. Notice all the reds and oranges around it. That's that heavy rainfall. Maybe some small hail, but primarily heavy rainfall. It's completely wrapped in rain. You're not going to be able to see it. This is a very dangerous storm. You might be able to see the power flashes as power poles go down. This area was hit rather hard by the derecho back in August. So this is something to keep in mind. Some trees already might be damaged from the derecho. They could then get knocked down by the strong winds and possible tornado here. So again, this is a very dangerous storm as it moves through northern Benton County. It does continue until 7:45. It's a slow mover, only about 25 miles an hour, but it is concerning. 84 miles an hour is the rotation of the atmosphere. That's how much the raindrops are rotating. And so that gives us a rather good idea of exactly what's happening there. So let's go ahead. I'm going to just jump out wide, bring everybody up to speed here. We do have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings which continue, but now we are down to one again. So that's promising. This is a wider view over eastern Iowa. We still have that severe thunderstorm warning for Buchanan and western Delaware counties. That's right on the Highway 20 corridor. We have that tornado warning now in northwestern Benton County, and that's very much probably the strongest storm of the day that I've seen so far. Very likely a strong tornado there. Hopefully it can stay out in open fields. Unfortunately for farmers' crop, but hopefully it can at least stay away from structures, barns, and things like that. And we also do have that severe thunderstorm warning for northern Tama County. But again, the biggest threat for now is that storm in northwestern Benton. So again, Cedar Rapids, Iowa City metros, we continue to watch what's unfolding off the north and northwest. We do have that yellow, that's that tornado watch, which does continue until midnight tonight. We knew it was going to likely be a long night of watching these storms, and that's what we're watching right now. Let's go ahead and bring you back up to speed on this storm, and then we will check in with Sarah. If you do have any new reports kind of coming in from the Weather Service, obviously everyone, I'm sure, is watching this storm right now with very close eyes.
Right, that is the main storm that we are talking about right now. Confirmed on the ground. We are seeing a few social media images come in with that. It is continuing to move fairly slowly, but we do see a really strong rotation with it still at this time. That's one of those strong signatures that you look for when you want to think of tornadoes on the ground. And unfortunately, we may not be getting a ton of things over social media due to the fact that it looks to be rain wrapped, and it's very difficult to see that confirmation. But as of now, it is confirmed. It's on the ground. If you're anywhere along Highway 218 headed into the Vinton area, especially western Vinton, this is your time to be getting into that safe space and taking cover. Now, we are down to one tornado warning. We do have two severe thunderstorm warnings still in play in the region. This one up to the north for Buchanan and Delaware counties is still labeled as TOR possible. So we could see it continue to strengthen and continue to develop into that. But for now, it is a severe thunderstorm. We're tracking winds upwards of about 60 to 70 miles per hour with this storm. And of course, that ongoing hail threat, but something we will continue to watch, especially because it has that tornado possible tag. So let's take a look at the velocity with this. Again, nothing too strong or too significant here just yet, but we could definitely see that change over the next couple of minutes here as it really does continue to strengthen as we head throughout the evening.
I will say, Sarah, too, down by that Benton County storm. Now, I would not be surprised if the Weather Service updates this the warning a bit here because it's starting to go a little bit further north. So it's north of Garrison. Mount Auburn, I have more concern there than in Vinton. This likely passes north of the city of Vinton. I'm not going to give you the all clear Vinton, but I would say Mount Auburn, you're not in this warning, but we're starting to see some strengthening here between the reds and the greens you're seeing on that radar, that rotation. So Mount Auburn, this is 218 and Highway 8. And that just hopped up north. So yeah. I would not be surprised if they extend this north. In fact, they need to. They need to. Mount Auburn, you need to be taking your tornado precautions now. They're saying that there is a confirmed tornado, possibly rain-wrapped, strong rotation occurring there, and that is heading to kind of in a northeasterly direction. So I'm anticipating they're going to update this warning here, but it certainly needs to include Mount Auburn.
Yeah, for sure. It was moving east at 25 miles per hour. I would argue it's moving at least northeast at this point. So if you're in that Mount Auburn area, we'll zoom into the street view here. Anywhere along 17th Avenue, 53rd Street, get off 53rd Street. Mount Auburn is the biggest city that we're targeting kind of right now with this. If you are still in this area, the Garrison area, I'm not going to say you're in the clear, but it does look like it's moving away from you at this time. But again, we should see a quick tornado warning update here shortly, likely engulfing areas of Mount Auburn, potentially as far off northeast to Brandon area. Regardless, you're dealing with some strong storms there as well. So I don't think we have any more complete updates on this yet, but I do expect that, as Rebecca mentioned, that tornado warning will be extended to further north Benton County.
I asked the Weather Service if they were going to update the polygon there because that rotation is about to get out. So please, if you are not in this warning in Mount Auburn, please start taking your tornado precautions and get to the lowest level away from the windows and such. Don't try and look for this thing because it is likely rain wrapped or very difficult to see. And I haven't heard from the Weather Service yet, but Nick, I'd imagine they're gonna update this polygon here.
Yeah, can you do me a favor? Can you kind of loop back the last maybe like 5 or 6 frames, and you can really kind of see just how much that storm is rotated. I mean, it's kind of moving east, and it kind of started kind of booking back north here. So that's One that tells me maybe occluding. Storms that these turns that tend to weaken a little bit, they tend to shift northwest. Unfortunately, though, that means there's still a tornado in progress. That's a very clear example that there is a tornado in progress. Some good news, at least. It does look like the rotation's weakening a little bit. The outflow boundary may have kind of kicked out ahead of it, but still treat this as it is a very dangerous storm. We still know that there is a tornado possible, if not already occurring. There is a very menacing picture of a tornado near Dysart, moving eastward into northern Benton County. So the storm has a history of producing. That's the photo. I mean, my goodness. That's a very concerning image there. There was reports of like power flashes too at one point, and flying debris. Yeah, so this has a history of producing damage as well in that area. I wouldn't be surprised if we do have some power outages kind of starting to pop up here in northern Benton County. Let's go ahead and pop the radar view back on here. It's 7:24. We have one tornado warning to go here. Unfortunately, it is a bad one. This storm does have a history of producing a tornado, and a pretty menacing tornado at that. Again, this is for northern Benton County. Vinton, you're right on the line. I still would take your tornado precautions just in case this does continue to move east. What I am seeing here is potentially another inflow notch starting to form here, and that could be a sign of more warm, moist air trying to fuel maybe a secondary area of rotation here. In fact, let me just pop over on the velocity view. Maybe trying to do something funky there, but for now, not a huge concern. But what is a big concern now is this air rotation. Let's go ahead and pop up the camera view. We'll zoom in. We'll try and get you a little bit tighter here. Talk about these areas that are definitely going to be impacted. Again, you got Mount Auburn up here. Again, that's moving off to the east. Any new information coming our way, guys?
The National Weather Service did extend the warning, and they're saying they're continuing it with that observe tag, saying confirmed tornado located 1 mile north of Garrison, moving east at 25 miles per hour. I would still say, though, that's definitely taken that northern jog as we were just talking about, and I wouldn't be surprised if they push this polygon a little bit further north. I don't know why they haven't quite yet.
Yeah, it does still say it's moving east, but I would argue it's moving even a little bit more northeast here. So that Mount Auburn area, I would take cover.
I want to watch it. Again, it's still spinning at 41 miles an hour, considerably lower than what it was. But keep in mind, the storm that produced the damage up by Waverly was around this strength. So again, we are pretty far from the radar site. We're in between the Quad Cities down in Davenport and the Des Moines radar over in, obviously, Des Moines. Yeah, that's kind of what we're watching right now. So we're kind of in between those two radars. It's not the greatest view, but it's the best that we can give you. And again, that's that circulation there, completely wrapped in rain. You're not going to be able to see it. You might be able to see power flashes. We had reports of power flashes with some of those storms. So we do know there was, or if not was, still is a tornado in progress, likely somewhere around 17th Avenue, kind of southwest of Mount Auburn. That's kind of the area that we're watching right now for the potential of that tornado. We'll pop over to velocity view. We'll just kind of keep an eye on it. Again, for now, this is the only show in town in terms of tornadoes. We have nothing else going on in terms of the tornado threat except this storm right here in northern Benton County, passing very close to Garrison, just north of the Garrison area. We have Mount Auburn up here. This rotation continues. Mount Auburn, I would definitely make sure you're getting in your tornado safe place right now. It's too close to call. Hopefully it's weakening. Hopefully that northwest movement or that northeast movement is kind of a sign of weakening, but we can't guarantee that.
Yeah, Nick, so we just actually got a report in Benton County Emergency Management, brief tornado touchdown along 18th Avenue, 1 mile north of Garrison. So
It's certainly possible that
touchdown
lifted.
quickly. It is looking a little bit further off. Yeah, so I do think the storm is still shifting far off to the north a little bit.
Okay.
But that is the confirmation that we have at this time.
You can kind of see the storm report right there. Sometimes these are a bit estimated, but you can kind of see the report right there just north of Garrison. So we have at least a confirmed report of a tornado. I think that really just kind of lends credence to the photo that we've been showing you earlier. There's definitely something happening with this storm. Again, I believe every tornado warning we've had today at least had a history of producing tornadoes, because this was the one that was in northern Tama County that for the longest time only produced funnels. But you can see big uptick in lightning there. That tornado report was just north of Garrison. What was the time on that tornado?
7:20. So we're a little bit behind on it, but
sure.
yes.
Okay, cool. All right, so again, that continues to move off to the east-northeast. But velocity view, I do think the circulation is more probably up here at this point, kind of southwest of Mount Auburn. Still just hugging the northern fringe of that tornado warning. Showing some signs maybe of weakening. We continue to hope this thing weakens. Unfortunately, the most recent information we have, and this is now as of 8 minutes ago, is that there was a tornado in progress.
And Nick, we did just get another tornado warning back for Buchanan and Delaware County.
Okay.
So that was the one that was labeled tour possible. We talked about it a little bit earlier.
Right on. Well, that's a big warning.
But it's back. It's a big one.
Okay, so we'll jump over to that. Unfortunately, every time we get down to one warning, another one always wants to pop back up. All right, so we have a new tornado warning here. Maybe part of the reason why it might be so large is it looks like there's almost like 3 different areas here. One south of Lamont, maybe northeast of Winthrop, another one south of Winthrop. This is kind of what Rebecca was talking about earlier, that QLCS, quasi-linear convective system. You start getting these spin-ups on the leading edge of these storms, and that might be what we're looking at right here. Yeah, one of those looks probably stronger than the other. Again, this is just west of Masonville. That's probably the most intimidating looking circulation with this tornado warning. You can see gate-to-gate shear of 66 miles per hour. That's pretty strong rotation there. These are moving off to the east, so this will be approaching areas like Masonville rather quickly. Winthrop, it's basically on top of you. Lamont, pretty much on top of you as well. So if you're going through eastward from Buchanan County into Delaware County, you want to make sure you're starting to take your tornado safe place. Again, Masonville and Manchester. Manchester will be as the storm continues to move off to the east. Oneida is technically just outside the warning for now. So another one of the situations where maybe you want to think about getting your tornado action plan in place. Make sure your shelter is clear of garbage and things like that, because this is a pretty strong indication of rotation there, just west-northwest of Masonville. We'll pop back up the just a traditional radar view. Yeah, actually, there's some pretty heavy rain kind of mixed in that as well. Maybe some small hail wouldn't be out of the question here. Again, this is that tornado warning now for Buchanan County, Delaware counties until 7:45. A rather large warning there. Again, Masonville over to Manchester. Do you have a speed on this guy?
Yes, I believe it's east at 25. Let me double check.
Okay, we'll do
Yep,
30.
correct. East at 25.
Beautiful. We'll do 30 just to give yourself a little bit of a cushion. So air circulation near Masonville. So it'll be near Manchester on 7:46, Oneida at 7:58 if the warning does continue and that storm rotation does continue off to the east. Again, that new tornado warning for Buchanan and Delaware counties of note. This is part of the same complex that produced those tornadoes and damage over towards Waverly. So this storm has a history of producing damage in the past. We'll pop back on the velocity view. The storm is undergoing changes. You can see there's kind of 3 distinct areas. It's kind of messy right along the leading edge here, but there are definitely a few areas of circulation there. I think the most impressive one there is probably just northwest of Masonville. I'll have to toggle the tool on first, buddy. So again, that circulation there is 66 miles per hour. So a pretty good indication of rotation there. Right now, it's basically, there might be one circulation here just on Highway 20, but it's basically riding along and north of Highway 20, now in eastern Buchanan County, entering portions of Delaware County. I know Delaware County's got a lot of great spotters. I trained them one year, so I know they got some great spotters out there. Hopefully we'll start getting some reports here rather soon. But again, and hopefully no reports of tornadoes. But what is concerning is it looks like it's trying to get this little kind of hook shape here, just southeast of Winthrop, southwest of Masonville. That's kind of the area that we were watching there on Highway 20. So yes, we're entering the time of night when it's going to get a little bit more difficult to get reports confirmed with this. So that's that new tornado warning there.
And Nick, that storm did start off as tour possible, and we actually do have another severe thunderstorm warning labeled as tour possible. If you want to head that direction, it's down toward, it's in Tama County. It's the one that we've been kind of tracking along with it. So definitely something to continue to watch. Also, that severe thunderstorm warning off towards central Iowa could eventually move into Tama and Benton County there as well.
Yeah, because we're kind of watching, I was kind of mentioning this earlier, that inflow notch is kind of happening here. So that's something to watch right here. They'll be kind of entering Benton County from Tama County, kind of east, kind of like south of Dysart over towards Keystone. This area is kind of something to watch for the time being. But we still do have this tornado warning. It looks like they dropped the confirmed tag. That's some good news. Last report we had was at 7:20 of a confirmed damaging tornado. And so thankfully, it appears it may have lifted. Still a dangerous storm, though. The storm has a history of producing tornadoes, funnel clouds, so it's definitely worth watching here in eastern Iowa.
And there also was a report, at 7:24 that there was a down transformer that started to fire out around when about that tornado would have been reported too.
Oh, right here by Dysart.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I see that there. Okay. Yeah, you can see, I mean, this storm has at least a history of producing some damage here, including that confirmed tornado near Garrison, likely just north of Garrison there. This was likely riding right along Highway 8 as it approached Highway 218. Air circulation is probably along and maybe just north of Highway 218 at this point. So again, Vinton, most of Vinton technically not in the warning right now, but it may not be a bad idea to, again, take your safe place. We've seen how quickly these storms can ramp up. We go from a whole lot of nothing to tornado warning. Earlier today, about 4 o'clock, we had no tornado warnings or anything. About 20 minutes later, we had 3 active tornado warned storms that were all producing tornadoes. Today is a day where things wrap up very, very quickly. So let's go ahead. We'll do a quick reset. Here we are at just past 7:30 now. Unfortunately, we are moving into primetime programming, but unfortunately, we do have severe weather, and not just severe weather, we have damaging storms. We have a house that was destroyed in Waverly. We've got a lot of reports of tornadoes. We have seen reports of power lines down, barns destroyed, farm buildings and outbuildings destroyed up towards the Waverly area. So unfortunately, we know the storms today have a history of producing tornadoes, and unfortunately, we've seen how quickly things can change. That's why we're on the air, where we just ask you for your patience. We want to give everybody the all clear soon. Unfortunately, we can't do that. We just really have to sit through, let these storms do their thing. We want to get off air as much as I'm sure you guys want us to as well. But unfortunately, severe weather does take credence. And unfortunately, again, severe weather happened today. We have a lot of reports of tornadoes. And unfortunately, today is not done. Wider view, and you can see the storms here in central Iowa. But I want to pull up the watch warnings and advisories, which you'll see here in yellow. That remains that tornado watch. This does continue until midnight. I think there's a pretty good bet. At least portions of our northwestern area may get removed from that ahead of time, but at least down towards I-80, we're probably going to be dealing with a late night event over towards Dubuque as well. We did a Facebook Live earlier. I forget who asked the question over towards Dubuque. I kind of mentioned after 8 o'clock would probably be your window, 8 to midnight. Unfortunately, we're hitting that. We're at 7:36 and storms are starting to approach the city of Dubuque. Again, that area in yellow, that is that tornado watch, which continues until midnight tonight. Some good news right now. We only have red polygons, which means we don't have any confirmed tornadoes anymore currently happening, but we still have at least some pretty dangerous storms. Sarah, any information coming your way?
Yeah, not seeing any new information as far as confirmation of those tornadoes. The last one we did get was near Garrison, Iowa, the one that we have talked about a little bit, near Dysart touching down. But since then, it looks like it's more radar indicated. We can kind of reset and go through what we have been seeing really throughout the day today. We do have a couple severe thunderstorm warnings that are worth mentioning because they are labeled TOR possible. And we've seen a lot of those storms labeled that and then eventually turn into a tornado warning. One of them being up towards Buchanan and Delaware counties. So that's the one that we're tracking right now. Again, no confirmation with this, simply radar indicated. It does go here for another 8 minutes. I do think based on the velocity signature, and let me double check, it definitely could get extended. We are seeing some decent rotation with this storm here, more than one areas of rotation, and it'll continue to move off to the east here for probably quite some time. As mentioned, that tornado watch does go until midnight tonight. So definitely something to keep your eye on if you're in that Dundee, Manchester area. Even tracking a little bit far out is Dyersville, but not quite there yet. But anywhere really along Highway 13 here, Highway 187, the Masonville area, it's your time to be getting in that shelter. Although
we
nothing.
now have a tornado or a severe thunderstorm warning, rather. Sorry, that includes Linn County now. It does not include Cedar Rapids, but does include Linn County.
Okay, so that's important to note too. We're kind of getting into some of those more populated areas, and even though, again, not a tornado warning for Linn County specifically, We are seeing damaging winds and hail with this. Right now it's tagged 60-mile-per-hour winds. Could see a little bit more than that. We saw some reports tonight upwards of about 70 or 75, so be prepared for those types of wind speeds. And again, of course, this tornado warning sitting out in Benton County. Again, nothing confirmed with this as of now, but earlier we did see this drop a tornado. Still seeing a decent rotation with it. Not as strong, I don't think, as we saw before, but something to continue to take seriously. This one does go for another 7 minutes. We'll see if the Weather Service does continue to decide to extend that or not. And lastly, of course, we do have this one severe thunderstorm warning off in Tama County. And this one goes until 8. I do think that one potentially could get expired a little bit early. We'll see how those storms kind of develop there a little bit. But for the most part, an active night ahead of us. We'll be here for quite a bit of time. And remember, even if they are just severe thunderstorm warnings, a lot of them are labeled TOR possible. I don't know if you want to touch on this severe or this tornado warning here, Nick.
Yeah, sure. I mean, some good news here. I think the area of rotation is really weakened. There's definitely what we call like a shear zone here, but nothing is really centralized. So it's enough to be concerned. It's at least some strong winds now moving through Garrison, heading towards the Vinton area as well. This also might be why that severe thunderstorm warning was issued farther off to the east. So Vinton, you are now under at least a severe thunderstorm warning. That does continue this evening. We'll do kind of a wider view, kind of show you that new polygon that we're watching right now. We'll do a zoom out and we'll take a look at the storm here. Again, a fairly large tornado warning there, but also the severe thunderstorm warning, which is on the outside of it. I'll try and just get just that warning. Sometimes it's a delicate dance. Either way, we have that severe thunderstorm warning here. Basically, all of Benton County north of Highway 30. That's kind of the main concern there. Again, damaging wind gust upwards of 60 miles per hour. And also far northwestern Linn County. So like Cedar Rapids, you're not in the warning yet. There's some potential that we will inevitably get under a warning. We've been telling you that all evening long as he's continued to move off to the east and southeast. But at least areas like Center Point, that's going to be under that severe thunderstorm warning. Again, 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's for northern Benton County and far northwestern Linn County until 8:15 tonight. Of course, you don't want to forget about the tornado warning off to the north. This one does continue as well for 7:45. This right along and north of Highway 20. This does include eastern portions of Buchanan County into northwestern Delaware County. You can see there are some darker returns shown up here. So one of the stronger storms in terms of heavy rainfall, potentially some hail as well. But again, the main threat with the storm will be the tornado threat, in addition to some damaging winds. Looking at the rotation, you have a new severe thunderstorm warning which popped up right there. This is of concern. I'm very kind of confused by that severe.
It's possible, as it was before. So.
Okay, so tornado warning only goes till 7:45. That makes sense. Okay, but yeah, that's kind of a concern there. Let's go take a look at this guy. The gate-to-gate shear, 87 miles per hour. I don't think it'll be long before they issue a tornado warning on that, unfortunately. But yeah, technically still here under that tornado warning until 7:45. I think they tried issuing this severe thunderstorm warning hoping it was going to stay below tornado limit. Unfortunately, that is of concern there. I want to take a closer look, kind of give you some roads that may be impacted by this storm, because that is a pretty menacing view there. This is just southwest of Masonville. That's pretty strong there. Again, this is going to be driving east. Just along Highway 20. This white line right here is Highway 20, just south of Masonville. That's a pretty strong indication of rotation there.
And Nick, we do have a non-confirmed report right where you're pointing there. Large rotating wall cloud.
Okay. I don't doubt it.
About 3 miles west-southwest of Masonville. So.
Okay, we just got that newest scan there in which you can really start seeing the brighter pinks. Right now we're using the weather radar down to the Quad Cities. So the bright pinks are not going away from the radar down the Quad Cities. The greens are coming towards. So anytime you get that bright green, bright pink, that's a sign of some pretty strong rotation. Unfortunately, I do think they might have to issue another tornado warning for this guy here. Looking at the gate-to-gate shear here, pretty strong. 87 miles per hour. Again, this is moving just along Highway 20 now in far southeastern Buchanan County, now entering Delaware counties. So Manchester, you're going to be next in line here. Manchester, you need to watch this storm because this is moving off to the east. If it does weaken just a tad, they tend to move a little bit northeast, as we saw with that storm in Benton County earlier. So Manchester definitely going to be under the threat here for this potential rotation. Again, we did have a report of a rotating wall cloud there, large rotating wall cloud near Masonville. That's a good reason to be concerned there. Let's go ahead and pop the just the traditional radar view on. It's kind of wrapped in rain. You probably might be able to see it from like the southeast side here where there's less rain. But again, if you're looking at it from Masonville or from Manchester, you're not going to be able to see it. So just stay inside. Do not try and go outside to look at it because, quite frankly, you're not going to be able to see it. But again, that tornado warning technically continues until 7:45, so another 2 minutes. Well, there it is, 8:15.
There you go, yeah.
Again, we just play a game. We know they're going to do it, and so we kind of just keep stalling for time, waiting for them to do it. So we have a new severe thunderstorm tornado warning here until 8:15. Let me zoom out. We'll kind of get a wider view. So again, Manchester, you're not safe yet. This tornado warning does continue for you. Oneida now under that tornado warning, as well as Delhi. So again, this is moving off to the east here. Pretty strong indication of rotation. Right now, maybe just along, maybe just south of Highway 20 at this point in time. We'll look at the velocity view. And again, that's very strong. Unfortunately, these storms, they are cycling. And fortunately, every time they seem to cycle, they want to get stronger. So right now, we do have another couplet, that area of rotation, just southwest of Masonville. Pretty strong indication of rotation there. This is moving off to the east. Now rotation at 87 miles per hour. Sarah, do you know how fast that storm is moving eastward?
Yeah, let me double check really quick. There was another tornado warning issued, though.
Okay.
I don't want further down to the south. We have the one in Benton County and then Buchanan and Delaware.
Gotcha.
So those are the two going on right now that we're noting. The Benton County one is moving east at 30, and the one you are on right now, east at 25.
25. Okay, so we'll do 30 just to give it some leeway here. We'll go off to the east. Again, just moving off. So it'll be near Manchester around 8:01. Again, I wouldn't wait to 8:01. That's a pretty strong indication of rotation, but that's where that storm will be near, about 8:01 in Manchester, around 8:14 in Oneida, Earlville around 8:20. Earlville technically just outside the tornado warning polygon, but we just want to play it safe. We saw how quickly this spins up. And again, that's the reason we're on the air. These storms have been changing so rapidly. We see a storm that looks to weaken and then pulse up right away. We've seen multiple reports of tornadoes, lots of reports of damage as well. So we know today has a history of producing dangerous storms, and we're going to stick through all these tornado warnings until they're finally out of here. Whether it's a town like Garrison, small town, or Cedar Rapids, we treat everybody equally. We hope that you kind of respect that. Right now, again, that tornado warning does continue there for Buchanan and Delaware counties until 8:15. But as Sarah alluded to, we do technically have that other tornado warning still down south. We'll start off with a wider view. You can see, looks like, they extended that. So we'll do zoom in here. Yep. Gotcha. So we'll go up here. So yeah, now Vinton is definitely in that tornado warning. Again, one of those things we've been kind of alluding to it. You want to make sure you're in your safe place. Right now, though, that just intensified once again. That's what these storms have been doing all day long. They ramp up, they weaken, they ramp up, they weaken. That's what we're seeing right now. So it looks like circulation passing very, very close to Vinton. Radar can be a bit displaced from where it's actually occurring. So Vinton, even though it looks just off to your south, I would take your safe place, get to your shelter now. Again, most interior room that you have. If you have a basement, that's the best place to be. If you have an interior closet, that's another really good place to be. You want to be in the centermost part of your house. Put as many walls around you as possible. If you live in a manufactured or mobile home, try and seek sturdier shelter. Maybe a neighbor's house, maybe a gas station nearby. That'll be probably the best case to do it, best thing to do. Right now, though, that circulation passing ever so close to Vinton, getting ready to cross Highway 218, likely south of Vinton or very close to Vinton. I would not give Vinton the all clear, even though it looks just off to your south. It's really just too close to call.
Cloud about 4 or down to the southeast of Vinton. So as you were talking about.
Yep. So at least a funnel cloud now with the storm. We can see the rotation aloft. We know the storm is spinning. Now we have reports that it's unfortunately producing possibly funnel clouds. Funnel clouds obviously are the precursor to tornadoes. And so that's what we're looking at right now. You can see kind of the city streets of Vinton right up here. That circulation 1, maybe 2 miles south of Vinton, but again, it's too close to call. Radar can be a bit displaced from reality, so if you're in Vinton, you need to be in your safe place right now because that circulation continues to intensify now. We're seeing it cycle back up. We'll do a quick inspection there. 54-mile-an-hour spin, so pretty good spin there in the atmosphere. This will likely be passing either on top of or just south of Vinton. It's likely crossing about 218, Highway 218 right about now. This moving east, maybe a bit northeast. That most recent scans seem to go a little bit northeast. So it's going to be a very, very close call to Vinton, which is right up here on the top of the screen. So we are still dealing with 2 active tornado warnings. I want to zoom down here. Here's Vinton. Here's that circulation. It's about a mile or 2 off to your south. Again, very, very close to call. Getting ready to cross Highway 218 if it hasn't already. Radar can also be a bit sluggish. It lags a little bit behind reality. So I'll pop the radar view back on. I'm going to hold my point there. So I mean, that circulation is completely wrapped in rain. So once again, you're not going to be able to see it. Just try not to go outside and look at it, quite frankly, because it'll be very dangerous to see. Storm spotters, they know how to position themselves a little bit better. You can see the live view there from our road warrior, weather first meteorologist Nathan Santo Domingo. I'd love to know where he's at. If you tend
He's near Waverly last time I checked. He's looking at some of the damage there,
Okay.
But not near one of these tornado warned storms.
Gotcha. Yeah, he is in Waverly right now, checking out some of the sites there. Again, there was some of the damage was in the Waverly area. We had that report of a possible house destroyed. I think that was a confirmed report there. Newest update, though, with the tornado warning. This is for northern Benton County. Waverly, you're fine for now. Waverly, he's just checking out damage. Waverly, you guys are okay in terms of the active threat. The tornado watch, though, does continue until midnight tonight. We'll do a wider view. We'll start off with a whole view across eastern Iowa. Again, we're now working 2 tornado warnings. We had as many as I believe 4 or 5 at one point. We're down to 2. We're getting pretty close. Hopefully things weaken, but unfortunately as soon as they look to weaken, they strengthen right back up again. So we're going to be bouncing back and forth between different storms. We are working multiple tornado warnings today. We've been doing this since about 4:30, I believe, this evening. So it's been a very long day. Again, this tornado warning does continue for eastern Buchanan County. Here's the Buchanan County line right here, and much of Delaware County. Does include the city of Manchester. Manchester, you want to make sure you're in your safe place. That circulation will be passing very close to you. Also, we have Oneida up here, showing up on the map, but Oneida's right up here in Earlville. Those are 2 other areas that storm continues to progress. If you essentially live along Highway 20 and to the south or north of Highway 20 in Delaware County, you're going to want to make sure you're in your safe place because that is a pretty menacing storm. We'll go back to the velocity view, see how much those raindrops are spinning there. And that looks even stronger still. The storm continues to intensify. It appears to be just southeast of Masonville, southwest of Manchester. Pretty strong indication of rotation there. As of now, I did see the screen flash, so it's at least radar indicated, still not confirmed. But like the other storm in Benton County, it's likely heavily wrapped in rain to the point you're not going to be able to see anything. It's also slowly getting darker, which is going to make it more difficult to see as well. We'll take a look at the traditional radar view. Again, that circulation's right here, just southeast of Masonville, southwest of Manchester. You can kind of see that hook here. It's not the most classic example of a hook echo, but there is definitely something here happening southwest of Manchester. Want to make sure you're in your safe place. Meteorologist Sara Flynn, anything kind of coming in the chat your way?
Yeah, so the one that you're on right now, still moving pretty slowly east at 25 miles per hour. Just radar indicated for now. Again, not indicated or no confirmed reports on the ground. The one down to the south, though, that we continue to track is still a concern. So this is what we're looking at right now. This is the one for Buchanan and Delaware County. Goes to 8:15 p.m., just radar indicated. But when we say that, we look for some pretty steady rotation, and we are seeing that with this storm. I mean, that's a little bit concerning. That's something that if you're in the Manchester area along Highway 13, along Highway 20, you need to be getting into that shelter now. We've seen a lot of tornadoes touch down across the state today, and this is looking like it could potentially be a strong one. The second warning that I do want to touch on here really quickly, further down to the south, the second tornado warning we have for Benton County. Not seeing anything as of right now, but we did get a report that from the emergency management that a brief tornado did touch down north of 61st Street between Garrison and Vinton. So certainly possible. We're a little bit lagged behind on this, but that would have been right around this area, which is where we were seeing that strong rotation just a few minutes ago. So obviously this storm is known for producing tornadoes. It is now a little bit off that location, really just about a mile south of Vinton, nearing the Eden area. If you're in the Eden area, this is the time to be taking that shelter. The tornado potentially, if it does touch down, may pass north of you, but we still do have a lot of damaging winds with this storm, and certainly it is better to be safe than sorry. It will continue to track off to our east. These are moving, they're moving pretty slow. That's kind of what we've seen all night here. It does go to 8:15, but if it does get extended, we are into Linn County with a tornado warning. We don't know if that's going to happen yet, but it certainly is possible if we continue to see this very strong rotation here. We did just get a report in that law enforcement confirms the tornado southwest of Manchester. So jumping back to this storm, not completely surprised based on what we're looking here. It still says radar indicated, but we are getting some steady reports there as well. And it looks like we just got another tornado warning. Look at that. This one further off to the south, I believe. Yes, to the south. Still for Benton County, this one goes until 8:30 p.m. Yes, that is correct. It goes to 8:30 p.m. and I'm getting something from the producers that we do have an image of that storm rolling into Vinton here. So not seeing necessarily a tornado warned storm, but definitely seeing lightning with this. So regardless, even if you aren't in that tornado warning, these storms are known for producing a lot of lightning and a lot of damaging winds. That's some pretty significant lightning that we're seeing there. Again, this is near the Vinton area, which does have a tornado warning under it, and now one down to the south, both in Benton County. But again, it's just one county away from Linn County. We are close to the Cedar Rapids area. These storms do have the potential to continue to strengthen out there, so it's something we'll for sure watch. I do want to turn back on that lightning, though, because that is another threat that we are seeing today. So with these storms, huge lightning producers. And in fact, if we can hop on over to Max 2 and take that full, I can pop up the Skycam here in Cedar Rapids. Just moments ago, we saw a ton of lightning coming along with these storms. We need to turn a little bit, but you see it off in the distance a little bit towards our northwest. That is coming into Linn County. Not necessarily a tornado warned storm, but certainly severe thunderstorms will be getting in here within the next couple of minutes to an hour. So definitely something to watch. If you're just coming in now because you're seeing the lightning out there in Linn County, or up towards possibly even the Dubuque area, we do have a couple different warnings in place. They are extending the tornado. It is confirmed tornado. You want to go ahead and take it, Nick?
Yeah, sure. So again, we've been talking about this storm right here. Sarah mentioned the fact that law enforcement confirmed the tornado. We're kind of waiting for that update. But again, Manchester, you're now under the gun. This is a very serious situation. We now have a confirmed tornado heading very, very close to the Manchester area. That is riding essentially along Highway 20, getting very close to Highway 13. Right at that intersection there near Manchester. That storm will continue to move off to the east, maybe a tad north of east. Oh boy. Okay, so Manchester, you need to be in your safe place right now. Manchester, this is a very dangerous situation. This circulation is coming into Manchester right now. We have a confirmed tornado in progress. This is basically moving into Manchester. Okay, right on the ground south of Highway 20. It may have crossed Highway 20 most recently based on the radar, but again, the radar can be a little bit displaced. And now that radar imagery shows it's in Manchester. So if this tornado is still on the ground, it would be in the city of Manchester. So again, I hope you've been heeding our warning and taking this storm very seriously because this is some potential here for a very serious situation. We're looking at the debris product here. This can indicate there's debris flying up in the air. As of this scan, doesn't appear to be anything showing up. We're now close enough to the radar where this tool is useful, but I'm not seeing too much showing up yet. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Hopefully this tornado lifted before it moved into Manchester, but I have to tell you, that is a very concerning image right now. I'm going to zoom in here to Manchester. We'll try and give you some street views here. Again, It looks like it's either on or just north of Highway 20, moving right through the heart of Manchester. It's likely going to be right near Highway 13. That's the main drive that goes right through Manchester. This is likely a confirmed tornado, most recently within the last few minutes, and this is likely moving into Manchester right now. We're hoping that this has lifted. Unfortunately, the most recent information we have per law enforcement is that it is still on the ground, and it's basically moving into Manchester right now, based on radar imagery. So again, we want to make sure you're in your safe place as low as you can possibly be. If you don't have a basement, that's fine. First floor is fine. Just make sure you get in a closet, maybe under a staircase, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you're out driving, know somebody that may be driving, stop inside maybe like a liquor store, maybe like a gas station. Get somewhere safe outside, from the outside in a sturdy structure, because this is a very concerning radar image. It appears we have a potential tornado moving into the city of Manchester right now. We have at least a report just southwest of town of a tornado, and based on the radar imagery, if we're extrapolating it, it will be moving into Manchester right now. So that's a very big concern there. Again, we hope you're in your safe place. You've had a lot of warning. That's some good news. We do have a new update there. Again, observed tornado appears to be right near Manchester right now. So that's the most recent update. Was there any info with that newest update from the Weather Service?
Yeah, no, I don't see anything.
Okay.
That's the last report I have, southwest of Manchester, south of Highway 20.
Gotcha.
I'm not seeing anything from there. They did cancel the tornado warning for Buchanan, as I'm sure you've seen.
Okay.
But it is continuing through Delaware County. So still
Again,
confirmed at this time.
Yep, and again, we don't want to forget people downstream as well. Obviously, Manchester is of major concern right now as this possible tornado is moving right through town. It was at least confirmed, but we are watching it. We got Delaware over here, Oneida up here, and Earlville right behind me. So this storm will be moving east, possibly northeast. So Oneida, Delaware, you're going to be next in line as the storm continues to move off to the east. You want to make sure you're in your safe place right now, because this is a potentially very concerning situation for the city of Manchester. Again, you can see the radar. We are off to the southeast towards the Quad Cities. We have velocities going away, that bright pink there. The greens are going towards the radar, and that spin right now on the south side of Manchester, possibly right over Manchester. Looks like the circulation near the Manchester Walmart. That appears to be one of the most recent updates there. Again, Highway 13, just maybe north of Highway 20 right now, but the most recent report we had was just south of Highway 20. So that's that tornado warning there. That's the most concerning storm there, although it looks like these ones are now confirmed as well.
And Nick, we did get an update for the one in Manchester.
Okay.
7:57, confirmed tornado over Manchester, moving east.
All right.
So it is confirmed.
Say prayer, everybody, for the people of Manchester. Hopefully that tornado is weakening and not doing a lot of damage, but apparently a tornado just went right through the city of Manchester. We are also watching this circulation here just now east of Vinton. That's a pretty strong indication, and unfortunately that has just intensified with the most recent scan. You can see this is also observed. So this is a confirmed tornado that passed really, really close to Vinton, if not in Vinton, now moving off to the east. So center point in Linn County, now's your time. Get below ground, take shelter. Unfortunately, almost every tornado warning we've had today has verified. We have seen countless reports of tornadoes and damage here in eastern Iowa. Some of us have gotten lucky. It's been in open fields away from houses. Unfortunately, others have gone through town. So that's what we're really concerned with right now. We are watching this circulation now entering northeastern Benton County, getting very, very close to the Benton-Linn County line. I do want to look at the radar view here. There's the gate-to-gate shear, how much spin is happening here. 74 miles an hour, and it's tight. It's not very widespread. It's a very tight area of circulation. And so that's what we're watching right now. Also, Sarah, if you can do me a favor and pan the Skycam to where you think might be best, because we can be able to watch these.
For Cedar Rapids? Yes.
Yeah, for Cedar Rapids. Thank you so much. But again, we continue to watch that tornado-warned storm. This will be a view from our Skycam here in Cedar Rapids. We're looking west, about 300 feet up above our studio in northern Cedar Rapids. You can see the lightning there. Don't see a lot of structure, but it's still a ways away. But we will have a view of the storm as it begins to come our way. That should be the closest camera we will have. Unfortunately, it's kind of an area without a lot of cameras there. All right, let's go back to the radar view. We'll kind of trying to hone in on that area there. But again, we are watching this confirmed tornado now moving in northeastern Benton County, quickly approaching Linn County. So again, Linn County, we're next in line. We've been talking about the threat for Cedar Rapids all night long. Unfortunately, it's starting to get very, very close. It's knocking on our door right now. We also have this other air of circulation that's southwest of Vinton. That's also at 73 miles an hour. So we have two different areas. That's why we have two different polygons here with this storm. So again, we are very, very closely watching the potential for tornadoes here. We know that it's at least confirmed in northeastern Benton County. We're also watching this circulation southwest of Vinton. So Benton County, again, Shellsburg area down to Newhall. Take your safe place right now. This is also very close to Garrison, which saw a tornado earlier. This might be another tornado that we're dealing with here. All right, let's dance back north. Again,
and we do have a couple updates with this.
Okay.
Emergency manager reports there was two separate tornadoes, one about to cross Highway 13, one north of Highway 20 near Manchester.
Okay.
But they also say that the circulation looks to be weakening a little bit.
Good news.
So hopefully some improvement on that storm.
When you're dealing with two different tornadoes floating around your city, and if we can get by this without damage, that would be the best possible outcome here. But unfortunately, again, we do know that there were confirmed tornadoes, two of them, right near Manchester. The circulation went very close to Manchester. Hopefully, this did not enter the city, but it was a very, very close call. It looks like that's a bit of a concern there. There might be some artifacting here happening over Manchester, which may be causing this. Potentially, some damage might be blocking the beam there. Hopefully it's just a hail signature as opposed to debris, but there is some concern that we are seeing debris being lifted up here in the upper level of the atmosphere. It's being blocked. But as Sarah alluded to, the Weather Service alluded to, the circulation appears to be weakening a little bit. That's some good news there. Hopefully things are weakening here. Unfortunately, we've seen how fast these things ramp right back up. So again, tornado warning does continue here for central Delaware County. Does include Manchester, Nida's up here, and Earlville. Those are the next three places that we're really, really closely watching with this storm.
And Nick, if you want to, I can take it for a second,
Yeah,
really quick here. But the other tornado warning that we are tracking down to the south, west of that tornado warning that Nick was just talking about, that one, the circulation does look strong. We're still seeing reports from the Weather Service that it will likely continue to strengthen and potentially even move into Linn County. So switching gears a little bit, where that is going to be down here just in Benton County. Still a fairly strong circulation that we are tracking here, now a little bit north of Shellsburg, I would say would be the main area, but just down to the south we have another tornado warning. This one not confirmed. It's just radar indicated at this time, but it definitely could potentially produce a tornado here very shortly. So it looks like they did extend severe thunderstorm warning across into Linn County. We already had that kind of going there as well, but could see this tornado continue to move into Linn County as well. So if you are near the center point area, not a bad idea to be getting in that safe space or making sure you have access to it, being prepared for that. It does look like it is passing north of Shellsburg, but again, always better to be safe than sorry. With a storm that's a little bit further down here, the area of main rotation, kind of a little bit south of Garrison, north of Van Horn. They're saying the one south of Vinton is looks like it's going to be strong, become the main circulation. We'll have to kind of wait until you see what the next scan would be. But regardless, it would likely be a rain-wrapped tornado, so getting confirmation on that would be a little bit challenging. But something we will continue to monitor and watch. Other than that, no confirmation or photos coming in of either of these storms quite yet. But I did hear from the producers, as I mentioned, these tornadoes or the tornado warnings could eventually move into Linn County. And they said they did have a video of a rooftop in Cedar Rapids. A good amount of lightning coming on in, for sure. It's from our reporter, Emily Chavez, actually. She sent that on in. But visibility is dropping. You're going to have these lightning storms, regardless if you're in that tornado warning or not. Be getting into a safe space, be getting inside, and be prepared to go to that tornado warned safe space in your home or apartment. So we'll flip back to radar here. This is what we're looking at right now. Again, if you're just popping in because you're hearing the storms rolling into Linn County, this is what we're dealing with. A total of 5 warnings across our area right now, 2 of them being tornadoes. Now, this one up here near Manchester, we did have confirmation that there were 2 tornadoes that did touch down. Right now, no confirmation that there is one on the ground, but definitely still something to take seriously. The Weather Service just said circulation looks a little bit weaker near Manchester. That's good news, but the threat obviously is still there. We're still going to keep an eye on it and keep the tornado warning at least through 8:15. So let's take a look at that velocity there. It definitely has weakened. We were seeing a pretty strong couplet, but regardless, definitely could drop another tornado here quickly. We've seen a lot of these spin up and spin down very briefly within minutes here, even in between radar scans sometimes. So if you are in that polygon, please be getting into that safe space, especially if you're along the Highway 20 area. Surrounding it, we do have that thunderstorm warning. And of course, down to the south here, it seems like a lot of eyes are kind of moving into this area because, you know, it could potentially move into Linn County, which is a pretty populated area there, Nick.
Yeah, what's concerning to me is this kind of the trajectory that we're on now. Notice the lines are moving southeastward. So if I kind of, extrapolate where that might be heading, the Cedar Rapids Metro would really be next in line from this storm, which has a history of producing tornadoes. It's also starting to intensify. So no reason to get too concerned yet. But if you're in the Cedar Rapids Metro, I would now recommend to make sure you have your tornado safe area cleared out. You know where you're going, connect with your kids, make sure everybody's aware of what's happening. We are watching these storms. They're very dangerous, and they're very, very close now to entering the Cedar Rapids metro area. So we are watching this storm very closely. They have dropped the observed tag. That's good news. That means the tornado that was occurring did lift. Unfortunately, the circulation remains, and it's getting a little bit stronger there south of the Vinton area. So this is what we're watching right now. And again, this is going to be moving east-southeast. So if it does continue to hold strength, and we've seen these storms ramp up, weaken, ramp up, weaken. So we might be kind of at the mercy of at what point does this storm begin to weaken or re-intensify. So we're watching this very closely here in the Cedar Rapids metro. Right now, the tornado warnings are off to the north and west. But again, course of least regret. Just make sure your tornado safe place is cleared out. You know where you're going. And remember, that's the lowest level of a home. If you have a basement, that's obviously a great option. But if you don't have a basement, first level is fine. Just put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. That's again where the tornado warning is for now in northeastern Benton County. So Schellsburg would be next in line as that continues to move off to the east. It definitely looks like it's starting to cycle up once again. We'll kind of put a query on it to see how fast it's spinning. That seems a bit off. Let's try that again. 54, yeah, 54 miles per hour seems pretty reasonable. It looks like it may have weakened there with the most recent scan, but still a lot of eyes are on it. We have to watch it very, very closely. This is approaching, again, Linn County. This is up in northeastern Benton County. So again, if you're in the Vinton area, especially on the south side of Vinton, I'd make sure you're still in your safe place. It's still just too close to call. Schellsburg will be the next area. What's that?
Rotating wall cloud. So no confirmation of the tornado, but it is rotating. Several reports.
That's south of Vinton?
Correct.
Cool. Okay.
Northeast of Van Horn.
Okay.
Actually.
Yep.
So yes, kind of.
Gotcha. All right. So yeah, again, we have at least some indication that there is some kind of threat happening with that storm there in Benton County. One of 2 real storms that we're watching. Again, this one kind of has more of a supercellular shape. We've seen this before, and kind of that hook echo right here, the inflow going in here. Wouldn't be surprised if this does try and intensify here with the next few scans. This is right now west of Schellsburg, just south of Vinton. That's that area of concern there. But also, not to forget, we also do have this warning here in southern Benton County as well. Van Horn over to Newhall. I'm not really seeing too much on the reflectivity, maybe velocity. Yeah, I don't really see too much here. It appears the main area here is up north of Newhall, south of the Vinton area. But if you are in Newhall, Van Horn, you are still under that tornado warning. Again, want to make sure you're in your safe place right now because that, again, will be the course of least regret. Let's go look at the radar view. Let's dance back north. We'll play this game. Again, we've been doing this all evening. We've been dancing between 2 different storms. We have obviously severe thunderstorm warnings as well as tornado warnings.
The severe thunderstorm warning did get issued there.
Yep.
It looks like they may expire that tornado warning, but still does go for another 3 minutes. So.
Okay, right on. So we have this new severe thunderstorm warning. This is again for northern, northeastern Delaware County and to far northwestern Dubuque County. This is a storm possible of 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts as well as maybe some quarter-sized hail. So this is another dangerous storm. It appears the tornado threat is winding down with this storm, but we still do have that tornado warning in effect until 8:15 for central Delaware County. Keep in mind, we did have reports of 2 tornadoes very, very close to Manchester. So far, no reports of damage. That's great news. However, that is definitely a very big concern. We are watching again right now, otherwise just gusty storms, upwards of 60-mile-per-hour wind gust over towards Oneida. Let's go ahead. We're just going to reset. People may be popping in and out. Again, I know there's normal programming on right now. I know we're covering up programs. I wish I could stop talking. I've been talking for 4 hours straight. I'm pretty done too. Unfortunately, again, we have to stick through the severe weather threat until it's over for everybody, whether it's the Cedar Rapids Metro or small towns like Garrison. We treat everybody equally, and that's what we're doing right now. We continue to watch the threat for severe weather. And it's not just the threat for severe weather. We've had multiple reports of confirmed tornadoes. In fact, if I go to the radar view, you can see how active things have been across eastern Iowa. We got lots of reports of tornadoes here in Benton County. We had lots of reports of tornadoes near Manchester, lots of reports of tornadoes over towards Waverly and up towards Floyd County, including New Hampton and Charles City. So it has been a very active day. There have been tornadoes. How many, we just don't know yet because there's going to be a lot of surveys going on. I can tell you the state of Iowa has had 4 tornadoes this year before today. We've at least probably doubled, if not tripled, that number today. So again, it's been a very active night. We've had a lot of severe weather here in eastern Iowa. Let's go kind of storm by storm. We're really down to 2 here.
Nick, the one in Delaware County did just get expired.
Beautiful. All right. So once again, we're down to really 1 tornado warning storm. Every time we get to 1, suddenly it turns into 3. So hopefully things are calming down here. But do you have any updates there up in Delaware County, up for Manchester? Any reports? Hopefully nothing in terms of damage?
Yeah, nothing too much yet. Again, we did have confirmed tornadoes on the ground. Tomorrow there will be a lot of surveying going on to see exactly what played out with that and what tornadoes and rankings they all had. So this one, taking it to the radar, this one up in Delaware County is expired. You just saw it disappear. Great. Now we are down to a severe thunderstorm warning for this one. This one goes until 8:45 p.m. for portions of Delaware and Dubuque County. Looking at the potential really for wind. Wind is the main threat that we were tracking today. Hail certainly could be possible with this storm, but the gusts upwards of 60 to 70 miles per hour certainly are what we're kind of tracking right now. And I just got the notification on my watch here. We did get another severe thunderstorm warning extended now into Linn County. Not a big surprise there at all. So it didn't look like they extended the tornado warning, which is good, which means we're not seeing too much of that strong rotation at play anymore. There is still some rotation, I would say, a little bit further off into Benton County, but not quite in Linn County yet. Definitely just tracking those severe storms with those damaging winds. So winds up to, again, 60 to 70 mile per hour, gusts at least, hail 3/4 inch, but could be a little bit bigger depending on how that develops. And of course, looking at a ton of lightning with these storms and really heavy rainfall. Flash flooding is a concern too. Obviously not the main concern with tornadoes going on, but especially that lightning too. I'm sure you see it rolling into Linn County there. Definitely going to be a strong storm. So be prepared for that if you're along 380, the Center Point Robbins area. And finally, the last tornado warning that we have right now, hopefully the last of the night. We've had quite a bit. This one for Benton County for the next 14 minutes here. Again, we're seeing some rotation with it, of course, a little bit weaker than we saw it a couple minutes ago. And I should make note as well that this severe thunderstorm for Benton and Linn is of course labeled TOR possible. So we could still see that rotation kind of fire up over here west of Shellsburg and track into Linn County. Nothing to panic about yet as we're not there, but something we will continue to watch. But looking at the overview, we're hopefully winding down here a little bit. Of course, we will continue to watch these storms further off into central Iowa, which could track into our area. But for now, all eyes remain on this tornado warning, which expires at 8:30 p.m. there, Nick.
We're getting there. We're almost there. If there's not a lot happening here, I'm hoping we can cancel this thing pretty soon. But what is of concern is this guy that is coming into Linn County. Again, it is a severe thunderstorm warning, not a tornado warning, coming into northwestern Linn County here. Again, we're talking about the threat of 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, maybe some small hail, a lot of lightning, and a possible tornado. So right now, no formal tornado warning for northern Linn County, but what I do want to tell you is that looking at this right here, that's a pretty good indication of an inflow notch right here. It may be trying to spin up right here, very close to Schellsburg. So we're watching it very closely. Hopefully this thing begins to weaken. We're entering the time of night when I think we start losing a little bit of instability. Unfortunately, the shear begins to increase this time of night. So once you lose one, you gain the other. So it's a constant game in meteorology. But again, we're watching the storm right now. Just a severe thunderstorm warning. And we'll look at the velocity view here. Again, it's not strong. There is some spin here just west-northwest of Schellsburg. That is definitely an area that we are watching, but at least as of now, it doesn't look too imminent. So that's some good news here. But again, tornado is possible with this storm. We've seen how quickly things can spin up. So if you're in the Cedar Rapids metro, again, you don't want to completely blow it off. It's just a severe thunderstorm warning, and we can see what severe thunderstorm warnings did on the derecho day. Obviously, it's not that, but you can see how quickly things can spin up. And so we're watching this again, just west-northwest of Schellsburg. Nothing imminent. That's good news. But again, this kind of hook feature is kind of what I'm concerned with right in there. So hopefully things can kind of calm down. But again, we have a long night ahead still. I'm going to look. Oh.
Yeah, I was just about to say. There it goes.
Well, at least you get the heads up if you're watching us. Unfortunately, yeah, well, here we go.
Yeah, so it moved further north with a rotation now in Linn and Benton counties.
So we're going to start hearing the sirens here in Linn County. It's important to note that Cedar Rapids, as of now, is not in the tornado warning. But you're probably going to start hearing the sirens. I know County Home Road is that cutoff, and that's somewhere in here. So we might be technically in that area where the sirens will go off in the metro. Yeah, unfortunately, it spun right up just where we were looking. Unfortunately, it's exactly what we expected.
And Nick, I'm being told by one of our producers that sirens are going to go off in Linn County because a funnel cloud has been spotted in northwest Linn. So,
okay, well, there we go. So it's here we are. We got a rotation there, 54 miles per hour. Pretty good rotation with that storm. Definitely something to be concerned with. This is now a tornado warning. Tornado warning has been issued for far eastern Benton County and now northwestern Linn County. Again, important to note, this does not include the Cedar Rapids metro, but of course, it's very, very close. It's just off to the northwest. Center point technically just just north of that severe thunderstorm warning that is potentially producing a tornado here. And again, that is that spin right here, just west-northwest of Schellsburg. We'll put a kind of a gate-to-gate on there. Again, pretty strong indication of rotation. 78, so it's intensifying. We talked about these storms intensifying, going back down, picking back up, going back down, and that's what we're watching right now. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Skycam if we can.
Actually, Nick, we do have a live look
okay.
at that storm that you were just discussing, I believe. The producers did get in my ear and tell me that if we can go there.
Okay. Do we know where this is? This looks like Cedar Rapids, doesn't it?
Looks like
yeah,
42nd
probably
Street.
City right
Okay.
there, 42nd Street.
So
okay.
headed towards that storm in northwest Linn.
Well, you're going to see it here in Iowa's News Now if it produces something. Nice with the green light there. And I hear the sirens going off here in outside our studio now. So we are hearing the sirens. So we're going to try and get north on I-380 here, trying to intercept that storm, likely crossing I-380 at some point north of Cedar Rapids. But keep in mind, it's still a ways off. How fast is this storm moving, Sarah?
20 miles per hour east.
Okay, so we'll do, well, I guess I could do 20 then. Let's do cone. And again, you can hear the sirens going off in the Cedar Rapids metro. As of now, the Cedar Rapids metro is not in the tornado warning. It's off to the north and west, but the way they, I guess, designate where the sirens go off, it's clipping our portion of the county where the warnings will go off. So if it does continue to hold strength, right now, the tornado warning is passing right near Schellsburg. It's going to be approaching northwestern Linn County here pretty soon. Not a lot of towns here between I-380 and the Benton-Linn County line, but if it does hold strength, Toddville by 8 50. Again, this is a tornado warning, which has now been issued for northeastern Benton, northwestern Linn County. If you're just hearing the sirens now and you have not paid attention to any severe weather that has happened today, we've had a lot of severe weather. We've had a lot of reports of tornadoes. In fact, this storm produced a tornado just off to the west here. So this is a storm that has a history of producing tornadoes, and that's why we're watching it very closely here. Any info coming in your way, Sarah?
Not seeing funnel cloud reports, nothing on the ground quite yet. That's really rotating wall cloud, funnel cloud. The Skycam does look a little bit interesting if you want to cut to that.
Yeah,
over Cedar Rapids. A lot of lightning with it. Fortunately, we can't aim it a little bit north because we put it up on our tower, it kind of blocks the view a little bit, so that's the best we can get. Okay. But definitely seeing heavy rainfall and ongoing lightning with this. I can adjust it a little bit.
Can you put me by chance in front of that Skycam? That would be fantastic if we can do that. We're going to work on that. I'll kind of pinpoint some of the things. Yeah, if you can turn it to, that'd be fantastic.
Yeah, see what we can do.
All right, and again, this is a tornado warning for northeastern Benton County and northwestern Linn County. Again, here's the live view from our Cedar Rapids Skycam. We're on the north side of Cedar Rapids. Again, Cedar Rapids is not in the tornado warning. You're hearing sirens because of the way the sirens are sounded in the county. Cedar Rapids Metro, not in the warning, but off to the north and west we are, and we're viewing from northwest of our studio. Appears to be some kind of lowering, kind of right in here. That might be kind of the area of most interest. To give some perspective, oh, there we go. We're
Sorry,
going to do a
I'm
little
trying
zoom
to get
action.
the red bar out.
No, you're all right.
It's a struggle.
They're watching it very closely. We do have a live camera, so we'll kind of stick with this for a minute to see what's happening. It's a little lost in rain. It's kind of what we've been telling you guys. We're also pretty far from it. But the circulations have been really rain wrapped today, which makes it very difficult to actually see what's happening. But yeah, the circulation would be somewhere probably into here. Looks like we're not going to really have a great view of it there. Yeah, we'll just keep an eye on that. Our best view will be from the Road Warrior, so if we have that, I guess we can double box that and stick with the radar view. So this is a live view from the Road Warrior. Again, it's heading north right now out of the Cedar Rapids Metro on I-380. It's going to intercept the storm. We're going to keep a close eye on that there. He's heading to Shellsburg right now, which is a good call. I believe, okay, right on. So again, heading north up that way. All right, let's go back to radar, and we'll talk about the tornado warning, which continues. Again, this is kind of that hook echo on radar. It's about to start entering actual Linn County here. Again, the Cedar Rapids Metro, you're okay for now. You're not under that warning, but we are watching it ever so closely. We'll go back to the velocity view. Read my mind. Thank you very much. That's a live view of the storm. We're going to be heading up that way. Right now, we don't have anything confirmed with this storm as it's now beginning to cross the Benton-Linn County line. It will be entering northwestern, western Linn County here pretty soon, and that's something we're definitely going to have to watch. And I do see there's a new severe thunderstorm warning which has been issued. So you have any info on that?
That is correct. Yeah, we just got that one in 60-mile-per-hour wind for Benton and Linn County. Also goes to 9. So both of these are going to be extended through that time. I can kind of take you through what we've seen here so far. So really, I mean, all eyes are on this tornado warning. You're hearing the sirens out there. We're hearing them outside the studio. A lot of lightning with this storm, very damaging winds. If you are, Shellsburg is almost clear out of the area now, but if we're headed kind of towards even Palo, likely passing a little bit north, definitely be in your safe space if you're in that polygon. We're not quite past or east of 380 right now, not in the Cedar Rapids area. If it does continue to track east, which it's doing right now, it will potentially miss the Cedar Rapids area, but definitely something to continue to be aware of, at least for the next hour or so here until this storm gets out of our county or dies down. So the severe thunderstorm warning that we do have, it's the big one. It goes for Benton and Linn County, again, until 9 p.m. Oops, let's zoom in on. Oh, froze on me there. Goes to 9 p.m. for Benton and Linn County. And then further to the north, we still do have this severe thunderstorm warning going for Delaware and Dubuque until 8:45. Although this one is dying down a little bit from what I can tell. Heavy rainfall coming along with it. Potentially some damaging winds, but I do think that one might expire here in just a little bit. So really all of our eyes kind of fall on this storm down here that's moving into Linn County. This tornado warning, it's important to note that it is just barely hitting 380. And with that, if you have people driving on 380 or you yourself were planning on doing it, get off into a safe space at this time. It's going to continue to track that direction. So even if it doesn't end up producing a tornado, it still is a very strong storm. And it just looks like here at about 8:20, so about 7 minutes ago, we did have Linn County Emergency Management tell us there was a funnel cloud. Okay. So yeah, take this storm very seriously. It does go till 9 p.m., but we could for sure see this extended. We can check the velocity here.
Looks stronger.
It looks stronger. Yeah, it's definitely something to take seriously right now.
And these storms kind of had a history of kind of strengthening and then decreasing and then strengthening again and going back down again. And so that's kind of what we've been seeing all night. That's an air circulation right there. And on the right side of your screen, that looks like a very impressive wall cloud. So that's very concerning there. Is this just going to be a live video, or do we have actual contact with whoever this may be?
It's Aaron.
Okay, cool. So we have our wonderful engineer Aaron up there. He's going to be heading up that way, and that is a very fascinating view. So let's stay with double box. Let's not deviate from this because we have a live view of that storm. This is that area circulation that you're looking at there on the right side of your screen. This will be very close to the Schellsburg area. Big wall cloud there. You can see striations. That's an indication of some rotation. Bit of a lowering there as well. Looks like on the middle part of that big base there. So there's some potential this thing may be producing a tornado either soon or could be right now. It's a little difficult to say. But obviously that's a very big concern. This is the storm that is moving through the Schellsburg area, very near Schellsburg. It will soon be crossing the Benton-Linn County line into northwestern Linn County. Can we take that video full and potentially put me in front of it? That would be fantastic. Yeah, that's a big concerning storm there. That's a big wall cloud here. You can kind of see there's kind of the lowering there in the middle part just above those trees on the left side of the lane. You can see right here, this is what we're going to be watching. This is the whole wall cloud here. That's that whole wall cloud there. That's the part of the storm that's actually rotating. And these fingers right here are what we need to watch for a potential tornado. It doesn't appear to be on the ground at the moment, but that is definitely a big concern there here in just entering northwestern Linn County. So let's just stay with the video. This is the only tornado warning that we have right now. Radar is not going to do us any better than live video. So let's just stick with it. Again, this is likely very near the Schellsburg area. This will be crossing Benton-Linn County line. Again, big wall cloud. You can see the striations there. This will be Covington is the newest updated location we have here. There's that circulation. It looks like maybe a big wall cloud happening here, and we're watching this for the potential of it kind of getting down to the ground. So he's going to do a quick little turn here, get us a good view. Look at that. That was masterful. All right, so this is what we're watching right here. That is a stunning view of this storm. Again, this is better than any radar imagery you're going to see. Live video of the storm as it's approaching us. This is the tornado warning. If you are just tuning in, we do have a tornado warning for northeastern Benton County as well as northwestern Linn County. This is the reason why. Look at how low this is right now. That is something we need to watch very, very closely. There's definitely some potential that this could become a tornado producer. We do have the tornado warning that does continue until 9 o'clock tonight, so another 30 minutes. And this is a very, very impressive storm structure moving our way. They've now just issued a new tornado warning. If we can double box real quick, we have a new tornado warning which has been issued. Same storm. But we're going to work on that here. Same storm, northwestern Linn County, far northeastern Benton County. You can see it there on the other side of your screen. That's that new tornado warning up that way. Yeah, see if you can zoom in there. That'd be fantastic. You can kind of see, though, that new severe tornado warning, does include Center Point and Central City. Just north of Midway, but it'll be Center Point and Central City. Alice is right there as well. So yes, obviously you need to watch this very closely. You're watching the reason why on the left side of your screen. This is that supercell. It's a very impressive supercell structure, big beefy wall cloud here. This is the area that could produce a tornado at any given point. The whole storm is clearly rotating. Anytime you get structure like this, you know the storm is rotating. You can also see here on the right side, looks like an inflow tail trying to form here. So that's warm, moist air starting to flow into the storm. So again, to recap, we do have a new tornado warning. This is more of northwestern Linn County as well as northeastern Benton County. This also continues until 9 o'clock. Again, if we want to, I guess, take that video full again, and we can just, Sarah, if you're seeing anything in the chat, obviously I think we have probably the best view in town right now.
I would strongly agree with that. Yeah, no confirms at this time. Still just a rotating wall cloud, which is exactly what you're looking at right now.
Wow.
Again, that tornado, we are seeing that strong rotation move to our northeast now, so it is tracking away from the Cedar Rapids metro, but now engulfs areas including Center Point, Alice, and tracking towards Central City. But Central City, you're not in that tornado warning just quite yet. So that right there is getting very close to being a tornado on the ground. We're seeing that strong rotation. You're going to see right here on Iowa's News Now, if it does touch down, we're not going anywhere anytime soon. Again, the warning does continue through 9 p.m. Yeah.
Wow. Okay, if we can double box again, put the video in the big screen, that would be super. And then just kind of put me and Max 1 in the bottom left there. But again, we are watching very closely. So this is Covington Road. This will be south of Palo. That makes total sense based on what we're looking at here. Again, very, very impressive storm. It could very well be producing a tornado, or if not, very, very quickly can. We're kind of right in this area here. That's kind of what we're looking at, is this circulation. It is southwest, south of Center Point, but it could be moving up your way. So Center Point, you're not out of the woods yet. Let me go ahead and kind of get a little bit of a closer look here. Oop. If you can help me out, sir, if you can get me down towards that storm. Thank you. But yeah, that's obviously what you're looking at there on the right side of your screen. This is the tornado warning that is moving into northwestern Linn County. And so you can see that is a very, very impressive storm structure. That's Covington Road near Palo. That's what we're looking at right now. Again, that circulation likely just south of Center Point. If you can zoom in a little bit closer here, kind of get Palo to show up here, so I kind of get some perspective.
Sure.
Thank you very much.
Oop, I think it's fighting with me because you're in
Let me
front
get out
of
of the
it.
way. Sorry, it does
okay.
that. Technology is amazing. Ooh, that's a nice lightning flash.
Oop, right about there. You want north?
If you can knock it south just a little bit.
Here?
Perfect. Yep.
Okay.
Okay. So again, we're looking at that circulation right about here. You have Schellsburg over here. Schellsburg is now in the clear, but Palo, again, you're kind of in the threat area. We're looking northwest. This is from Midway. Midway is down to here. So again, that circulation will be passing just south of Center Point. Again, that circulation is getting very, very close now, approaching I-380 south of Center Point. So again, if you know anybody that may be traveling north on I-380, get them off I-380 before they leave Hiawatha. If you get north of Hiawatha, you're going to start running into the storm. You don't want to do that. You can see just how impressive that storm structure is. Very likely could produce a tornado.
Ground, as you can see.
Yeah, so we're getting reports. You're seeing it live too. The funnel cloud half of the ground. Let's take the video full again. Might as well. Again, this is really the only storm that we're watching right now in eastern Iowa.
Yeah, the rest were expired, so it's just the tornado warning and then the severe thunderstorm around it.
Okay.
Everything else is clear.
All right, so we're about to lose the live shot. That's totally fine. We'll make sure you can stay out ahead of it for us. Again, big thank you to our to Aaron Gerhardt out there and our road warrior chasing that storm. But again, so we can go back to the radar. Thank you very much. Again, that circulation right now south of Center Point, circulation right about here, getting ready to cross I-380. Very menacing, very, very concerning just how impressive that was. You don't see that in Iowa too often. So let's go ahead and kind of zoom out just a little bit. Kind of give a wider view. And again, this is the lone show in town. We're down to 1. Hopefully we can keep it at 1 this time. We do have this tornado warning for northern Linn County. And again, I cannot stress enough how dangerous the storm may be. The average viewer may not understand what was happening in that video, but that was a very impressive wall cloud that could drop a tornado at any given point. Thankfully, it hasn't. We didn't see any indications it was producing a tornado, but also keep in mind it's rather dark. it's possible the darkness may be hiding it just a little bit. But again, we do have this tornado warning. It does include far northeastern Benton County into northern Linn County until 9 o'clock tonight, so about another 23 minutes. This tornado warning will stay north of the Cedar Rapids metro. This particular storm will stay north of the Cedar Rapids metro. That's the good news there. But again, we are watching it ever so closely. Let me zoom out just a little bit and we'll kind of give everybody an update on what else is happening here in eastern Iowa. The good news is we're down to 1. We have a lot of heavy rain, probably a lot of lightning, torrential rain at that is falling, especially from about Clayton County through northern Dubuque County, Delaware County, Buchanan County, Blackhawk County, down to Tama County. There's a lot of heavy rain falling right in this area. Highway 20 corridor is going to see a lot of rain. The only real severe threat, though, remains these warnings in northeastern Benton and northwestern Linn County. So we need to watch them very closely. And we're going to do just that. We're going to zoom right back in. We're going to kind of play this game until these warnings are out of here. Again, there's kind of this hook feature here, a bit of a circulation right here, probably right near center point now. So it's getting ready to cross I-380. We also, of course, are going to have Alice and Alburnett. They're going to be kind of in line for the storm as well. Alburnett's down here, maybe just outside the warning. I'd maybe take your tornado precautions just in case. We have Alice right here, and of course, center point. And this storm continues to move off to the east a little bit here. Let's go ahead, look at the velocity view. We'll see for that couplet. It's persistent. Looks like it's crossing I-380 just south of center point. That's that circulation right there. Again, this moving off to the east northeast. Do you have a speed on that for me real quick?
Yes, 25 miles per hour east,
All right,
but it looks a little more northeast.
Yeah, I was thinking that too. All right, we'll do 30 just to give a little bit of a buffer. So Alice, they'll be around your air about 8:46, so within the next about 8 minutes or so. So I want to make sure you're giving yourself extra time. Let me draw this a little bit more conservatively off to the north. Yeah, same thing, Alice, about 8:46. Okay, so again, that's the storm we're watching right here. That's that circulation, passing I-380. Again, if you know anybody that may be driving north on 380 out of the Cedar Rapids metro, this tornado is passing potential tornadoes passing overhead of I-380 right now. Want to make them get off by Midway or even better, Hiawatha. Just give them a nice buffer. If they're coming south, perhaps from the Waterloo metro, get them off at Urbana. That way they can stay clear of the storm. It looks like the worst is almost past the I-380 corridor, but we're not quite done yet. Did not mean to do that. All right, so let's look at the radar view. We're gonna go back and forth. The good news is we're down to 1. We're down to 1 storm, so we don't have to bounce around all over the place. At one point, we had 5 tornado warnings today. Of those, at least 4 were producing tornadoes simultaneously. So it's been a very, very busy day. This is one of those days where these tornado warnings don't just pop up and we like to hear ourselves talk. These are tornado warnings that have actually been producing damage, and that's a really unfortunate reality of the severe weather tonight. So again, this severe storm, tornado warned storm, is in northeastern Benton County, northern Linn County. It does continue until 9 o'clock. I think I can basically give Benton County now the, well, yeah, I'd like to do that. And then this kind of pops up. What is happening here? Looks like we might have another notch trying to form here just south of Urbana. So Benton County not quite out of the clear yet. We are watching this here. This is far northeastern Benton County. Looks like another circulation maybe attempting to form here just south of Urbana. But again, center point, Alice. We have Alburnett down here. That's the areas that we're most concerned with right now. We do have this rogue tornado warning here. This is before the storm kind of turned more northeastern. So this one we can pretty much discount. Really not much of a concern with this one. It's really just this guy right here. Is there anything coming in the chat?
Yeah, no, it's really quiet on chat. Again, we're just seeing that funnel cloud nearing the ground as we saw in that live stream just a few moments ago. This tornado warning, again, is really the only warning that we have. I'll give you kind of a look at the whole area. After a very busy night, it is quiet somewhat, but we still do have these 2 warnings. There goes the other one that just got expired. So still looking in a little bit of Benton County here, mostly Linn County for this tornado warning. It's moving northeast at about 30 miles per hour. Not a ton of cities, as Nick showed you, but definitely, you know, nearing the center point area, continuing to progress that way. Yeah, you still see the strong rotation, obviously a little bit down to the southeast of center point, but I understand what you're saying with this one out here. Could be some concern. Oh, and they just canceled the tornado warning. Oh, nope, the other one. Never mind. I got very confused there for a minute. My watch was buzzing and I got confused. This one's still in effect until 9.
Okay.
I think I got the text twice for some reason. Very confusing. But radar indicated, again, you see that strong rotation right down to the southeast of Center Point. And even some rotation further out here surrounding the area. Severe thunderstorm warning, looking at winds or wind reports about 60 or 70 mile per hour gusts. So certainly damaging with that, but otherwise no new information, not seeing any pictures. Part of the struggle is it's getting dark out there. So you really just have to rely on what we're seeing on the radar and from any confirmation of reports through lightning flashes really from there.
Can we take a Skycam full, please? It looks like we have a good view of that shelf cloud, the wall cloud. A little difficult to see. We're going to hope for some lightning, and if I can get in front of that again, that would be amazing. And again, a big thank you to our production staff, our producers, everybody who's been working behind the scenes. We've all been doing this now for 4 consecutive hours, so we're getting a little tired here. All right, so here's what we're looking at. You can kind of see it. This kind of light band right here, that's what we call the RFD cut. It's wrapping around the circulation. And what we're looking at here, you can kind of see it in the lightning flashes. There's a lowering here northwest of Cedar Rapids. This is, again, crossing I-380 near Center Point. You can kind of see in those radar flashes, that is that wall cloud right there. This is where our potential tornado would be. You can see it's very low. It's very close to the ground. Again, we're looking from Cedar Rapids. In Cedar Rapids, we're fine. The tornado warning is off to our north, so we are fine here. But we have a great vantage point from our tower here in Cedar Rapids. The big wall cloud here, big indication of rotation happening here, and you can see that wall cloud feature right there.
And Nick, Aaron is back in the road warrior.
All right, let's do it.
He is north of Palo, is that correct, I believe? North of Palo, correct. So we can take that full and take a look at what he's seeing. But again, different road warrior, I think.
That was
That's
storm
where
damage
Nathan
from
is.
earlier.
There we go. So it is very difficult to see out there. Again, we're relying on lightning flashes to see if there is, a funnel cloud, a tornado on the ground. This is the challenge that we do face. Luckily, this is the only warning in the area right now and hopefully one of the last of the night. But regardless, you have to rely on, if you're in that tornado warning and in that polygon, to be in that safe space because it's going to be hard to get pictures and confirmation of this, especially with the amount of rain it's being produced. It does have the potential to eventually become rain wrapped like many tornadoes that we have seen, but this is what we're dealing with right now. Still radar indicated, not seeing anything come through the National Weather Service that has changed, moving east at 30 miles per hour or a little bit up to the northeast. So Center Point area headed towards Central City. Be in your safe space right now and rely on that at least for another 15 minutes or so until this potentially gets extended or hopefully canceled.
And if we can do the double box that video in the bigger screen, that would be amazing, just because it's always good to have that live video. But again, that's a really impressive indication of rotation. Did cross I-380, is now east of Center Point. That continues to move off to the east or so here. Again, that's of concern here in northern Linn County. Looks like you guys want to have to initialize. If you need me to walk off screen, I can do so. Looks like 76 miles per hour. That's the rotation with that storm right now. Again, it's a pretty strong indication of rotation happening there. Again, this will be in northern Linn County, and that is the point of concern right there. Very, very close to Center Point. Looks like just to the southeast of Center Point. So let's get a closer view. And again, feel free to take that. Yeah, beautiful. Thank you. Asking a lot of things, it's always fun, live TV. All right, so again, this area of circulation right here, just passing maybe very close to or southwest of Alice. That is of concern right there. We'll get a little bit tighter here. This is Central City Road. Here's Alice Road. That circulation will be passing very close to Alice here in northern Linn County. So that is of concern this evening. Again, you're looking at the live view of this rotation on the right side of your screen. That is from our engineer, Aaron Gerhardt. Great storm chaser, great storm spotter, and you can see he's in a great position right now watching that storm. You can see that circulation very close to Alice now. It's basically riding right down Central City Road. So that is of concern as we go through the evening. Rogers is kind of the next stop here, one of the smaller townships. If this does continue to roll down Central City Road, that'll be of concern there. But again, that rotation right now, right near Alice, that's going to be the concern tonight. We will pull up the gate-to-gate shear, pop that on. And again, 77 miles per hour, so still some pretty good indication of rotation. Again, this is in northern Linn County. That is of concern there. So let's go ahead. We'll give a bit of a wider view. We'll put the rain back on, and we'll do camera view. We'll zoom out a little bit. All right. And so this is the lone warning that we continue to deal with. Earlier today, we were dancing around multiple different storms. Today, we just have one. At least as of now, we just have one. This is that tornado warning. Again, this is northern Linn County. The Cedar Rapids Metro, boop, is out of the warning. So no threat for the Cedar Rapids Metro. Marion, Hiawatha, you guys are okay. It's this warning here in northern Linn County that is of concern. And you can see kind of that hook shape here. It looks like it may be trying to intensify that backside again in northern Linn County. You can see a lot of lightning with this storm on the right side of your screen. Again, that's a live view of this tornado warning. Very close to Central City, or excuse me, Center Point right now. Let's go ahead and pop. Whoop, didn't want to do that. We'll go back out. And then we'll do pan. Okay, we got an update on the tornado warning there. You can see Center Point is right here. So it is moving really close to Center Point. You got Alice right here.
Yeah, and Aaron did just come in and he says it's getting very rain-wrapped or rain obscured. So
yeah, not surprised.
Not shocked, but something to still, take note of and get in your safe space.
Because what it looks like it's happening is you kind of have this original circulation. This is near Alice, passing off. We'll be eventually heading towards Central City. But what we're watching is the secondary circulation now starting to form, look a little better near Center Point. And that's why the tornado warning still extends past west towards I-380, because we're watching two different areas. Again, right now near Alice, and then Center Point. So again, we're about to lose a shot here. Thank you again, Aaron, for that shot. We'll get another view here in a little bit. Hopefully we won't need it. Hopefully the tornado warnings are canceled, but for now we continue to roll with it. We have a tornado warning does continue for northern Linn County until 9 o'clock tonight. That's another 12 minutes. It's the only show in town right now. So you can tell my mouth is starting to get tired.
I'll give you a quick break there, Nick. We do have another, not a tornado warning, but we do still have some severe storms off towards central Iowa. Now, one of those severe thunderstorm warnings in Tama County. Likely going to see the severe thunderstorm warnings continue for a little bit while here. Hopefully we'll kind of wind down with these tornado warnings. We did have up to 5 or 6, I think, at one time. We're down to 1. So you see the one in Benton and Linn County, radar indicated 11 more minutes in this storm, unless it gets extended, of course. We're seeing that steady rotation very near the Center Point area. So if you are in Center Point, you should already be in that safe space. You should just be listening to me in that safe space right now. Seeing kind of another central rotation. We'll kind of see how these unfold. It may actually kind of break apart and cancel the tornado warning all, but we'll wait for a few more scans there. This other one, though, near Alice on Central City Road, headed towards Central City. Again, no confirmation of this at this time, but as we do head into these later evening hours, that's more difficult to get that confirmation because it is so dark outside. We have to rely on the lightning to show it, or really a confirmed report of damage or some sort, and we just haven't gotten that yet. So even though this one is radar indicated, you see the red box around it instead of the pink or the purple, it is still very well possible that a tornado could drop from this really at any moment. So areas like Shellsburg and Vinton, you're in the clear for now. You're going to deal with some thunderstorms and some rain, but right now we're focused kind of over that 380 area with this potential rotation and near the Alice area. Again, for just barely Benton, it's about to get out of Benton. You may be in the clear soon, can get a good night's sleep, but definitely northern Linn County there as well.
Yeah, we're watching those two areas. I don't like how this one's starting to intensify yet again. It was kind of weakening, and now it's spitting right back up again, spitting like a top. Again, this is on that, heading basically towards Central City. That tornado warning, which does continue here. This storm does have a history of producing tornadoes out towards the west in Benton County. We had multiple reports of tornadoes and even some pictures that we did see of that tornado as well. So this is a dangerous storm. It has a history of producing tornadoes, and it does continue to move into northern Linn County. It's a slow-moving storm. A lot of beneficial rain falling. Hopefully too much rainfall in a short period of time because we might start dealing with flash flooding issues. We need the rain. We're in a drought, obviously. Unfortunately, though, if you get too much rain, the ground is still rock solid and it's not going to be able to absorb it as much as it normally would. So we might start dealing with some issues with flash flooding. I did see a flash flood warning out to the west, so that could be a sign of things to come. Pop over the velocity view again. And there's definitely two distinct areas that we're watching. One near Center Point, the other one here near Alice. Let me zoom in a little bit closer here. And we'll kind of get right in the middle of those two storms. Again, right now, this circulation passing right over Center Point. That's going to continue to move east-northeast, basically along and north of Central City Road. We also have this circulation here, just north of Central City Road. This will be approaching Central City. So these two different areas of rotation we need to watch very closely. Unfortunately, as we approach 9 o'clock, I'm not really convinced we're going to be able to go into normal programming because I have a feeling they may extend this warning. You can see 85 mile per hour, another indication of strong rotation there, northern Linn County. Again, this is approaching Central City. So Central City, for now, you are not in a tornado warning. I would just start getting ready to go to your tornado safe place just in case. Maybe just make sure it's cleared out and you know where to go. Make sure the family's on the same page of how to handle these tornado warnings. This other circulation also at 84 miles per hour. This one right over Center Point. Again, now east of I-380, but very, very close to the Center Point area. So both of these circulations are strong. Both of them, we could very well have two different tornadoes or two areas of potential tornadoes in progress at the moment. And pop up the radar view. Again, what you're going to see here is a lot of rain. We have one circulation right here, the other one out here towards Center Point. So two distinctive areas that we're watching very closely. At the moment, haven't had any reports of tornadoes, but as Sarah was mentioning earlier, it's very difficult to actually see anything this time of night. Not seeing anything of significance here on the debris tracker. This is just a false return. If I look at radar, you'll see there's nothing really happening. Oop, wrong button. There we go. Nothing really happening here, so that's just a false return. No issues there. But we are watching, again, two different areas of circulation here in northern Linn County. Officially, this tornado warning does continue until 9 o'clock. I think it's possible we might get this extended past 9 o'clock into more portions of our area. Either way, though, we're watching it very closely with two different areas of rotation, and both are very stubborn. They don't seem to want to go away. They don't seem to want to weaken. Did pass northeast of Center Point, so that's some good news there. That's circulation right there, and we have other one passing pretty close to Central City, Sarah.
Yeah, and there are some good news coming in. We're canceling that tornado watch in some counties, but we're extending it to 11 p.m. in others. So I'll give you a quick overview of kind of what we're looking at across eastern Iowa right now. Those areas in yellow still under that tornado watch. I don't think a few has updated quite yet, but for the most part, I know Tama County for one has been extended to 11 p.m. So really, you know, seeing this, some of them tapering off again to the north and out to the west towards the Waterloo area in Black Hawk County. Other areas, though, will continue to be extended, and we'll see these thunderstorms continue to push across the region. So if you're just tuning in now for our 9 o'clock news, it's likely going to be us for a little bit here. We do have that one tornado warning still in play. We're down to one. Unfortunately, the rotation with this storm doesn't look like it's going anywhere. Still radar indicated. We don't have any confirmation that tornadoes are on the ground. Unfortunately, at this point in the night, we're likely not going to have that confirmation. We're going to have to rely on the radar signatures. So this is what you're seeing right now. Looking at just the reflectivity, which is what we're looking at, doesn't look like necessarily a tornado would be there. However, when you see the velocity, that's when we see some pretty tight rotations. The first one being right over the Center Point area here. The other one being towards the Alice area, or now a little bit east of the Alice area. So again, here's one that we're tracking right here. Here's the second one. Both of them have been pretty steady in the fact that they have been rotating for the last several minutes. Now, this warning does expire in 4 minutes. I would bet that it would get at least a little bit extended towards that Central City area. So kind of zooming out what you can expect with this. It is moving And just a quick update on that tornado watch for Johnson, Linn, several other counties extended till midnight. So just keep that in mind that storms can still be produced, some which could be tornado producing storms for the next few hours there. So taking a look again, refreshing, these are the two ones that we are most concerned about. We do have some severe thunderstorm warnings sitting out in Tama County. That might be some rotation there too. Okay, we'll continue to watch. Tor possible is labeled on this one in Tama County as well. Oh, there goes that tornado warning. So it did get extended. This one goes until 9:45 p.m. Those two rotations, again, are what we're watching really closely. So timing this out, let me double check. Moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. Perfect. We'll play out this rotation first. We do have two. The first one, the one that's furthest away towards that center point area, goes KGAN at 9:21, Prairieburg around 9:30, and Castle Grove around 9:41. Now, Castle Grove is kind of just out of the warning. We could see it be expired by that point, but still good to be aware of it, at least for the next hour or so here. The second rotation that has just really stuck out for quite a bit of time, again, similar areas, Prairieburg, Castle Grove, Hopkinton, if it does last that long into that area. But again, this is still for Linn County. Benton County are in the clear. That one will get expired here shortly. And then further to the north, we're now back in Delaware County, or the southernmost part of Delaware County. So if you're just coming in now because you're hearing or getting that alert on your phone in Delaware County or other areas of Linn County, this is what we're dealing with. Really just the two warnings here that are at play. We do have this one out towards Tama that we will of course continue to watch, as it may have the potential of producing a tornado. But for now, we're focused on the tornado warning that goes till 9:45 for Delaware and Linn counties. Surrounding it, we do have this severe thunderstorm warning, of course. But the main priority is going to be that rotation within Linn County, Nick.
Long night. We kind of talked about the potential for this happening. We knew it was probably going to be a long night, and it just keeps on going. We continue to have one, so that's good news, one tornado warning here. But again, this is two strong rotations. Again, we don't want to belittle this. I mean, these are two very strong areas of rotation. On any given day, on a normal day, if we saw this, we would be very concerned. The fact we've had this all day long and most of these have produced tornadoes, that is of concern. So again, two different areas of circulation here. We're going to keep talking about the same thing because there's nothing else to talk about, but also because the situation is continuing to evolve. It's moving block by block, city by city, new warning after new warning. And so this is that new tornado warning, which does continue until 9:45, northern Linn County and far southern portions of Delaware County here. You don't really even have to know what you're looking for to kind of see what you're worried about. You have two different areas of circulation. This one that does continue for Center Point, this one just west of Central City. So we'll go ahead and zoom in here and we'll try to get some better idea of exactly what's happening with this storm. Again, lots of concern, mainly because we've had a lot of reports of tornadoes today. There have been so many tornadoes in eastern Iowa and Iowa as a whole. It's too early to know just how many, but any storm that had a tornado warning essentially has produced a tornado today. So that doesn't happen too often. Let's go ahead and look at the gate-to-gate shear. Again, this is that rotation with that storm. That one, it's a little garbled. I wouldn't be too worried about that speed. But this one, yeah, 79 miles per hour. That's a pretty good gust there. Again, this is now approaching Central City. May pass just northwest of Central City. KGAN will be the next place as well. This will be coming very close to KGAN, getting ready to cross over Highway 13 near Paris Road, north of Central City. I think this is probably the most concerning circulation out of the two that we're looking at right now. But again, to reiterate, we have the warning for Linn County. It does not include the Cedar Rapids Metro. This is far northern Linn County. So the Cedar Rapids Metro is just fine tonight. We also have, again, Central City up that way. Walker, you're not in the warning. Double K Corgi's farm is okay. Storm Chasey Corgi born up there. His house is fine. That's good news. Again, we're watching two areas of circulation there. Northwest of Central City, another one near Alice. These are two very strong rotations. Oh my goodness. And this one just continues to intensify. So it looks like what's happening is we're starting to see a handoff. We had two areas that weren't really tight. It looks like it's starting to kind of get much tighter here. So let's look 81 miles an hour. So this might become the new dominant circulation here. Again, this is passing south of Troy Mills. Will approach areas like KGAN to Central City. Pretty good indication of rotation there. Put the radar view back on. Circulation right here. Almost like a little donut hole right there. No debris, so that's good. This is what we call like a bounded weak echo region, a Buer. I don't know how to pronounce it, but it's a bounded weak echo region is what we call it. And what you're looking at there is an area of lower returns in the middle of a big circulation. So what you're essentially seeing there is circulation.
We are still getting reports of funnel clouds. I'm not sure if we still have Aaron. He told me he was headed towards County Home Road.
Okay.
Do we have him? Oh,
There we
it's
go.
dark. Can't see much. Maybe we'll see some lightning with it, but he's traveling along County Home Road, kind of following these reports of funnel clouds. But again, difficult to see out there. Not going to be easy to get that confirmed funnel cloud or a tornado on the ground really quick. If you actually want to take Max 2 full really quick for me, I can show you one of the things we did get updated recently that is some good news is that tornado watch has been extended for some but canceled for others. You can see most of our counties north of Highway 20 are now canceled. Our far most western counties, this does go until 11 p.m. Areas towards Linn and Johnson County, that and further east, I should say, goes until midnight. So we still do have kind of the ingredients in the atmosphere that could produce some of these tornadoes and the rotation that we are seeing now. If you guys want to jump back to Max 1 for me, that would be great. This is what we're focused on right now. Even that severe thunderstorm warning got canceled. This is really it. We do have some severe thunderstorms sitting off to our west in Tama County, but it doesn't look like those will necessarily be producing tornadoes at any point. I don't think. I know it was labeled tornado possible at one time, but I would say really just the main focus and the reason why you are still hearing us on air after 4 hours today is because of this tornado warning. So let's take a look at that velocity. It's still pretty persistent. Nick just sighed. It is still pretty persistent out there. This does go till 9:45. Hopefully we will see some improvement before that. But if you're hearing the sirens go off, it is for a good reason. Again, it's dark. You're not going to see it. So get in that safe space right now. And talking about that safe space, it's the lowest level of your home. If you don't have a basement, for example, you want to be on that most interior room. Oftentimes that's a hallway, a bathroom. You don't want to be near any windows, and it's always a great idea to have things to cover up. Or like blankets or a mattress to make sure you are safe at all times. Not seeing any new reports in from the Weather Service, not expecting to see a lot of those because it is so dark out there, but we will take a look at really just our reflectivity here. Paired with it, if you're not in this tornado warning too, these are some strong storms, not deemed severe right now, but a decent amount of lightning being produced with it. So something to be concerned about. Make sure you're inside and being safe with that. But if you're in Delaware and Linn County, this is what we're tracking right now. So let's time it out for you towards, well, let's look at the different rotations because we got a few here. Let's time it out. Let's time it out with this first one. Moving about east-northeast at 30 miles per hour. This is the one we're tracking right now. KGAN, we're looking at 922. So here in about 15 minutes or so, if this rotation does remain strong, and Prairieburg now engulfed in that tornado warning till about 9:31. The second rotation, there's really two in here. I would say the one that I just drew is the one that we're concerned about. We look for these bright colors and those bright reds, those bright greens. No debris reported with this, but something we will continue to watch. And of course, this area of weak rotation moving into more of a rural location, but definitely along Highway 13 south of KGAN, north of Central City. Could eventually make its way to the Castle Grove area, but hopefully by that time, this tornado warning will be weakened or canceled, Nick.
All right, so again, the reason why we're dealing with these strong storms today and the reason we're still in the air is because we have multiple reports of tornadoes that actually occurred here in eastern Iowa. Let's send these out now to Weather First Meteorologist Nathan Santo Domingo. He brought us the live video of that tornado earlier. That's how we were able to let the Weather Service know what was happening. He's on some damage now. Nathan, what can you show us tonight?
Right, Nick, we brought you that live tornado just to the south and west of Shell Rock. Now we're in Waverly, where that tornado continued. If you remember, we were south of Shell Rock when we had to put the brakes on our chase because of power lines over the road. So we did have confirmed damage live for you on Iowa's News Now earlier this evening. And now standing behind me, we have more damage here. We are on Garden Avenue, just to the south and west, or south and east, excuse me, of Waverly. Here's some of the damage that was spotted around the home. There was large tree limbs and even full trees blown down by this tornado, damage to the roof. Also, a neighbor had their shed completely destroyed. Now, understandably, a lot of the neighbors around this community are focusing on the cleanup, but they do tell me that no one was hurt despite all of this damage. In fact, in the house that's behind me to my right, only one person was at home, a 13-year-old. He said it was the first tornado he ever experienced, and right when he got that warning, he went down to his basement. So following those protocols, just like we all should. So again, we're live here in Waverly, where the damage is definitely indicative of a tornado. You can see the spiral pattern of it. The National Weather Service will be out here to give us a damage estimate of this tornado, a confirmed tornado that, again, we brought to you live here on Iowa's News Now earlier this evening. Once we get that damage report from the Weather Service tomorrow, of course, we'll keep you updated on that as well. Live in Waverly, meteorologist Nathan Santo Domingo, Iowa's News Now.
And thank you so much, Nathan, for that. Again, a lot of tornadoes did touch down tonight, and a lot of damage reports will come tomorrow when the National Weather Service does send out to survey all of those storms and eventually rate those tornadoes. For now, we're left with one last tornado warning across eastern Iowa after several rounds of it. We do have some severe thunderstorms, but again, the main priority is going to be this tornado-warned storm now in Delaware and Linn County. Does look like we're losing a little bit of rotation. We originally were talking about having 2 rotations within the storm. This one looks to be dying down a little bit, but this one is very concerning. That's when we see those bright greens, those bright reds. Again, green moving towards the radar, red moving away. And we just got it extended or changed a little bit, not extended until 9:45 p.m. still, but it now does go further into Linn County, really to that county line, similar down to the southern portions of Delaware County. So really that one center of rotation is what we're tracking. It's still moving east at 30 miles per hour, so I will time this out for you really quick right here. Again, it does not necessarily hit the Castle Grove area, and luckily it is moving through a somewhat rural area, but Prairieburg definitely be getting into that safe space, or at least be prepared to get into that safe space. And if you're along Highway 13, shouldn't be. Make sure to pull over and get into a safe location there as well. So this is really the only storm, again, we are tracking tonight. To give you a quick overview, there we go. To give you a quick overview, we do have a couple counties that have been removed from that tornado watch, but still Linn, Johnson counties, a lot of Dubuque County, a lot of those more populated areas are something that we will continue to watch over the next couple of hours. Those go through either 11 p.m. or midnight. So we still have a little bit of a night ahead of us, and it looks like we did just get another severe thunderstorm warning, so we can touch on that a little bit. This is the one out in Tama County right now. Goes till 9:30 p.m. has been extended a little bit until 10 p.m. So this one does go for quite a bit of time for Benton and Iowa counties. Looking at 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-inch or three-quarter-inch hail. Definitely could be damaging there as well, but of course we do want to focus on the main priority right now, which is this tornado warning for Linn and Delaware counties. Nick, we've been looking at this rotation for quite a bit of time, and it looks like it is still pretty strong.
Yeah, it's very strong. It does continue to kind of ebb and flow. I mean, you can still see, again, the Weather Service radar that we're using is down to the Quad Cities. So the bright reds going away from the radar here. The greens are coming towards the radar here. That spin just west of Central City, southwest of KGAN, and this does continue in northern Linn County. This tornado warning does continue until 9:45. Again, finally, we're down to one storm. Hopefully, we can keep it that way, at least in terms of tornado warnings. Go ahead.
Saying that there's a tornado on the ground northeast of Alburnett.
Okay.
I have not seen that in the chat, but certainly something to take seriously.
Okay, so apparently we have a tornado on the ground northeast of Alburnett. That would kind of make sense here given the circulation happening here. Alburnett on the bottom part of your screen, not technically in the warning, but we do have circulation here as it goes into northern Linn County. The most obvious area of circulation would be this guy right here, southwest of KGAN, and there's our observed tornado. So now it is an observed tornado warning, which means we now have a confirmed tornado in progress right now in northern Linn County. This is why we're so concerned and have been concerned all evening long. We'll kind of do kind of a pan. We're going to jump over. Central City's right here. The area of circulation looks to be northwest of Central City, but still, if you are in Central City, I would treat it just as if it's coming your way. Get to the lowest level of your home. You are still under that tornado warning. Put as many walls between you and the outside as you possibly can. Again, we now have a new confirmed tornado.
Right over Paris.
Right over Paris. Okay, so there's Paris Road right here. We have KGAN up here. So apparently this tornado is now in progress just probably southwest of KGAN. I'm going to pull up the debris tracker. I'm kind of curious if anything is popping up here. Not really. That's good news. At least not a strong tornado, hopefully. So we'll look at the radar view. And again, it's really heavily wrapped in rain. So it'll be very difficult to actually see what's happening here. But again, we do have a confirmed tornado now, northern Linn County, southwest of KGAN, likely just to the northwest of Central City. If you are in KGAN or Central City, you need to be in your safe place right now. There's a confirmed tornado in northern Linn County. I'm going to zoom out just a little bit here, get a bit of a wider view, and we'll kind of show you exactly what's happening here in northern Linn County. We'll spread it out for you again. The Cedar Rapids Metro down here. The Cedar Rapids Metro is fine, at least as of now, but what we are watching is this right here. That's definitely, you can actually see it on the reflectivity view as well. Probably some type of hook kind of happening right here. Again, southwest of KGAN, probably just west or northwest of Central City. We can say that Center Point, you are now in the clear. Center Point is no longer inside this tornado warning, so you are good in Center Point. Benton County, you are in the clear as well. If you are in far southern Delaware County, this tornado warning does continue for you, I believe, very close to Ryan, which should be right about here. Is Ryan technically in the warning? It looks like Ryan is just technically north of the warning. Very, very close. Maybe take shelter. We now know it's a confirmed tornado. We have seen reports of damage. I do believe we have a photo from Oelwein earlier, just to give you an idea how many of these storms have produced damage. This is in Oelwein Community Schools. You can see that shed probably moved pretty good there. A lot of this metal debris, a lot of the siding, trees, stuff like this. This is the kind of stuff we're worried about. Even if it is just stuff like this, where it's just, metal siding, that flying through the air at 100 miles per hour is a problem. And so that's why we want to make sure you are in your safe place tonight. So we'll zoom out. Again, confirmed tornado now, northern Linn County. This does continue until 9:45, so at least another about 30 minutes or so. This will continue to move off to the east. We'll go look at the correlation coefficient again, looking for some debris. I see a big ball there, and that is a bit of concern, but I think this is all just rain right now. I don't see anything indication of at least debris being lofted. So that's some good news. It means it may not at least be hitting anything. But again, that's the tornado warning there.
Nick, I think Aaron is on this storm, and he does have a microphone if we want to go to him. I'm not sure if he's available.
Sure, yeah, if he's good to go, I'd love to hear what he can kind of see out his way. Again, this is the tornado warning in northern Linn County. Our engineer Aaron Gerhardt is going to be on that storm. We'll see if we can get with him coming up in a little bit. But again, this tornado warning does continue until 9:45, just north of Alburnett. Alburnett should be in the clear. Cedar Rapids in the clear. KGAN, though, that's where the problem spots will be. Do want to pan over down to this severe thunderstorm warning. You can see southern Benton County and northern Iowa County. This severe thunderstorm warning does continue until 10 o'clock tonight. Again, we're talking about possible wind gust of 60 miles per hour. I believe I do have a camera out this way. I kind of tried to fill in I-80 as much as I can. Look at that. Let's see what it looks like. This is going to be southeast of Brooklyn. For now, things are quiet. This is just ahead of the storm. So thankfully, it looks like nothing is happening there. So that's good news there. We'll kind of keep an eye on this as it continues to move into more of our area. Good timing. Lots of lightning, though. You can see this is near Ladora, I-80, the big wind farm there near Ladora. You can see lots of lightning is occurring with this storm. That's that severe thunderstorm warning that is coming this way. Even if it's not just a tornado threat, lightning is just as deadly. So make sure you're getting inside. These storms are producing A lot of lightning tonight. All right, so here we are. Well, back to the tornado warning. Again, this is a confirmed tornado in northern Linn County. It's keeping us very busy tonight. This does continue again until 9:45. We'll put the velocity view back on, try and see exactly where this tornado may be. You can see we're still tracking kind of these two separate areas of circulation. One passing very close to KGAN, the other one's coming right up to KGAN. Central City, KGAN, again, you want to make sure you are in your safe place because these storms are dangerous. These storms have a history of producing tornadoes. In fact, as of at least, probably 5 minutes ago, this was a confirmed tornado northeast of Alburnett. So we do know these storms are producing tornadoes. We have damage in eastern Iowa to prove it. We have photos of tornadoes to prove it, unfortunately, as well. So it is a dangerous night. These storms do continue. The sun is set. We're getting close to 10 o'clock. People might be going to bed. You want to make sure you have ways to get warnings tonight. Do not rely on sirens. Sirens are meant to be heard outside. We shouldn't rely on sirens for warnings. We are in the 21st century. Smart apps are an amazing tool. You can get warnings right to your phone that way, and even old conventional methods like weather radio. I have 2 weather radios at home. They're great methods. Make sure you have a way to get warnings tonight. If you don't have one right now, iOS News Now, WX in the App Store. You can get those alerts right to your phone. I've been feeling them in my pocket all night long. So if my phone vibrates every time we get a warning, that's another way I know. But again, we're watching 2 areas of circulation here in northern Linn County, getting ready to cross into far southern Delaware County as well. It does appear things may be starting to weaken just a little bit, but keep in mind, this was much stronger. This was a strong rotation. Now it's just like a moderate rotation. I mean, there's still probably circulation happening in the storm. There is still very potentially a tornado occurring as well. The main circulation, this appears to be the most significant circulation. It's getting ready to cross Highway 13, either just south of KGAN or between KGAN and Central City, likely either south or very close to KGAN. That's kind of the concern right there. You can kind of see that circulation. We'll kind of get an estimate of the wind speeds there. Yeah, 74 miles per hour. I mean, it's still a strong rotation. It's not quite the 80, 90 mile per hour we saw, but this is still one of the strongest circulations we've seen so far tonight. And it just continues. It doesn't want to subside. That is why that tornado watch continues until midnight tonight. We do have that tornado warning, again, northern Linn County, 9:45. Let's just do a reset. We are, in at 9. This is Iowa's News Now, news at 9, I guess, and Fox 28. Welcome, and the news is weather.
And Nick, just to give you a quick update, it doesn't look like the Weather Service is going to let up on that warning. We still do have conditions favorable for it, so it at least is going to go through 9:45 at this time, if not continue to be extended. As he did mention, that watch does continue through 11 p.m. or midnight in some locations. So we still do have these favorable conditions, and although it is a lot quieter than we were dealing with a few hours back, this tornado or confirmed tornado in Linn and Delaware County is something to continue to take very serious out there. So again, we have that tornado warning going, and of course some severe thunderstorms, Nick, as well.
All right, we have this photo. Lindsay Leo, wow. This is County Home Road. This is in northern Linn County. My goodness. What you can see there is that's the big supercell shape of the storm there, the big wall cloud there, low hanging cloud, likely caught in the middle of lightning. This is why we're on the air. At any given point, that could produce a tornado. We have, again, seen tornadoes today in eastern Iowa. We have seen multiple tornadoes and unfortunately lots of reports of damage. That is a stunning photo there. Again, this is near County Home Road in northern Linn County. That is of big concern with these storms that continue to move through eastern Iowa. So again, right now we have this tornado warning, northern Linn, southern Delaware, and we have this severe thunderstorm warning moving into far eastern Iowa County, southern Benton County. These are the 2 storms that we're watching tonight, and technically speaking, Tama County, southern Tama County is under that severe thunderstorm warning as well, but it looks like the worst of it has now moved east. So we'll, I guess, bounce back and forth. It's possible we might be here for a while because this storm does not seem to want to let up. Right now, again, tornado warning does continue for at least 9:45. This is still a confirmed tornado in northern Linn County. We have reports of a confirmed tornado. This was northeast of Alburnett not too long ago. Right now, that tornado would likely be crossing Highway 13 between KGAN and Central City. All right, we're down to radar indicated, so that means we haven't had an update in a while. So that's some good news. That's at least a step in the right direction. It's no longer a confirmed tornado, but you can see this box here The red outline here does include KGAN. Central City no longer in the warning. But it does continue to move off to the east. You got Hazel Green up there towards Delaware County. That's going to be an area to watch as well. And then, of course, Prairieburg. That'll be the next stop in line. So really, once it starts leaving Highway 13, the next stop will be Prairieburg. So if you are in northern Linn County, you have to continue to watch this storm as it is a dangerous one. We'll put the velocity view back on. Unfortunately, that looks stronger yet again. Stronger rotation here, likely passing just northeast of Central City, just south of KGAN, and this is heading right in the direction of Prairieburg. So Prairieburg, want to make sure you're in your tornado safe place. Again, lowest level of a home. Put as many walls between you and the outside as you possibly can. Interior closet, a hallway, a stairwell, something like that. If you don't have a basement, that's fine. First level of the house is totally fine. Obviously, basement is a good place to be as well. But if you don't have that, that's fine. Just make sure you're taking your tornado precautions right now, because that is another pretty good indication of rotation. We'll do a query on that. 77 miles per hour, so it continues to rotate pretty quickly, and it's moving east at what, 25 miles an hour? Is that the last
30,
thing we had?
northeast.
30. Northeast at 30. All right, let's do a cone. I think I hit 30. Let's try it again, just make
Looks
sure.
like you hit 30, yeah.
Just to make sure. Yeah, we're on 30. Okay. So we'll put a little bit ahead of it. So assuming it's moving east about 30 miles an hour, it'll be in the Prairieburg area at 9:29. So, you know, that gives yourself about 5 minutes. Don't wait. Might as well just do it right now. These storms have been very quickly rotating and then kind of dying down. They're re-intensifying and then dying down again. So we definitely need to watch this very, very closely as we go throughout the night.
And we are getting word from the National Weather Service that it is suggesting that it will start to weaken. So hopefully we are headed in that direction. But looks like we're staying here till at least 9:45 if you're just coming in now.
Okay. Right on. So that's at least a step in the right direction. One thing we've been talking about the last several days is as we go later in the night, we start losing the tornado threat, but the wind threat will remain. And so hopefully we can kind of get rid of this tornado potential. And then wind threat's obviously still a problem, but the tornado threat, of course, is more can be very life-threatening as well on the stronger side of things. But again, we're not diminishing the tornado threat right now. This just means that in the near future, this storm may begin to weaken. For now, though, Prairieburg, you want to make sure you are in your safe place at this hour. Let's go ahead. We'll do wide view again. We'll continue to circle back as we've been doing. Earlier tonight, you know, we had 5 active tornado warnings at one point. 4 of those were producing tornadoes. So it's been a very busy night. We're down to just 1 tornado warning, not to belittle the tornado warning, but we're down to 1 tornado warning. Otherwise, we do have the severe thunderstorm warning for southern Benton and much of Iowa County as well. So let's go ahead. We haven't touched on the severe thunderstorm warning in a minute, so let's go ahead and hop down this way. You can kind of see a bit of a bowing segment here. Might be an indication of some stronger winds now starting to kick out into portions of southern Benton and northern Iowa counties. This will be riding right along I-80, and this wind's probably going to be going near perpendicular to the to I-80. So if you know truckers or anything like that, if truckers may be watching us, kind of trying to follow some updates on severe weather, do keep in mind that we're going to start getting some nice crosswinds on I-80, some likely between about Oxford over towards Brooklyn. That's kind of at least in our area anyway. That's Interstate 80 right here, that red line. Let's go ahead and actually look at, I believe that should be pretty close to the camera now. We'll go back to that camera near Brooklyn, kind of see what's happening there. You can see the rain is definitely falling there. You can kind of see the wind kind of carrying the rain as well. Still some periodic flashes of lightning. So these storms are producing some pretty gusty winds down south. Thankfully, not much of a tornado threat, at least as of now. But some gusty winds and lots of heavy rainfall as well. We'll go a little bit further east down I-80. There's a lot of look near Ledora. Again, you can see the lightning there on the horizon. You can see the reflections. So the storm is likely behind this point of camera. But again, you can see lots of lightning there. For now, things are okay. But again, severe thunderstorm warning does continue for southern Benton, northern Iowa counties until 10 o'clock. All right, so
really quick, Nick,
yeah,
we actually do have some pictures and videos coming in. I actually have one up on Weather Scan if we want to take this first. This is the storm that is tornado warned earlier today. Obviously, it is a little bit darker out there, so can't see. You wouldn't be able to see it really now unless there was a lightning flash. But if you weren't aware of the storm and what it was doing earlier, it is a large, very classic looking wall cloud really that we saw move move across Linn and Delaware County. I also was told that the storm out in Dysart, which is still the one that we're tracking now into Linn County, we do have video of that. A decent amount of damage has been reported there, at least from wind damage, if not tornado damage. But here's kind of what we were dealing with. Yeah, you can see some of the roofs blown off there. I'm sure siding's coming off. You know, super unfortunate given you know, just coming off the derecho and having to deal with that damage as well.
Just a very busy night across eastern Iowa, and we're unfortunately not quite done yet. Again, we do have that severe thunderstorm warning for southern Benton, northern Iowa County. That does continue until 10 o'clock tonight. Let's jump back north to that tornado warning. Again, the active lone tornado warning here in eastern Iowa does continue for northeastern Linn County and far southern Delaware County. It looks like it's starting to kind of get surrounded by more rain, so hopefully that can start cutting off the inflow of warm, humid air, and maybe this thing will finally start to kind of weaken just a little bit. But we'll pop the velocity view back on. And what we'll see is the rotation does continue. It's very close to Prairieburg. So we've been telling Prairieburg, you need to be in your safe place. You got to be there now. That circulation's passing very, very close to Prairieburg at this time. It's moving southeast of KGAN. KGAN, you're almost in the clear. Central City, you're going to be dealing with gusty winds. I think the tornado threat, though, for you down in Central City is now good. You're in the clear up that way as well. But Prairieburg, that is the area we need to watch very closely. That circulation passing very, very close. We'll look at the circulation here. We're at 57 miles per hour, so that's still a lot of spin in the atmosphere. That's indication of a possible tornado there, and so we're watching that very, very closely. Again, tornado warning does continue for northern Linn and far, far, far southern Delaware County until 9:45. Earlier, I believe it was around like 9:10, 9:15, we had a confirmed tornado up in northern Linn County. Thankfully, at least as of now, we're not aware of any tornadoes, but the severe threat does continue, Sarah.
And Nathan is actually out there surveying some of the damage from those tornadoes that we saw earlier today. Nathan, do you want to give us an update on not only what you've seen tonight, but what's going on there now?
Yeah, Sarah, right now we're just on the southeast side of Waverly near Garden Avenue. And this is where some of that damage was from that tornado that we brought you earlier here on Iowa's News Now. And that tornado forming on the southwest side of Shell Rock and then moved towards the Waverly area. Here's a look at some of the damage. And you see that not only are there large tree limbs down, but also full trees that were completely knocked over here by the tornado that came through. Take a look at this. This is how we brought it to you on Iowa's News Now. That tornado again on the ground forming to the southwest of Shell Rock. And that continued off towards the Waverly area and continued off to the east towards the Highway 20 or just north of the Highway 20 corridor as well. Now the severe threat does continue here into the evening. Weather First team back in the studio. It has been a long afternoon and evening here in eastern Iowa. They're still tracking those storms, tornado-warned storms here in eastern Iowa. So for now, in Waverly, I'm meteorologist Nathan Santo Domingo. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
Thanks, Nathan, for that update. Yeah, a lot of tornadoes did touch down. Tomorrow is going to be a very active day for the National Weather Service, surveying some of that damage and officially rating what those tornadoes were. But for now, we still do have one tornado warning that is active across the region. I'll take a look at the radar here really quick. Again, zooming in right here, this is the one that we are focused on. It is hopefully the last one of the night after seeing several, and it just got extended. There we go. So it has been extended now into Jones County there as well. This one goes till 10:15 p.m. So we're likely going to stay with you through the end of our 10 p.m. newscast here today. That rotation isn't dying down, and that's why it was extended. So yeah, if you're just coming in now because you're hearing the sirens going off either in Delaware or Jones County, this is why. We do have some pretty strong rotation with this, and if you're not quite sure what to look for, you can see right here when the reds and the greens kind of overlap and look like they're moving the wrong direction, or you even see these very bright reds. That's what we look for that rotation, and we're seeing that with this storm. It is not confirmed to be on the ground, but at this point in the night when it's so dark, it is very difficult to see any of these on the ground. So you have to rely on the rotation and the radar signature, which is exactly what we're doing here. I do believe that is still moving, moving east at 30 miles per hour. So we'll draw a little bit of a map here going here. So still somewhat rural area that we're headed into, but Nonetheless, we want to treat you all fairly and make sure that you are in your safe space and prepared. At 9:42 Castle Grove, it is your time. We've been mentioning you for quite a bit of time now, and we do see it foreseeing to move into your region as well. Right now, we're seeing it eventually potentially move into Sand Springs here. I'm getting some updates from the Weather Service here, located over Prairieburg. Yep. Northwest of Anamosa. So exactly where we were just pointing before, still radar indicated, not quite confirmed, but certainly could see that as we head throughout the night. I do kind of want to zoom out really quick and give you a quick overview of the area. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning as well. So in Benton and Iowa County, this one goes to 10 p.m. We likely will continue to have thunderstorms that are very strong, if not severe, with damaging winds, potentially some hail and heavy rain. Flash flooding is a concern for us as well. But at this time, the main focus is on this tornado-warned storm headed out of now Linn County into Delaware and Jones counties. It is important to note too, really quick before I send it back to Nick, that we do have this tornado watch in place for a bulk of the area through 11 p.m. or midnight. So at least the next 2.5 hours here, there is the potential to not only see these severe storms, but to see tornado producing storms. And unfortunately, that's still what we're seeing 5 hours later here, Nick.
Yeah, it's really the day that doesn't want to give up. Again, that yellow area there, that is that tornado watch that does continue until midnight tonight. We do have these tornado warnings that do continue here. Technically just one storm, but 2 warnings because it was extended further off to the east. So let's go ahead and kind of dance around here. We'll take a look at what these storms are doing right now. Again, this tornado warning does continue for far northeastern Linn County. We have northern Jones County here, southern Delaware County, and southern Delaware County. So southern Delaware County right here, northeastern Linn, and northern Jones. It does include Monticello, Hopkinton. That's going to be 2 areas that you're going to have to watch very, very closely. Monticello, probably the next town that will be mostly in the path of the storm. So we'll look at the velocity view. Okay, so that's a stronger indication there. It just keeps intensifying, then quieting down, then intensifying, then coming back down again. And that's the area that we're watching right now. This is just east of KGAN. This is going to be southwest of Hopkinton, but you're not out of the woods. I mean, it's letting you know where it's at right now. It could still come your way. And then just west of Monticello. So this area of circulation will be slowly moving off to the east at about 20 to 30 miles an hour. So we're going to be watching it very closely. I know Cody Hunter, one of our storm spotters, sent me a lot of great pictures. I'll be keeping an eye on my Twitter feed if you happen to be out right now. But that's that circulation that we have right now. We'll put a measurement to see how fast that wind is going right now. Again, 102 miles an hour. So that is now the strongest we've seen so far today. 102 mile per hour gate-to-gate shear, now in far northeastern Linn County. This is of now great concern. This is now the strongest circulation we've seen so far tonight. That does continue to move into northeastern Linn County, into then northern Jones County. So what I do want to do is we'll take a look in. We will do a zoom in on that storm. We'll kind of talk about the places that'll be most impacted. Again, that circulation is very, very intense, over 100 miles per hour. That's going to be moving just along and south of Monticello Road. It appears the circulation passed either right over or just north of Prairieburg. So that's going to be the area that we're watching very closely up here in northeastern Linn County. We'll be following Monticello Road. We have Castle Grove over here. Castle Grove will be an area that will be impacted by the storm relatively soon. That circulation just continues to intensify. Did not want to do that. So we're watching it just very, very closely tonight. We'll do a little bit of a zoom out. And again, that circulation, it couldn't be any more pronounced right there. Also, on the south side of that circulation here, heading towards like Cass and again, northeastern Linn County. This is a strong indication of some strong damaging wind gusts as well. So wouldn't be surprised if we do see kind of a severe thunderstorm warning potentially issued as well, because that's starting to look like some strong damaging wind gusts. But the tornado threat is up here in northeastern Linn County, getting ready to cross into northwestern Jones County tonight. Let's go ahead and look at the radar view. Actually, let me go ahead and actually time out the storm real quick for people that might be impacted by it. We'll draw a cone. we'll do 30. Circulation right about here, we'll go east just to kind of get Monticello included. If it does continue straight east, Monticello within the next about 20 minutes or so, it's only moving at about 30 miles an hour, but it's a slow mover, but that will be the area impacted there. And again, to reiterate, we do have tornado warnings in effect for Delaware and Linn County. Does not include the Cedar Rapids Metro. Cedar Rapids Metro has been fine so far this evening, and we hope it stays that way. We'll do a wider view, kind of assess the situation. We'll look at the traditional radar view. The only other threat that we have for the time being, obviously aside from heavy but beneficial rainfall moving through eastern Iowa, is this severe thunderstorm warning. This warning does continue for southern Benton County and the northern half of Iowa County. Let's go ahead and take a look at that guy, kind of see what's happening up that way. Again, that's the other severe threat tonight as it's crossing, basically following I-80. Let's go ahead and look at some cameras as it's moving down I-80. And it looks like it's hitting this pretty good right about now. This is the Ladora camera. And you can see the visibility is greatly reduced. We were able to see a lot more of the wind farm there. Not so much now, but you can see lots of flashes of lightning. You can see the rain flying in the wind there, so some pretty strong winds. Cars are definitely going a bit slower than the what seems to be recommended 70 miles per hour on 80, so people don't definitely drive that.
We'll go a little bit. We actually
go
have some videos from earlier tonight and some pictures of these storms that we're still tracking. The one that is in Delaware and Linn County originally was in Dysart. You may have heard that earlier today, but we do have a video from Manchester, I believe, if you guys want to take it. There you go. So this is just one of the storms that was produced earlier today if you kind of missed out on that. So although we've been on air for about more than 5 hours now, I should say, it is important because a lot of tornadoes have been produced and a lot of damage has taken place. So we want to make sure that everyone is being safe. Switching gears, I do have another one right here on my, here we go. Yes. This one was from the storm that we are currently tracking in Linn and Delaware earlier tonight, obviously, but still the same kind of cluster of storms. Very close to producing a tornado here, if not completely on the ground. So again, it has been a long night for all of us, and I'm sure you are ready to, you know, get a good night's sleep, but unfortunately it is still a threat right now for tornado producing. So I'll give you a quick look at kind of what's going on here across the region. If you're just coming in now, you're headed to bed. Nick has mentioned multiple times, if you are headed to bed, make sure you have a way to wake up and get those warnings. We're not in the clear yet. These tornado watches do go until 11 p.m. or midnight tonight. So be sure to be ready and stay weather aware. But for now, we just have these two warnings pushing across. The main threat, of course, this tornado warning in Delaware and Jones County goes for a little bit more than a half hour here. When we take a look at the rotation here, it has been pretty persistent. Originally seeing two areas of rotation kind of morphed into one. Unfortunately, it is still very, very strong with that. I'll check really quick if we do have any more updates. No updates in our National Weather Service chat. So all we have right now is really the radar, and the radar is telling us that there is strong rotation and a tornado could really drop at any point. So that's what we're going to go with for now. So if you are in this polygon, if you're hearing the sirens, now is your time to be sure to get into that safe space. The other warning we do have, again, down to our southwest, just a severe thunderstorm warning, but certainly producing damaging winds and the potential of hail. This one goes till 10 p.m., could get extended there as well, but we're not really seeing any rotation or a tornado threat with that. So here's what we're dealing with right now. Again, we are winding down here tonight, but do not let your guard up because this rotation that we're seeing in Delaware and Jones County, in Delaware headed into Jones County, I should say. Oops, please go. There we go. Wouldn't switch for me, is going to be a big threat out there. Continues to move east at about 30 miles per hour. So not really seeing this thing let up at all there, Nick.
Yeah, it's been persistent, that's for sure. Now moving into northern, northwestern Jones County. We do have Aaron Gerhardt, who's out in our road war tonight, one of our two road warriors monitoring the weather tonight. Can you just talk about a little bit about what you've been seeing so far this evening? You did that amazing wall cloud structure earlier. Any reports of tornadoes that you've seen so far? Cell service might be a bit of an issue.
Really has happened as it started to get rain wrapped. I did, as I was passing through Center Point, start to get some.
It's tough. All right, looks like we'll have to let that one go, unfortunately. Yeah, so again, he's been monitoring the storms up that way. Obviously, cell coverage has been an issue up in northern Linn County, but he had some video earlier of that wall cloud that did end up turning into a tornado confirmed report. That was in northern Linn County. As of now, it's just radar indicated. There is not a tornado in progress that we are aware of, but keep in mind it is nighttime. We do rely on things like lightning to actually see that tornado, and therefore we won't really know for sure if it's on the ground, at least as of now. We do have spotters like Aaron out there, but yeah,
We
go
are
ahead.
officially down to one warning. That
Okay.
severe thunderstorm warning is canceled, so it is just the tornado warning now.
Just this guy. All right, so we have one tornado warning to go, and then there was one. So again, that rotation right now, just northeast of Cass. Again, Hopkinton is about this way. Monticello will be in the firing line as well. That circulation will continue to move east, maybe a bit northeast. It's kind of been wobbling just a little bit. We'll call it straight east, down towards the Monticello area. We'll draw another cone on this just to kind of give you some rough timing as it continues to move off to the east. Monticello about 9:55, so you got about 15 minutes. It's only moving about 30 miles an hour or so to the east, so kind of a slow moving storm, but it's still a radar indicated rotation. You can definitely see it there. Again, the bright reds going away from the radar, the bright greens coming towards the radar. That's that circulation right there. And that's why we are so concerned with this tornado threat tonight. Looking at the gate-to-gate shear, again, this is how fast those raindrops are moving inside that storm. 50 miles an hour, that's pretty reasonable. That's a pretty appreciable storm. At one point, not even maybe 10 minutes ago, it was over 100 miles per hour. It was a much stronger circulation. So we're starting to see it weaken. The problem is the storm has weakened and then re-intensified even stronger multiple times. So I don't think we're quite done with the storm quite yet. This tornado warning does continue until 10:15 for northern Jones County and southern Delaware County. I do believe at this point we can give the all clear now for northeastern Linn County. Maybe give it another 2 minutes just to be absolutely certain, but it looks like the circulation has successfully passed now into northwestern Jones County. Again, this tornado warning does continue until 10:15 tonight. Not mean to do that.
Linn. It still goes to Delaware Jones, so
All right.
just the one.
And as we are. So now we have one, not only just one storm, but now just one polygon. We're getting so close, guys. We're almost done. Hopefully we can let this go. And then we have a newscast to do. Maybe. We'll see what happens. But again, this tornado warning does continue northern Jones and into southern Delaware counties. So now we have really no reason to bounce back and forth. That's all we got. One guy. We'll pop up the velocity view real quick. We'll kind of show you, again, that circulation. Unfortunately, it does look like it intensified yet again. Again, this is approaching the Monticello area. So let's go ahead and kind of get a closer look and kind of see what's happening down here in northern Jones County here. Looks like the circulation is passing just south of Castle Grove, basically following County Road E16. You got Langworthy right here. This is going to be approaching Monticello here pretty soon. So again, Monticello has really, we've kind of mentioned you multiple times so far tonight. That circulation will continue to head your way. If it weakens, it'll go a little bit north. If it strengthens, make it a little bit south. So you're really kind of right in the path of whatever the storm ends up doing here in the short term. And again, this continues to follow County Road E16 into the Monticello area. It appears to be passing south of Castle Grove. I still want you in Castle Grove to make sure you are in your safe place. Again, interior room, as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you have a basement, that's a great place to be. If you don't have a basement, that's fine. First floor, just get an interior hallway or closet or something like that, because we're going to continue to watch the severe threat tonight. Again, that's that circulation right there, south of Castle Grove, approaching Monticello. This is the last of the tornado warnings that we have in eastern Iowa as of now. It's still a strong one. That's why we're still on the air, and that's still why we're concerned about it, but that's the last storm. If you look over eastern Iowa, we do have some heavy rain falling from Dubuque down towards Monticello, through the Cedar Rapids Metro, down towards Williamsburg, and then out of our area. So this band of heavy rain continues. A lot of lightning occurring with this as well. We do have periodic thunder happening outside of our studio in Cedar Rapids. But again, the severe threat is now confined to just this one storm. You can see, I mean, there are tornado warnings up in Wisconsin tonight, and we have flash flood warnings over towards the Des Moines area, and that's the concern there. But again, we do have that lone tornado warning that does continue tonight until 10:15. Northern Jones County, southern Delaware County. Sarah, take it away.
Yeah, it is really quiet in the chat right now. We're not seeing really any updates coming through there, which isn't surprising because it is very dark out there. Hard to see anything going on. Not seeing a ton of pictures on social media, so all we do have right now is this radar indicated tornado warning, which is a strong one. We've seen quite a bit tonight, and I do think this is one of the stronger ones we've seen. So taking a look at that, again, it does go for Delaware and Jones counties. It will continue at least until 10:15 p.m. I don't foresee any sign of it being canceled earlier, unfortunately, but there is always some changes that can happen within minutes there. The good news is it does look like it is getting a little bit weaker in that direction, but I do think we'll still be here for a good amount of time. So it is moving east at 30 miles per hour, kind of timing out exactly what to expect with that. Sand Springs. Let's get this out of the way. Sand Springs just after 10 p.m. and I don't think it'll make it to Cascade. Hopefully it'll be canceled by that time, but it would be just there about 10:20 p.m. Talking about the ongoing tornado watch that we have had, we did have some updates kind of coming with this over the last few hours here. Looks a lot quieter out there now. We do have basically almost all of our northern counties kind of out of this tornado watch. I would assume eventually some counties will join there as well. But down in Linn and Johnson counties, where Cedar Rapids, Iowa City is, further off towards Tama County, again, we are still in that watch until 11 p.m. or midnight. But again, one warning. We do have a flash flood warning off towards the central portion of Iowa, just down to the southeast of Ames. But otherwise, really, the main focus on not only here, but in the state is this tornado warning. So let's take a quick look at that. It is being updated right now. They did decide to continue it. No cancellation this round quite yet. Still moving east at 30 miles per hour and nothing confirmed with it. But we'll take a quick look at that velocity scan, and it's still looking strong. Can hear Nick sighing over there. It's been a long day, but it is still looking very strong. So at this time, if you're in the Monticello area, you should be getting into that safe space. It is headed towards your direction, and we don't see any signs of it weakening. If you're along Highway 51 or know anyone along Highway 151, I apologize, 151, you should be headed into a safe space, getting off that highway, getting into a building. Your safe space should be the lowest level of your home, so a basement. If you live in an apartment complex, get to the lowest floor and make sure you are far away from any windows and as far away from any out or exterior walls within there. So we'll continue to stay here until this gets canceled. Again, really, we're focused on this level of rotation, which still looks pretty decent for this point in the night. Usually we tend to see kind of some of these drop off at this point, but that is just not the case that we're dealing with today. And hopefully this will be the last one, but if you're in that polygon right now, or even just a little bit off to the east of the polygon in the Dales Ford, Cascade, Scotch Grove area, it is a great idea to stay aware of this storm at least for the next hour or so, or at least if you're headed off to bed, make sure you have a way to get those warnings. So again, now just for Jones counties, if you're in the Monticello area, now is your time to definitely be taking cover. Not seeing anything new coming through the chat or really on social media. Again, it is hard to get some of those reports at night, but we are seeing these bright greens, and that is really what we look for when we have these strong and severe storms. That rotation right there, just south of Prairie Hills Road and County Road East 16 there as well. Nick?
Yeah, I mean, this, we've been talking about Monticello for quite some time. This continues to just roll straight down. That's County Highway E16. Again, this is approaching Monticello. So again, if you are in Monticello, I think at bare minimum, if this circulation at least continues to hold its strength, it's going to be at the bare minimum producing some strong wind gusts. This is some pretty strong wind. Again, this might be one of the stronger radar indicated rotations we've seen. Probably gusting, let's see. It's definitely not 27, I can tell you that much. Okay, well, we'll have to see what happens here. It's definitely much stronger than that. 37, I still think that's not quite accurate. But there's a pretty good indication of rotation here. Again, the red's going away from the radar, which is off to the south and east, the bottom right of your screen. The wind's going away from the radar, the greens, even some light blues showing up here, coming towards the radar. That's that circulation passing near Monticello. And the reason we continue to talk about the potential for these tornadoes and the reason we're so concerned about it is the fact that these storms have produced damage already here in eastern Iowa. We do have Weather First meteorologist Nathan Santo Domingo monitoring the damage tonight. Let's talk about where you are right now, Nathan, and talk about what you've seen tonight.
Right, Nick, right now we're in Waverly, but take a look at this. This was our video that we brought to you. We have a tornado in progress here, you guys. Yeah, this is our video that we brought to you earlier this afternoon here, live right now, or live on Iowa's News Now. Earlier this afternoon, that tornado continued to push off to the east, and here's some of the damage that it has left behind. We're standing next to numerous snapped limbs.
And service continues to be a problem. That's up by Waverly. You were able to see some damage up that way. Again, you did see the tornado there. That was the tornado that happened earlier in the evening. Now we're also still dealing with the ongoing tornado threat this evening right now. Again, Monticello, you really need to make sure you're in a safe place. That's a pretty strong indication of rotation coming right into your neighborhood. Langworthy, you're on the south side of that circulation, but still too close to call. I'd still make sure you're in a safe place. Again, lowest level of a home. Put as many walls between you and the outside as you can. And if you are going to take some shelter, want to cover yourself up with maybe a blanket, or if you have a bike helmet, that's another great option. Wear shoes as well. Again, better to be overprepared than underprepared. Sarah.
Aaron is on Prairie Hills Road there that you just saw on that map. He says definitely still seeing some rotation and can feel it. Strong winds from there. Obviously difficult to see anything. Here's a live look at what we're looking at. Again, you're not going to see much unless lightning strikes, but he is saying it is definitely a strong storm. And will likely continue to be tornado warned, which is precisely what we're seeing and hearing as well here. You know, it's difficult at night. You know, you're not gonna see much, but certainly seeing some heavy rain falling with that and some strong winds there as well. So if we can actually head over to Weather Scan I do have some images up near Oelwein earlier. This is at, I forgot exactly what school, but it's a school up in Oelwein. I'll get the name for you momentarily, but definitely saw some tornado damage. You can see a lot of debris blown around. That's why we get in that safe space and make sure we're covered, because this debris oftentimes is what most injuries are caused by, it flying with rapid speeds through the air. So definitely some significant damage. Again, we don't have any information on what these tornadoes will be ranked as. That will all come tomorrow or the coming days. The Weather Service is going to be very busy with these reports, I can tell you that, but definitely looking like some significant damage there. Where we definitely could have seen winds upwards of nearly 100 miles per hour at times there. So I'll give you a quick update on this tornado warning that we see. I don't have any updates coming in through the Weather Service right now. I do know that it does continue. Yep, they did continue it at 9:53, so it's sticking out here until about 10:15 p.m. We're seeing that strong rotation. We're not really seeing it let up a little bit. It does look a little bit different. Earlier we saw really two areas of this rotation, but right along here on Prairie Hills Road is where our storm chaser Aaron was that I just showed you. I can kind of point that out for you here, but otherwise we're looking at that strong rotation and those strongs or those bright red and greens. That's what we are concerned about. So it is headed towards Monticello at this time. You should already be in your safe space. You shouldn't even be able to see this on the TV because you're just hearing it. You're downstairs in your basement or the lowest level of your home. You're you know, in the most interior room, far away from exterior walls. Put on that helmet, grab those shoes, make sure you're covered in case there is flying debris. We don't have confirmation of this, but I wouldn't be surprised if a tornado was on the ground with the way this does look on radar. And we'll continue to track it here for the most part, but I'll give you a quick overlook at the area. We still do have some strong storms passing through there as well. None of them are severe at this time, but they're producing a lot of heavy rain and a lot of lightning coming along with these storms too. I can show you that. If we back it up a little bit, yeah, a ton of lightning being produced, especially with this tornado warned storm and cluster there now. And oh, I'm just getting a location from Aaron, so I'll kind of pinpoint where he is right now. I'll give you a look at that velocity. So he's actually just ahead of the storm, and he says he's not seeing a tornado on the ground right now, but of course it is dark, so certainly wouldn't be out of the question that there is one there. So he's sitting ahead of this storm towards the Monticello area, generally in this vicinity. So no confirmation on our end, but it is dark out there. And of course it should be taken seriously until it is fully expired at that 10:15 hour. So Nick, I'm hoping this is the last warning of the night. I know you are too. And although it still does look like it has a strong velocity, hopefully we'll start to see some weakness in it.
Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, hopefully this is the last storm, but unfortunately it's still a real storm. It is moving into Monticello right now. You've had a lot of headway. You've had a lot of warning in Monticello, so hopefully you are taking your tornado precautions right now because, again, this circulation does look rather intense. Just getting ready to cross Highway 151 in the Monticello area. Kind of getting like a quick estimate on the wind speeds with this. The rotation says 59 miles per hour. That sounds about right. Pretty good rotation happening with the storm. Hopefully a sign of some good news is that it's not as much gate to gate. What I mean by that is like the bright greens, the bright reds are no longer right next to each other. It's getting a bit oblonged. So that's hopefully a sign of some good news. Unfortunately though, either way you look at it, the strong reds going away from the radar, which is off to the bottom right of your screen, that's at least indication that it's still getting some very strong, warm inflow. So it's still at least a strengthening storm, but I'm hoping at least the tornado threat is getting a bit less just because the colors are starting to get a bit more oblonged here. They're not really tight right next to each other. Maybe a glimmer of hope. And again, we've kind of said this a few times, but if you are in Monticello, don't try and go outside. Don't try and look at the storm because you're not going to be able to see it. That circulation moving into Monticello right now is so heavily wrapped in rain. It's impossible to see anything that's actually happening with this storm. We are seeing lightning, but the actual circulation might be completely wrapped there inside of rain. So in nighttime, it's virtually impossible to actually see what may be happening with this storm.
There is really this heavy inflow from the north, which isn't surprising based on what we're seeing here. But he also says that he does have his mic on and decent reception. So I'm wondering if we can maybe throw to him and talk about kind of what he's seeing and feeling out there.
Yeah, that'd be great. Aaron, if you are there, let us know what you're seeing. I know you've had a busy night here so far tonight. Just kind of let us know where you're at and kind of what you've seen so far.
Hey guys, can you hear me all right?
Yeah, you sound great.
Okay, good. So yeah, I am just west of Monticello, and I've been paralleling the rotation, and it is obviously, as you guys have been saying, it is rain wrapped. It is dangerous to be out here, but chasers have done this for a while, the ones that are out here at night, trying to see if we can find any damage in the back end of these storms, but it is definitely rain wrapped. Good rotation, but it is a dangerous time to be out. There is EMS out here. There is law enforcement spotting also, so it's definitely a threat, and the winds are very strong out here.
And thank you for that update there. If we can leave his video kind of up there. I know earlier you were on the storm over towards like the Palo area, and that was some really impressive structure with that. I mean, have you seen much like that in Iowa? Because that was kind of rare for the state of Iowa.
Yeah, you know, I'd like to say the last time I saw something like that was in like southeast Nebraska. So nice to see that saucery shape going on with the rotation striations, but it's rare to see something like that around here, maybe out west.
Right on, Aaron. And again, Aaron Gerhard, thank you so much for that. He's one of our engineers, also a great storm chaser and storm spotter. He's been with us obviously for quite some time. Last year, he got the Mechanicsville tornado on air for us. So again, thank you so much for that, Aaron. We'll keep up to date with you. Hopefully, we can get you home soon. Hopefully, this tornado warning is starting to kind of go away. All right, so we continue to watch this tornado warning in Jones County. If you want, you can maybe double box the video just so we have it up. If you can. Otherwise, again, we'll just continue to watch this tornado warning. It does continue for Jones County. The air circulation passing right near Monticello. The Weather Service, as Sarah kind of mentioned, is kind of agreeing with us where the circulation is getting more oblong. It's not as tight. So that's hopefully a sign of good things to come. Hopefully, the storm begins to weaken just a little bit. Again, that circulation passing very close to the area of Monticello right now. Monticello has had a lot of time to prepare for this storm. But the classic radar view, this is all the rain that's falling right now. Again, that circulation would be heavily wrapped in rain, so there's no way you'd be able to see it. Hopefully, we can get through this without any incident in the Monticello area. But going back to the velocity view, we got the newest scan there. Again, it's still strong. You're at least getting probably some strong winds moving through the Monticello area. Again, this is northern Jones County. Hopefully, though, the tornado threat is beginning to wind down. And welcome, everybody. This is Iowa's News Now at 10 o'clock. The news continues to be the weather, as it has been since about 4:30 this evening. We've had continuous wall-to-wall tornado coverage since about 4:30, and unfortunately, we've had a lot of reports of damage and tornadoes in eastern Iowa. Thankfully, as of now, I have not seen any reports of injuries, but we have seen damage to buildings, homes, farmsteads, workshops, and crops. So it has been a very busy and unfortunately a rather damaging night here in eastern Iowa. And the severe threat continues tonight. Here's a live look again at the tornado warning. Does continue for northern Jones County. That circulation now passing maybe just east of the Monticello area. It basically is crossing Highway 151 right now, maybe now east of Highway 151. That circulation may be trying to get a bit tighter here southeast of Monticello, but hopefully this thing begins to wind down. We'll put the gate to gate, kind of get a measurement of these wind speeds here. 92 miles an hour, so it's a stronger storm. Unfortunately, just when you think things might begin to wind down, it begins to intensify again. But that's what we're watching right now in southeast of Monticello. Again, that tornado warning does continue until 10:15. We'll have to see what the Weather Service wants to do. Based on that radar appearance, I wouldn't be surprised if we do see it extended again into more of northern Jones County. That is a bit of a concerning sight there with that northwest of Scotch Grove. That's something we'll have to continue to watch very closely. Looking at the traditional radar view, again, that circulation now southeast of Monticello is so heavily wrapped in rain. You're not going to be able to see anything inside of that storm. It is producing a lot of lightning. We have been seeing a lot of lightning with these storms, so you might be able to see, the rain falling, but just because it's so wrapped in rain, you're not going to be able to see any type of tornadic circulation there. This storm does have a history of producing tornadoes. We've had reports of tornadoes in northern Linn County and as far west as Tama County. This is the same storm that really moved for quite a while. Let me zoom out here, and there's a new tornado warning. We kind of figured that was coming. All right. Let me zoom out here. We'll get the updates on this storm.
So it goes until 10:45.
So it's the 10:45 storm.
Yep, just for Jones County.
All right.
Moving east at 30.
So remains for just northern Jones County here. New warning does continue until 10:45 now. So long night continues. We will zoom in on the storm. Again, the strongest part of the storm likely now just moving east of the Monticello area. I'm going to pop up. Actually, let's put let's just look at the velocity view real quick. Let's see where we're at. So that's unfortunately kind of concerning. You were definitely seeing that rotation wrapping up once again right here, southeast of Monticello, northwest of Scotch Grove. That circulation now passing basically Highway 38. That highway goes out southeast of Monticello. That's what circulation is right now. That's going to continue to move off to the east now. So again, the circulation, it just continues to intensify, then weaken, then intensify, then weaken. This storm does have a history of producing tornadoes thus far. We said 30?
Yep, same thing to
Cool.
the east.
All right, so we'll put a fan on this. We'll kind of get a rough idea. Again, kind of more kind of lesser populated portions of Jones County. But Springhole around 10:06, Dales Ford around 10:09, Temple Hill 10:18. And that's kind of what we're watching here as that storm continues to move off to the east. Again, this is a new tornado warning until 10:45. And unfortunately, that circulation does look tighter here. Again, southeast of Monticello, very strong indication of at least definitely rotation. I mean, that's a given at this point. Possible tornado with this as well. We have not had a confirmed report in a while. But there's your rotation, over 100 miles an hour again. So we're watching that rotation at 100 miles per hour. That's a strong indication of rotation with the storm. Again, that's now moving just to the east of Monticello. Switching to the debris tracker, I'm not seeing much there. That's good. Hopefully it's not producing a tornado at the moment, but keep in mind it can pretty much at any given point. There is definitely circulation with the storm, and this does continue here for northern Jones County until 10:45. Any info coming in from the Weather Service?
Yeah, not getting any info from them about this tornado warned storm. They did talk about how the next couple of minutes are going to be pretty indicative of if they continue to extend this, and of course they did. But I'm getting word that I believe we have an update from Nathan, if that's correct. He is out in northeast or northwestern Iowa, surveying some of the damage near Waverly, I believe. Nathan, what have you seen tonight?
Hey Sarah, right now we are in Waverly, just to the south and east of town. I believe we do have video that we have from earlier that we brought to you on Iowa's News Now. Take a look at this. And that was that. I believe that was the tornado video that we were able to bring you live here on Iowa's News Now earlier this afternoon. Right now, we're standing in front of a lot of the damage that was caused by that tornado. We have several limbs down, lots of twigs, and even full trees here. I'll step out of the way, zoom in on some of this, and significant damage to some of the trees here near Waverly. And now here's a look at some of that video that we were able to get from this neighborhood earlier this afternoon. Just about around sunset, there was damage done to the roof of the houses. There was damage done to some of the sheds around here, some of the farm equipment as well, the corn crop as well. And so definitely a significant tornado. You can even tell by the shape of the damage that this was a significant tornado here that went through Waverly. So we're going to continue to monitor this as we go through the overnight. Obviously, we still have tornado warnings that are still in effect, and the National Weather Service, of course, tomorrow will be out surveying the damage here in eastern Iowa. When we get those updates, of course, we'll be sure to let you know. Live in Waverly, meteorologist Nathan Santo Domingo, Iowa's News Now.
And much appreciated, Nathan. Thank you so much for everything today. Again, a very busy day from beginning to end, and unfortunately, we have not seen the end yet. The tornado threat does continue. We do have this tornado warning, which does continue for northern Jones County. The worst of it now exiting the Monticello area, but it's still continuing to move off to the east. We have State Highway 136 right here. This is more of a hilly, rural area. Chasing in this from the past has been very problematic, so I know that the terrain's kind of rough. But again, that circulation will be moving off to the east as it goes through northern Jones County tonight. That tornado warning does continue until, as you can see, 10:45, and that is now an observed tornado,
Yeah, it just
which
came in that it
makes
is
me
confirmed.
wonder.
I don't have any
Yep, there it
information.
is. We have our first confirmed tornado based on radar, which means what we're seeing here is debris being lofted into the air. This is now an indication of a strong tornado now in progress here. This is northern Jones County. You can see that is their dropout right there. This is what we're looking at in terms of that radar confirmation. We now have a confirmed tornado now moving through northern Jones County. This is the debris tracker. Hopefully this doesn't get any darker. If we start seeing more blues pop up in here, that's even a stronger tornado. So we're gonna hope this thing kind of calms down a little bit. But this is one of the best radar products you can ever use in terms of live tornado tracking. We do have a confirmed tornado based on radar now moving into northern Jones County. This did cross Highway 38. It will continue to move into northern Jones County, Dales Ford right here, and it'll continue to move as it approaches Highway 136. Again, this is a confirmed tornado here based on radar. Here's Monticello right here. The tornado appears to be east and maybe a little southeast of the Monticello area, but that's the only indication I need to see to know that there is a tornado in progress there. We might not be able to see it visually with our eyes because of nighttime and rain, but radar can see everything, and radar is seeing what you're seeing right there. Radar can see things like rain, hail. What you're seeing right here is debris. still there with a most recent scan. You're still seeing the dropout, which means the tornado is still in progress. That does continue to move into northern Jones County. So confirmed tornado here based on radar. This is what we call a debris ball, TDS, or tornado debris signature. You don't see these too often. This means it's a pretty well developed, pretty strong tornado, and this is now moving through northern Jones County. We're hoping the debris that we're seeing here is like tree debris and crop debris. That's what we're hoping the debris is. Hopefully it's not things like people's homes and property. But again, that is a confirmed tornado. You're looking at it on radar right now. Really no reason to switch to any other product because that's going to tell us all the information that we need. Again, this new tornado warning does continue until 10:45. This is northern Jones County. What you're looking at here, again, is a debris ball, a tornado debris signature. Debris is being lofted into the upper levels of the atmosphere. It's being hit by the radar beam, and the radar beam is reflecting it back. So that's what we're seeing right there with this storm. Again, that is east of Monticello, moving through northern Jones County. Thankfully, it's a rather sparsely populated portion of Jones County, but if you know people that are in this area, want to give them a call, shoot them a text, something like that. Just give them a heads up that this is now a confirmed tornado moving through Jones County. Looks like we're getting a new scan right now. I should have another update here in a second. There it is. Okay, so yeah, still there. It's still popping up there on the radar beam. Again, this is, I think, the first TDS I've actually seen here in Iowa since I started here in 2017. So yeah, not a great sign what we're looking at right here. That is, again, moving east of Monticello. Right now it's passing right over Dales Ford. It will be crossing Highway 136, State Highway 136. This is likely going to be north of Scotch Grove. It's going to be now east of Highway 38. We have Highway 151 that goes right here. This is the main line that goes from Dubuque through the Cedar Rapids Metro. It's south of Highway 151. Based on its track, it should stay south of Highway 151. You saw the newest scan there. Debris ball continues. So there's still debris being lofted by the storm. You can see it there on radar. You got Cascade right up here. Cascade appears to be okay. Cascade will likely be out of the threat level for this tornado. But again, you can see that TDS does continue to move eastward. Monticello, again, now I'd say Monticello is probably in the clear. We should see an update here from the Weather Service in terms of that warning soon. But this is now a confirmed tornado. Newest scan. We're getting these scanned every about a minute or two. The technology with radar has advanced so far, and we're basically able to track a tornado in real time using weather radar. It's a fantastic piece of technology. It definitely is something you see more often in portions of the southeast United States or the plains, where you have a lot of debris that can get lofted up by tornadoes. Unfortunately, we're seeing it here tonight, here in eastern Iowa. Again, sparsely populated portions of Jones County. That's the good news, but unfortunately, there are still people that live in this area, especially if you're, again, south of Cascade. If you live between Highway 151 and Scotch Grove, in this area in northern Jones County, you want to be on the lookout for this. Monticello, you are now in the clear. Things are okay there. Let's slide this over. So again, this is your tornado right here. Just as a sanity check, we'll put the velocity view. Yep, very strong rotation right there. We'll put kind of a wind speed on it, 97 miles per hour. Again, all I need to see to know where this tornado is that. So you're looking at the tornado here in real time. This is how you know there's a tornado in progress. So we're going to continue to watch this. It's going to continue to move off to the east. There's a confirmed tornado now moving through Jones County. This is the same storm which has produced tornadoes in northern Linn County, as well as northern Benton County and Tama County. This is a long track supercell. It's produced multiple tornadoes along the way. We've had a lot of reports of damage along the way as well. Thankfully, not aware of any injuries at this point tonight, but again, we are seeing, again, another confirmed tornado southwest of Cascade. Are you getting any information there from the Weather Service, Eric?
Yeah, nothing coming in. They're pretty holding steady on this tornado warning, though. It's not going to end. TDS confirmed, continuing it. One thing I have checked recently is you said, we don't know for sure about damage yet or injuries or anything. We probably won't know a lot about that until the morning, but we do know that there are several power outages along with these storms, which isn't completely unprecedented. So taking a look at Alliant, just across the board, couple thousand in, about 3,000 people in Iowa without power, and portions of Wisconsin still kind of dealing with that storm track as well. So certainly an active night out there, and taking a look at this storm as well. Yeah, you can see some some of the outages there. Again, kind of with this storm that we've been tracking, 70 customers out right now, could be more once that storm kind of passes through. I would suspect it does continue that way. But if we can throw it back to radar here really quick, it does look like, we're continuing on pretty steadily with this tornado warning. We are seeing that debris really being lofted. What Nick mentioned, once we start to see those blues, that's when we get a little bit concerned. But for now, we're seeing those reds and oranges and yellows. And that's really what we're focused on. And there's, we can check the velocity and kind of see what's going on with it there. But yeah, it's a pretty strong rotation. And that's really all you need to know from there. It is a very strong storm, and you should definitely be in that safe space. You just saw that update come through, Nick. I'll see if anything came through chat.
Cool. Yeah, you can see that new tornado warning. They've essentially trimmed it down just a little bit. We're really kind of getting hyper-focused on where this tornado is going to be moving. Again, this is now northern and northeastern Jones County, 80-mile-per-hour gate-to-gate shear, so strong rotation popping there. And if we look at the debris, again, we continue to watch that TDS. It's not the most eye-opening TDS I've ever seen, but you're seeing debris. You're watching a tornado live via radar. And so that's what's happening as that is now moving into northern Jones County. Cascade should still be north of this tornado. If you live in the south side of Cascade, I'd maybe start taking shelter. If you live, if you have a Cascade address and you're south of Cascade, if you're south of Highway 151, you want to be in your safe place. If you're in Cascade, I just take shelter anyway, just because there's a tornado very, very close to you. Again, this is a confirmed tornado. You're watching it live on radar. Just to the southwest of Cascade. This debris signature will continue. Opening through a pretty rural area. There's a lot of woods and creeks in this area, northeastern Jones County. Pretty soon, though, it will be approaching Highway 136 that goes south of Cascade. And again, if you do live south of Cascade, you want to make sure you're getting in your safe place right now. Latest update there, looks like it's a little weaker. That's good news. Unfortunately, it's still there. You can still see exactly where that tornado is with that newest scam. That is happening right now, again, in northern Jones County. Again, if you live in Cascade or if you have a Cascade address, if you're more rural, south of Highway 136 here, if you're on Highway 136 south of Cascade, if you live there, you want to make sure you're in your safe place now. If you know family or friends that may live in that direction, give them a call. Who cares if it's 10 o'clock at night? Make sure they're aware of what's happening with this, because this is a confirmed tornado now moving into northeastern Jones County. We've really been able to make this polygon much smaller because now we're hyper aware of exactly where that tornado is. Again, this is passing just south of Cascade. Will soon be passing over Highway 136 and again, really northeastern Jones County. Sarah, go ahead.
And Nick, really quick, obviously our main focus is on this tornado warning, but we are getting some information now through the chat. Obviously that is a confirmed tornado. You can see the debris with it. You see the steady rotation, no eyesight on it, but again, it is very dark out there. But from there, we also now do have a couple severe one severe thunderstorm. I don't know why I'm saying couple, probably because we've had a couple all day. But one more severe thunderstorm warning for Cedar, Johnson, Jones, and Linn County. Right now with this, they're saying it's moving into a favorable environment. We're seeing wind gusts upwards of about 53 miles per hour at the Cedar Rapids airport, and it could continue to gain that. So just be aware of that. If you are in that area and you're hearing some strong thunderstorms, that is what we're focused on with this right now. Not expected to see some tornado warnings out of this line, but certainly is going to produce a good amount of rain as well as lightning. We can take a look at kind of these lightning warned storms here as well before we bounce on back to that tornado warning, but not as much as we saw earlier, so I guess there's some good news in that, but definitely still seeing those damaging winds really across those counties as it finally pushes out of our area. But the main threat does remain as this confirmed tornado on the ground in Jones County. If you're just coming in now, you're headed to bed and you're trying to get one last look, this is a very dangerous storm and it is on the ground. That is a very strong velocity signature that we're seeing right there. When you see kind of those bright greens and bright reds kind of intermixing, that is what we look for as far as rotation within these storms. In addition, Nick has been driving this home that we look at something called correlation coefficient, and that's actually some good news there, Nick. I'm not sure if you want to touch on that.
Yeah. So we are looking at what appears to be a bit of a minimum there starting to pop up. It appears this would be the tornado here. The signature, it's not as large, it's not as circular as it was too long ago. So hopefully we're starting to see signs that the debris is no longer being lifted with this storm. Potentially the tornado has lifted at this point. But when you looked at the velocity view, it was still very strong. There's still very definite signs of rotation with this. Again, this is passing south of Cascade. Will be crossing a Highway 136 here momentarily. We'll give it another scan to see if it sticks around or not, then we'll switch back to the velocity. But this is very likely the remnant of that tornado here showing up. It wasn't the most significant. You can kind of see how it really hyper-focused right on that dot. It's still radar indicated, so based on this, the National Weather Service does believe that it potentially lifted at this point, but I'm still concerned. I'm not fully convinced yet that this is still not on the ground. We'll have to see what happens as it continues to move off to the east. This is kind of like a wooded area, so my suspicion is that this was a tornado that picked up a lot of tree debris, a lot of leaves and things like that, and that's probably why it popped as well as it did. But again, we are watching this circulation right here, again, passing south of Cascade. We'll put the velocity view back on. Again, that little drop up, the little color of yellow correlates very well where that circulation couplet is. So that's what we're watching right now is, again, that debris dip right there. I'm hoping we should get another scan here in about a minute or two, if not less, and hopefully we see that little drop go away. And that would be a sign the tornado has lifted, and then hopefully it stays that way. But again, we do have that, and there it is. Beautiful. So it looks like the tornado has now lifted. That's good news. We are still rolling, though, with this tornado warning. And again, the reason we're on the air is because stuff like that. We have all these tools. We can track these tornadoes in real time and give you guys updates as they happen. And you can also just see how quickly these things change. We were tracking that storm for, we had confirmed tornadoes in northern Linn County, and then not a whole lot for the last like 20 minutes. And then suddenly you had a confirmed tornado, probably one of the strongest ones you've seen so far tonight. So these things very rapidly change and develop. Right now, it looks like the debris is no longer an issue, so we'll go back to the velocity view. Again, what we're seeing is kind of what happened about maybe half hour ago, where the colors are no longer tight right next to each other. It's no longer what we call gate to gate, no longer a very tight rotation. It's now more of like a shear zone. It's kind of like a broad area with the wind flowing into the storm, the wind coming on the back side of the storm. There's very broad rotation happening here, but at least as of now, it's a bit weaker, and hopefully this will continue to kind of weaken as it moves off to the east. The problem is we've seen how many times we see it weakening and then it begins to re-intensify again. So we'll pull up the radar view. We'll show kind of the rain. This is the rain view. You can see torrential rain is falling with this. You can feel the humidity in the air, that tropical air mass. That is what we're dealing with this evening, and that's why these storms are very efficient rainfall producers. We have not had any reports of flash flooding here in eastern Iowa. We have had some reports in central Iowa, but here in eastern Iowa, we've avoided the flash flooding so far, which is terrific news. Obviously, we want the rain. We don't want the flooding. And again, here's kind of what we're looking at. That tornado warning does continue until 10:45. There's a pretty good bet this specific warning won't continue until 10:45. Hopefully, we do see it kind of go away in the short term. Go back to velocity. Again, circulation does continue here. It's not as tight as it was, so that's some good news now. It's, again, far northeastern Jones County, and actually it's almost out of our area too, which is kind of some good news. We'll do a wider view over eastern Iowa. Again, the other threat, Sarah mentioned it earlier, is that severe thunderstorm warning in our southern counties. Let's go back to the radar view, and we will look at these storms down here. We'll do a box. We'll jump down here and let's take kind of a look. This storm went through the Iowa City metro and continues now to move off to the east. So let's see exactly what's happening down this way. We got some traffic cameras in the Iowa City metro. Some of these may take a minute to load, so bear with me. Here's Iowa City at I-80 and Highway 1. You can see trucks with their flashers on. Heavy rain definitely falling there. You can see the raindrops moving as well. So there's some good wind happening with this storm. We'll go to the east side. This is courtesy of the Hydroscience Engineering Department of the University of Iowa. You can see some rain falling. Not really sure what those flashing lights are, maybe just some construction, but it looks like things are not too bad here. You can see the least lights are on, so we know the power is not out. We'll jump over maybe a view from Kinnick. Let's see if I can get this camera to pull up. It's a little kind of hidden there. There we go. This is a view from Kinnick in Iowa City. You can see the storms are on the horizon. This is courtesy of the Johnson County Emergency Management Agency. A lot of great cameras. They've been useful. Thankfully, though, we're not seeing a whole lot with them at the moment. But we are, again, seeing those strong storms moving through portions of northeastern Johnson County, and this is now moving into portions of Cedar County. So Cedar County, you are under that severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-per-hour winds. I believe the Cedar County Fair kicked off today, so there's going to be a big setup there. Hopefully we can get through that without many issues.
And Nick, really quick,
yeah,
Nathan is actually heading back, so if we want to toss to him, he saw a lot of damage earlier today and really was near a lot of those tornado-warned storms. So Nathan, do you want to recap kind of what you saw for those just coming in?
Yeah, Sarah, right now we are live in the Road Warrior on our way back here from Waverly. Take a look at this video that we brought to you on Iowa's News Now earlier this afternoon. We have a tornado in progress here, you guys. And that was live video that we had for you. That was live video that we had for you earlier this afternoon on Iowa's News Now, bringing you that tornado live as it happened. Here's a look at some of the damage that we were able to find just to the south and east of Waverly. This was along Garden Avenue, just on the southeast side of town. Now, thankfully, everyone that we talked to was okay. We don't have any injuries to report, but there was substantial damage to roofs, sheds, numerous tree limbs, and even full trees down because of this tornado. And you could tell, surveying the damage, that it was a tornado. I could see with my own eyes the direction that everything was laying in. You could tell there was a spiral pattern to the damage. Unfortunately, it did damage some of the corn crop as well. Of course, we don't know the rating on this tornado quite yet. It was likely a fairly strong tornado, however. Based on the damage that I saw, we will have an update tomorrow morning from the National Weather Service on this and the other tornadoes that we had here across the state. Of course, we'll bring you those updates as we learn them right here on Iowa's News Now. For now, though, there's still activity on the radar. We're going to send it back to you guys in the studio, live in the Road Warrior. Meteorologist Nathan Santo Domingo, Iowa's News Now.
Just the beginning of what will be a long story going into tomorrow covering the damage. Thank you for that, Nathan. Live look right now. This is, again, the radar view. This is the tornado warning, which does continue for northeastern Jones County until 10:45. This remains a radar indicated tornado. We did have that debris ball showing up on radar earlier. That was that debris being lofted up in the air. This is probably the best news I've had in a while. This does look weaker. This doesn't look as intense as it did. Also, it looks more reminiscent of outflow, where maybe the storm's starting to kind of give up and kick out ahead of the storm. So hopefully this storm is going to give up. But again, for now, this tornado warning does continue until 10:45. This does include the far northeastern portions of Jones County. Worst of it now probably just either on or now east of Highway 136. That's the highway that goes south out of Cascade, Temple Hill right here. Again, this is what's left of that circulation. It doesn't look as intense as it did, so we're hoping that things have weakened considerably, and hopefully this is it. We shall see, though. We'll go back to the radar view. But circulation somewhere in here, again, you can just see there's absolutely torrential rain falling with this storm. So you're not going to be able to see anything that's actually happening on the ground. Just know that there is some still spin here in the atmosphere. And as this exits, this actually will exit our area. This will head towards Jackson County, which we do not touch. That's down towards the Quad Cities market. So hopefully things kind of keep trending in the right direction and we can kind of let this storm go. We'll kind of do a wider view over eastern Iowa again. We have that tornado warning that we've been talking about quite some time. And of course, we do have that severe thunderstorm warning, which does continue here. Again, this is for northeastern Johnson County into Cedar County. You may
really
be
quick with that
yeah, go ahead,
storm.
sir.
Yeah, with that storm really quick, I'll touch on it. We are getting a decent amount of reports from the National Weather Service about this. I don't want to leave anyone out. Of course, the focus is going to be that tornado warning for now. But with this storm, we are getting wind gusts upwards of 45, 50, 52 miles per hour. So certainly some strong storms coming along with it. May sound like very minimal compared to what we dealt with the derecho, but certainly can be damaging winds that could eventually take down power lines or potentially cause some damage from there as well. Not seeing good news, not seeing any rotation within this yet. It really is just a strong line of thunderstorms producing heavy rain, some damaging winds. So that's what we're focused on down there for Cedar, Johnson, Jones, and portion of Linn County now, just barely portions of Jones and Linn County. But again, that's something we will continue to watch. For now, though, all eyes are redirected towards this tornado warning. Let's take a look at the latest velocity scan. Still going pretty strong right now. The main area that we will be focused on is east of Highway 136 here. I haven't gotten any really information on that recently, but obviously it is still tornado warned for a reason. When we look at our correlation coefficient, not seeing a lot of debris lofted in the air, so that's good news. That's not necessarily means that it's lifted, or certainly not picking up a lot of debris if there is a tornado still possible. So switching back to the velocity again, this is really what the main focus we are on right now. This warning does go till 10:45. Hopefully we'll kind of see it minimize, but the pattern that we've been seeing really for quite a bit of time has been tornadoes touching down and then lifting. We've seen it with this specific storm multiple times today, let alone several other tornado warned storms throughout the day today as well. So we'll kind of give you a quick overview of what's kind of happening if you're just tuning in now. A lot of people probably headed off to bed as it is a Wednesday evening, but we still do have two warned storms, I should say. A severe thunderstorm warning, again, for Cedar, Johnson, Jones, and Linn County. This is mainly a wind threat with winds upwards of about 60 miles per hour gust-wise. Goes till 11 p.m. So that is our longest warning. And of course, the tornado warning that we've been focused on for quite a bit of time for just Jones County. 15 more minutes in this one, and hopefully at that point we will be in the all clear. But for now, Nick, this does remain a threat.
Yes, it does. You can kind of see the spin there. It's definitely not as intense as it was earlier, but there is still spin in the atmosphere. I imagine they'll probably let it go all the way until at least it starts pushing the border here, and then they may make that final decision of what they want to do with this warning. This has been quite the long track storm. This in particular, this storm originally formed over in Marshall County by Marshalltown, produced funnels out that way, and then it kind of merged with some storms and separated from some other storms, and it made a long trek there all the way across north of basically Highway 30, and here's where we are now. You can see this is all that's left, a tiny little baby warning. We're almost done with it. That gives me hope that they're thinking that it might be done. Obviously, it's still a tornado warning. We'll be coming up towards County Road D61. That's kind of this area right here that we're watching. Again, this is far, far northeast Jones County. That is that area of concern for the time being. So that's the lone real severe weather threat that we're tracking at the moment. I do want to hop down real quick down to just Iowa City again, just kind of see what's happening down that way. I know a lot of people, we have a lot of viewers down there in the Iowa City metro. It's always just good to kind of get some confirmation. Again, this is just a severe thunderstorm warning down that way. We're not seeing anything too significant other than the some gusty winds upwards of about 52, 53 miles per hour, I believe is the top gust so far. You can kind of see there is that bow here on the radar. So that is an indication of some strong winds kind of kicking out. So tipped in towards Clarence. These are the two areas that will be impacted with the storm relatively soon. Of course, you have the I-80 exit of Highway 38 that continues to move off to the east. We'll go back and look at the live cameras. We do have a few down this way, I believe. We'll take a look at this guy right here. I don't think I clicked it right. There we go. So again, this is near West Branch. Again, you can kind of see the heavy rain falling, the rain in the headlights there, but really just heavy rain falling. Maybe some gusty winds as well, but thankfully it looks like the severe weather is now really moving out of Johnson County. Do note, we are seeing kind of this line of storms extend all the way out west towards like Williamsburg. You can see some very heavy rain falling out that way still. It's been raining for a while. So the other threat tonight may be flash flooding. If you are planning on driving late tonight, especially near southern counties, flash flooding may become a concern. But what I really do like to see is on this storm, this right here. This is what we call an outflow boundary. It's getting kicked out from the storm, and therefore that tells me that the storm is beginning to lose its punch. So the southern storms are beginning to weaken. That's good news there. We'll go up to this tiny little baby tornado warning up here, and again, far northeastern Jones County. We'll do zoom in on this guy, take a look at it, see how it's doing. Again, this is far northeastern Jones County. Not a lot of population centers here. It's southeast of Cascade. Again, primarily if you have a Cascade address perhaps, and are living kind of more rural areas here in far northeastern Jones County. It does include Gary Owen Road down to County Road D61. In this area here in far northeastern Jones County, there's still some potential for spin to the atmosphere, but it has weakened dramatically from where we were a couple hours ago. Maybe trying to kind of spin up here. Worst case scenario, if you're in southern Dubuque County, you might need to watch this. Bernard, you obviously had that tornado earlier this year, one of the 4 tornadoes the state of Iowa has seen before today. It's been way below normal in terms of tornadoes. But right now we continue to watch the potential here. This would potentially, if they do extend a warning, if it does intensify, may clip portions of southern Dubuque County. But for now, that circulation almost out. They haven't issued a new warning yet.
There is a new tornado warning in Cedar County.
Oh, okay. Well, let's jump down there.
Do you want me to jump down there?
I'm already doing it. So let's just get my arm workout. I haven't done enough yet today.
This one goes till 11.
Where? Okay, I'm just going to have you do it.
That's
I don't know where it's at.
I was like, I'm not sure exactly where it is either. Oh, there we go. You're close. All right, so here's the tornado warning that we have for Cedar County. This one goes until 11 p.m. Still radar indicated. Let's take a look at the velocity there. I'm a little... Okay, yeah, so there's some decent rotation. Not the strongest we've seen, but certainly something not to take lightly. This one is moving east at 40 miles per hour. So let's time that out for you. I know that there were some damaging winds happening near the Tipton area. Northeast? East. Okay, perfect. Yeah, so not a ton of towns popping up here. We can try that again, but really, yeah, not too much happening. But again, moving east at about 40 miles per hour, so moving a little bit quickly. Radar indicated rotation. We're really just seeing the threat with the rotation here. When you start to see those bright greens and some of those reds overlapping, which we are seeing here, that's what indicated or triggered that tornado warning. So now we do have 2 tornado warnings left, 1 severe thunderstorm warning. Kind of been the situation all day with these storms spinning up and spinning down. So this is the one, that is the newest. If you're just coming in or hearing the sirens in Cedar County, this one goes until 11 p.m. There was a quick update there. We still are seeing fairly strong rotation within this region. So that's kind of what we're focused on. So I'll get us to the street level view and we can kind of talk a little bit there. If you're near Highway 38 to 90th Street in the Rochester area, you might miss out on it a little bit, but certainly make sure you're getting in that safe space and getting yourself into the lowest level of your home or the most interior room. Again, not too much information on the storm quite yet, likely not going to get it confirmed because of really just the lack of, it's dark outside. But that Jones one did just get expired, so some good news there.
Down to 1 again.
After a long night.
Back down to 1.
We are back down to 1 again. This one is expired, so Jones County, you are in the clear for now. They are pretty confident on the fact that that's not going to produce a tornado. So We are back to 1. This one goes until 11 p.m. and I'm feeling confident that this is the last one of the night. I'm feeling good about it, Nick.
We don't have a lot of options at this point. That's once that leaves. I mean, that's hopefully the rest of our area. So, but yeah, that's that warning there.
Yeah, and really just the surrounding area of that severe thunderstorm warning will probably trickle for a little bit longer. But if you're chiming in now, Cedar County, you are under a tornado warning, mainly because of this little signature in our rotation here. That's a fairly strong rotation when we see the reds and the greens mix, and especially these bright color greens. I'll flip it over to our correlation coefficient. This is something we look at when we look for debris in the air. The radar can pick that up. We tend to look for these bright blues. This over here is nothing. But we tend to look for bright blues or yellows or oranges, which we're not seeing. So some good news there. Hopefully this one will be very short-lived or not even touch the ground. But the way these storms are going tonight, got to take them seriously. So I know it's late at night, but get the kids to the basement, take that shelter. It is better to be safe out there than sorry.
And we're watching that right now. Again, technically speaking, Tipton is not in the warning. It looks like just south of Tipton. So if you're in the Tipton area, I got the big Casey's right there. If you're south of Cedar Valley Road, along Highway 38, so if you have like a Tipton address along Highway 38 here, that's when you're going to want to make sure you get to your safe place right now, because that circulation, again, it's not the most impressive. It's hardly one of the strongest we've seen today, but it's still rotation. And given how pretty much every storm today has produced a tornado, and it's definitely worth treating it with respect. That circulation appears to be passing just north of Rochester. Do keep in mind, you can kind of see the bright greens here. That's going towards the radar, which is right behind me essentially. And so that's at least strong winds kind of coming on the back side of that storm. So probably some strong RFD, maybe some damaging wind gusts here coming to the Rochester area. But again, south of Tipton along Highway 38, essentially Highway 38 between about I-80 and up to Tipton. Haven't been this way in a while. I know there was some construction there that kind of forced you off of Highway 38, but we're watching that very closely here. Again, basically between Tipton and I-80 along Highway 38, that's a concern there. And then on the far eastern side here of Cedar County, we do have Bennett. That's going to be the other spot for that possible tornado. Again, I believe the Cedar County Fair is starting this week. So we'll have to watch that, the fairgrounds and everything. Bare minimum moving through Cedar County. There's at least some strong wind gusts attributed with this storm. So that's something we'll have to watch very closely. We did get that newest scan there. Again, some brighter greens, even a little bit. You can kind of see light blue popping up here. So I do think at the bare minimum, we're talking about a strong wind threat as it's moving across portions of Cedar County. Generally speaking, this will be north of I-80. So we got the world's largest truck stop off this way. A lot of truck traffic here on I-80. It appears the worst of the weather will be north of I-80. We're watching, though, that spin of the atmosphere here, getting ready to cross Highway 38 south of Tipton. It doesn't look, particularly strong. Let's kind of do a quick query on there. 18 miles per hour. We had that tornado just on the Minnesota border side of the Mississippi River, Prairie du Chien, about 2 weeks ago. That tornado on radar was only registering like 20 miles an hour rotation too. So just keep in mind, it's a good tool to indicate that there's spin to the atmosphere, but that really high strength doesn't necessarily mean strong tornado, and a weak strength doesn't necessarily mean weak tornado, if that makes sense. But again, we're watching that here south of Tipton, north of I-80, basically crossing Highway 38 right about now. So again, if you do have probably a Tipton address or a Rochester address, if you're kind of in this area, this would be south of the Tipton area. That's something we'll have to watch very closely. Do want to go back to the pan view. Let's kind of pan around just a little bit. So we got Cedar Valley Road. That does come southwest out of Tipton. If you're south of there, that's really kind of the main concern area. Again, crossing Highway 38, moving through Cedar County. We got Bennett right here. That's what we're going to want to watch. That spin right there. This one's what, 30 miles an hour too, correct?
Correct, yes.
All right. All of them. We got consistency going for us at least tonight.
Oh, I'm sorry, 40.
Oh, a little fast guy.
It's a little faster. My
yeah,
bad.
a little racing away. Update to the warning there. You can kind of see. Looks like it has now passed Highway 38. So we're making some progress here. We'll draw the cone We'll go 40 miles an hour. We'll draw that here. So Bennett, it'll kind of be in your air around 10:52, about 10 minutes from now. Again, you may not want to wait. Kind of just get to your shelter now if you can. Again, this storm does not necessarily look like the strongest rotation we've seen tonight, but keep in mind, virtually every tornado warning has verified today. I don't know if I've ever had an event like this in my career where we've had so many different tornado warnings and so many different tornadoes. It's been a very, very unique event here in eastern Iowa, but it's been a very unique couple of years in eastern Iowa in terms of the weather, so nothing really surprises me anymore. We'll look at the radar view. Again, this one is kind of one of those that's on the leading edge. This is what we call a QLCS, quasi-linear convective system. That's kind of what we're dealing with right here. This kind of like hook on the leading edge of this squall line. That's kind of what we're worried about right now in terms of the potential tornado threat. Again, it looks like it's probably just crossing, or more likely probably east of Highway 38 at this point. The blinking red area, that is again that tornado warning, which does continue until 11 o'clock tonight. So about another 15 minutes or so. Some good news, it does continue to race off to the east. We'll put the radar or the debris tracker on. We're not seeing any indications of blue dropout here. It's one of those products you kind of have to know what you're looking at. You can kind of see that all this blue here, there's no rain falling, so you can't really rely on that. What you're looking at is where rain is currently falling, and there's nothing happening there. So thankfully, it doesn't appear to be any debris being lifted off in the atmosphere. But again, stronger greens and blues here. That's some pretty strong wind. It looks like we're losing kind of like the outbound, the reds going away from the radar. We're kind of losing that tight couplet here. Still some strong winds likely happening here. I would imagine there's probably at least some very strong winds, maybe 60, even 70 miles per hour potentially happening here along Highway 38. Again, this is south of the Tipton area. This
Nick,
will continue.
That's kind of what we're getting reports of, 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. We don't have confirmation of this tornado on the ground, but I did get some word from producer that we do have reporter Deanne Broxton with some video that happened earlier of damage. Where is this near again? Manchester. Okay, so that's from earlier today. So certainly going to be an interesting day tomorrow surveying this damage. What happens is the Weather Service will head out to all of these locations where confirmed tornadoes did touch down and do a survey of how damage, and do a survey and rate them from EF0 to EF5. So we'll see how that all plays out tomorrow, but I do think these are some of the most damaging storms that we've seen for sure this season, if not really within the last few years, especially with the numbers. So I'll refresh it for you if you're just coming in now. 10:45 tonight right now. No Iowa's News Now newscast tonight because we were here. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning. That's for Jackson County, though, kind of moving off of our area. We're more focused on these severe thunderstorm warnings for Cedar and Jones County. That goes till 11 p.m. Wind speeds of 60 or 70 miles per hour. And of course, we do have a tornado warning for Cedar County. And you can see Nick is joining the chair group. I am also sitting down at the desk here too. We've been standing for about 6-7 hours here, so we're a little burnt out. But here is that tornado warning. Oh, it's gonna get messy. You got to control it, Nick.
I got you.
Here's the tornado warning for Cedar County.
Why haven't I been doing this for 5 hours?
I know. That's what I told you to grab a chair. I told you we're going to be here a while. But that's our latest velocity scan. As Nick is my Vanna White now pointing. I'll do the talking. He'll do the pointing. That's where we're seeing that steady location. I do want to switch, actually. I am getting some stuff about the tornado watch. I do think it's worth mentioning that it does continue. Sorry about that. It does continue. Oh, it's the chair. Okay, there we go. A lot of them have been canceled. That is great news. We do have some still lingering over here. I just don't think those have been updated quite yet. Different National Weather Service office there, so just give it some time. But the good news is things are winding down. Yeah, you do see, for Johnson County and further off here with these warnings obviously taking place as well. But there's some good news and some improvement there as well. But here on our radar, again, the tornado warning for Cedar County, Wednesday until 11 p.m. I'll zoom in on the velocity scan here and we'll kind of get down to that street level. We're seeing this really strong rotation. All right, just checking the chat, nothing new. Here in the rotation, that's where we tend to look for that tornado dropping down. It is pretty strong. So between maybe 260th Street and 240th Street, that is really the main area that we are looking for the potential for that. No confirmation, but still take it seriously. It only goes here for another about 13 minutes. So, you know, you may have to lose 13 minutes of sleep tonight, but it is certainly worth it if it can save you or your others' lives. So, let's check correlation coefficient. I'm seeing some chat about that.
Ooh.
Okay, so that's a little bit concerning. This right here, they mentioned something in the chat about it, but there we go. That's correlation coefficient, for reference, is basically a measurement of the debris that's being lofted up either by the winds or the tornado. And when we start to see, you got to kind of ignore all of this over here towards Bennett, but when you start to see that, go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, so what you're looking at right here is essentially, you know there's rain falling here, and when it looks different than the rest of the rain falling, it's not rain, it's something else. In this case, it's probably debris. So that looks like it's what's happening right now. That's kind of the dropout there. Just want to confirm one more time just to make sure. See, there's a bit of a hole there in reflectivity, so I'm hoping that's not debris. It might be kind of a false artifact. It's kind of a tricky product in which you kind of really need to know what you're looking at, and sometimes it can give you these false positives. I'm not sure.
Yeah, and the National Weather Service is saying not thinking it's a TDS.
That's kind of what I'm thinking, yeah. Okay.
But again,
Something
it's
there.
dark. It's hard to tell.
It's at the bare minimum here, what we're looking at here is definitely some type of appendage here. So you could be looking at something forming here. And again, this is just west of Bennett. And again, once it hits Bennett, then it's pretty much out of our area. It will be there very soon, though, really within the next probably 2 or 3 minutes. It'll be knocking on your door. But again, you're kind of watching that little appendage here. And then the velocity view, again, it hasn't necessarily been really strong all evening long, but it's still there. And what you're really looking at, too, is these blues. I mean, that's some very strong RFD wrapping on the backside. So you might, it's possible the tornado's not on the ground right now, but Bennett may get some very strong winds here. That could be enough to knock power lines down and trees down and things like that.
And that's
so
kind of what we're seeing. We're seeing winds anywhere from about 60 to 70 miles per hour. So those are the reports coming in. So regardless if a tornado touches down with this storm, it's definitely going to be damaging. We are concerned a little bit about flash flooding taking place over the next, couple of hours here, or even by tomorrow morning. So that is a concern, especially along areas of, I-80. We have several highways, a little bit more populated area. Again, the truck stop, the world's largest truck stop, such a monument in Iowa. But we'll switch back to our reflectivity here. So it's kind of what we're looking at. Not a super, just looking at the reflectivity, not a staple of a supercell by any means, but certainly is a rotating thunderstorm. This one is for Cedar County until 11 p.m. If we take a look at our velocity here, it is pretty strong still. For reference, if you're not sure what you're doing when you're looking at velocity, is we look for those bright colored greens that you can see on the screen, and we look at the red and the green kind of intersecting or intermingling. And that's kind of what we're seeing. It means that we're seeing rotation of things moving away from the radar and other areas moving towards the radar, and that obviously results in a rotation. So that's our main focus for now. We still do have this thunderstorm warning that is going on for Cedar and Jones County. I would expect that to be extended. We're getting winds around 60 miles per hour, so that definitely meets our threshold. But we will not stay on the air just for a severe thunderstorm warning. We will only stay on the air for this tornado warning right here. The last one of the night, I hope.
We hope, right? Again, you can kind of still see that circulation. Again, Bennett, at the bare minimum, you're likely going to be dealing with some strong wind gusts. So, you want to make sure you want to get inside from that, get away from windows, put some walls between you, because at the bare minimum, this is a pretty strong burst of wind coming your way. Looks like right at Bennett, maybe in the south side of Bennett will be hardest hit. Tipton, the storms are now clearing off to the south and east. Probably still gusty, probably still getting some pretty good wind gusts up there, but the worst of it now off to your south and east. Thankfully, again, no indications of tornadoes at the moment with this storm. Luckily, though, some very heavy rainfall. We're still kind of watching this little appendage feature kind of moving in through the Bennett area. But for now, at least as of now, we don't have any confirmed reports of tornadoes, just kind of that spin in the atmosphere. But again, you can really see those bright blues here. That's a strong indication of some strong wind gusts passing with this storm. Again, this is southern Cedar County at this point. So just kind of like giving everybody a wide view. I don't know. Hopefully you're really enjoying this coverage for the last, like 6-7 hours, however long it's been. Hopefully this is the best reality TV. I don't know about Big Brother. Big Brother got nothing on us. But again, we have that tornado warning, which continues in southeastern Cedar County. Otherwise, we just have that severe thunderstorm warning for southern Jones and much of Cedar County as well. I do want to pop up just the radar view. There's what we talked about, the extension of that severe thunderstorm warning for eastern Cedar County. And as soon as that tornado warning is let go, I think we might be done for the night, which would be a very strange feeling. I didn't even make a 7-day forecast today. Usually I do like the 7 at the very end. I have no idea what's happening the next 7 days, so we'll have to wing it tomorrow. Again, we're looking at that tornado warning here in southeastern Cedar County. New Liberty, you might get us over the air. Technically, it's across the border. Technically not in our viewing area. But we are looking at the bare minimum of strong winds that are moving into New Liberty. Again, Bennett is kind of where it's at right now. You're probably getting some strong winds still in the Tipton area. You can see, though, that severe thunderstorm warning was kind of trimmed here. This is kind of the new warning here into the east. This is kind of the old polygon off to the west. So that's some good news there. Clarence, again, still probably getting some gusty winds as well. This is racing down Highway 30. Again, so still some pretty good wind gusts with this storm as it moves through eastern Iowa as well. But the main threat continues to be this tornado warning for about another 5 minutes. Hopefully, we will let this expire, and then hopefully we can call it a night. We do have that tornado watch, which does continue for very small portions of our air at this point until midnight tonight. Yeah, let's actually kind of look. I'm kind of curious what that looks like. No, there's kind of random counties involved. Okay, yeah, so still our I-80 counties here, and then up towards Cedar Jones and Dubuque counties. Dubuque, I think might be like the one county that hasn't had, no, they had the severe thunderstorm warning earlier today. I thought they might have escaped it, but no, I don't.
Yeah, we are.
About everybody had some weather today.
Everyone saw some, hopefully some rain. At least the least that we can get out of this is some rain. So hopefully you saw that. But taking a look, we are getting this obviously thunderstorm warning extended, as I mentioned before. It just barely nicks our area before it moves off more towards the Quad Cities. But it is important to note that this one is still labeled tornado possible, likely mainly because the tornado warning is tacked onto it, and we are still seeing that rotation there. But it is going to move out of our area, but still just stay weather aware. If you are headed to bed, just make sure you have a way to wake up to warnings, whether that's a radio, an app coming through your phone, whatever it is, make sure that you have that going on. So we'll kind of zoom in on this tornado warning. 5 more minutes left in it, hopefully, and then it'll be expired. Okay, so the rotation looks like it's starting. We still have these bright greens, which indicate strong winds, and a lot of times that is indicated with our couplet or our rotation. We are seeing it weaken a little bit, though. We're starting to see this more in a straight line, which means it's going where it's supposed to go, away from the radar or towards the radar, but still not completely in the clear. It is still a little bit concerning of what we're looking at here, and of course, surrounded by it, we do have severe thunderstorm warnings. So something we'll continue to monitor and watch out. There's still no cancellation or word on if this will be extended, but it does last about 4 more minutes. We don't have any confirmation that it is on the ground. Let's take a look at that correlation coefficient. Yeah, okay, so that kind of died down pretty quickly there. Not quite sure if that was, a tornado signature. It was a little bit iffy based on where it kind of was. It might have just been some wraparound rain kind of. But good news there, not seeing any debris being lofted in the air. Let's take a look at our lightning, though. Not a ton of lightning being produced with this storm, given how strong it is. Really, the main threat we're looking at is going to be those damaging winds up to about 70 miles per hour or heavy rain, or both. Flash flooding is still kind of a concern as we head out. I do want to recap for those who are just coming in. We did have a lot of reports, though, today. Several tornado reports to the northern half of the region. You can see several near Vinton, Waverly, even some near Manchester. Those were our 3 locations. So it's not completely out of the question that this one could put down a tornado as well. It's been that kind of day, and it likely will continue to be that way until it is quiet out there. And the good news is, from what I from what I recall, it's been a long day. It's supposed to be a pretty calm end to the week and a calm weekend. But here's the current tornado warning. Looks like they're going to have to decide to extend it or cancel it. It is looking less like of a rotation, but no word on exactly what they will decide quite yet, Nick.
Yeah, things are looking good. We talked about the severe weather threat
Oh,
continuing.
they expired it.
Okay, so
We did
as
it.
of now, for the first time since probably 4:30, we do not have any active tornado warnings. So that's some good news there. I want to watch it disappear though. We're sticking through it to 11 o'clock. So I want it to go away. Here we go. I do want to quickly touch on, again, we'll touch on the severe weather threat real quick. We'll zoom out here.
And the severe thunderstorm warning is canceled for Cedar and Jones.
Okay, so that polygon here.
So
okay.
that's some good news.
Yep, okay. So really all that's left is this severe thunderstorm warning, the very far edge here of southeastern Jones County as well as eastern Cedar County. That's the last of our severe weather threat tonight. And then hopefully for the rest of the night as well. I'll be sticking around here for probably a little while, maybe till midnight or so, just to make sure. But it does appear that the severe threat is winding down. Off to the west, we still do have more showers and thunderstorms ongoing. So there is still some potential for maybe some pockets of flash flooding. I just really think we're going to be in okay shape here going forward. Some beneficial rainfall, and hopefully we can get things wound down. Any last thoughts, Sarah?
No, I think that's about it. It's been a day. Thanks for staying with us. I hope everyone remains safe. Obviously, tomorrow morning, all those surveys will come out with that, so we'll have the latest information for you here on Iowa's News Now.
And I tried to make a list. If I forgot somebody, I really apologize. Big thank you, though, to our EPs, Mike and Marissa. We have all of our production team as well. Nick Wedeking, we have Matt Shribble directing today as well at any given point. I have no idea if they were swapping through or how any of that worked. Trent Norris, our greatest floor person here, he's been working fantastic with us tonight. I had one piece of pizza at one point tonight, thanks to him. Mitch Fick, obviously helping behind the scenes as well. We had all of our producers, Kara, we had Jacob was a producer, Valerie, of course. So great producers tonight. And finally, we have Expression, John, great, thank you for that. I believe we had Jeff working tonight on audio, so thank you for that, Jeff. And I hope I didn't forget anybody. I made a
Aaron
list.
for storm chasing.
Oh, and of course, Aaron. Of course,
Yes.
Meteorologist Rebecca Kopelman. She's probably going to be a little tired tomorrow, working late. He's out live. Tornado warning is gone.
Woo!
Thank you for watching, everybody. We'll have a complete recap on the severe weather threat and, of course, any updates on damage and any ratings for those tornadoes coming up tomorrow on Iowa's News Now. Please stay safe, stay healthy. We'll see you tomorrow night on Iowa's News Now.
Get weather warn alerts on all your devices. Stay ahead of the storm with Iowa's News Now, Weather First.